Walker. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023.
Chapter 1. Acrid smoke filled the French Quarter townhome just as gunfire erupted. The lights flickered a few times, and then darkness enveloped Kaitlyn Roberts. "Get down!" Nancy, one of two agents assigned to protect her, shoved her to the floor. The agent put her phone to her ear. "We're under fire." Was this the fifth or sixth safe house? Kait was beginning to lose count. They'd only arrived in New Orleans a few hours ago in the middle of the night after fleeing the last safe house in North Carolina. She'd so looked forward to staying in the old home. When she'd first walked in, she'd been mesmerized by the beauty of the ornate moldings and high ceilings. It pained her to think thugs were going to tear it to shreds. All the wood, the charm, the history. Just heartbreaking. How was Derek Wilson finding her? Her gaze swept from one agent to the other. Could it be one of them? It was possible. "We're surrounded!" Ted screamed as he looked at his partner, Nancy. Kait whipped her gaze from one window to the next. Through the blinds, she could see multiple shadows moving outside. Had Wilson sent an army this time? It sure felt like it. She jumped as a loud impact shook the front door, sending tremors through the entire house. She rocked back on her heels as a bullet narrowly missed her ear. Oh, what she wouldn't give to go back to her bland, boring, predictable life in DC. Wake up, drink coffee, and go to work at the hospital. She'd much rather be holding babies. She'd even appreciate changing a dirty diaper at this point. Since witnessing a murder 6 months ago, nothing was bland or boring anymore. When the first couple of safe houses were attacked, fear had left her paralyzed. The last one nearly got her killed. However, this time, her instincts kicked in, propelling her toward the bedroom before her thoughts could fully form. She wasn't authorized to have a weapon, but she'd realized that she needed to take her safety into her own hands whether the FBI agreed with her or not. She quickly crawled to the bed and shoved her hand between the mattress and the box spring. Just as she wrapped her fingers around the knife handle, her bedroom window shattered, spraying glass everywhere. Her scream was swallowed by the chaos. When she'd envisioned this scene playing out, she'd been the hero of her own story. She'd been brave and fearless, lunging forward like she was some trained soldier. In the end, the bad guy was lying face down, wishing he'd never met her. Only that's not how it was playing out at all. No. Apparently, visualization only worked when it came to karaoke and other social occasions, not when she thought she might die. Her back hit the wall. The knife hung limply in her hand before it clattered onto the hardwood floor. The streetlights cast enough light that she could make out a massive man standing at the second-story window. He ducked as he swung one leg through the window and then straightened as he brought the other through. This time, her scream lodged in her throat. "Please," the word squeaked out. The man grew closer, loomed over her, and said, "I'm not here to hurt you. I've been sent to protect you." She swallowed hard. That's what a man claimed at the last safe house. She'd been naive and trusted him, only to find herself facing down the barrel of a gun. If the men guarding her hadn't shown up, she wouldn't even be alive now. "Kaitlyn." His tone softened. "I don't have time to explain." "Found her," a man's voice called out. The man who'd just called her name jerked his attention to the entrance of the bedroom. He muttered curses under his breath. Somewhere in the back of Kait's mind, the desire for self-preservation kicked in. He grunted as she rammed him in the midsection, dove for the knife, and grabbed it. She spun on her hip, swung, and it felt like she'd sunk it into the leg of the bed. It wasn't until she heard a sharp intake of air and a thud that she realized she'd hit her target. Yes! As she reached her knees, a large hand clamped down on her head, fingers threaded through her hair and pulled her to her feet. He wrenched her neck back so hard her muscles felt like they were going to pop. Her body convulsed as his mouth came to rest against her neck. Cigarettes permeated his clothing. She could even smell a hint of alcohol. He inhaled deeply. "Oh, you smell good." Kait's blood turned to ice. Her mind instantly flashed 100 horrible things that could happen to her prior to dying. Awful, depraved things. Another deep breath. "Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with you," she thrashed, trying to twist out of his grip. His other hand latched onto her chin, pinching it between his fingers. "Be still, or I'll make it even worse." This man was going to hurt her and then kill her, and all she could think was that she hadn't spoken to her family in months. They'd been assigned protection, too. The last thing Kait heard was that they'd hired retired Secret Service to protect them. Unless the FBI was keeping things from her, they'd stayed out of all this mess. She wasn't even going to get to say goodbye. All of a sudden, the man let her go, and he tumbled to the ground with a humph. Kait spun around. No, he hadn't tumbled. He'd been thrown by the man she'd stabbed. He'd saved her life? Was he really there to protect her? The man landed several punches before turning the nasty creep over and shoving his knee in the man's back. "The moment I take my knee off his back, we need to run. Do you understand?" "What?" "Run." No second command was needed. She got to her feet and practically threw herself toward the window. Jagged glass ringed the window frame, and she folded herself as small as possible to avoid getting cut. Still, she felt the whisper of a cut on her ankle as she shakily stepped out onto the balcony and into the balmy night air. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the last day of June. The trial was at the end of October, so a little more than 3 months to go. She swept her gaze from one end of the balcony to the other. Under normal circumstances, she'd take a moment to appreciate the wrought iron railing, the lush-looking decor, and the view. In the distance, she could hear lively music and people laughing. The scent of seafood and beignet filled the air. Man, she'd so hoped to try some of the food. Footsteps pounded at the far end of the balcony, and her eyes widened as another creep barreled toward her. She turned, and the man who'd told her to run crumpled as he was hit from behind.
The air in Walker Wells' lungs whooshed out as he was tackled from behind and hit the floor. He was certain he'd laid that guy out at least long enough to make it to the window. "I don't have time for this." Not really talking to anyone in particular. If he didn't get Kaitlyn Roberts out of there, she'd be dead by morning, and Derek Wilson, the East Coast's largest drug dealer, would no longer be on house arrest. Walker rose to his feet, throwing his whole body into delivering a roundhouse kick. The man's head snapped backward, and he fell flat on the floor, face down. As soon as Walker was sure the man wasn't moving, he raced to the window, ignoring the pain in his calf. He was lucky Kaitlyn hadn't sunk the knife deeper. It had taken him longer to take down that creep holding her the first time because he'd tied a bandana around the wound. "Derek said you were pretty." Another creep had Kaitlyn in his grip. Walker dove through the window, rolled, and came up swinging. He landed 2 solid punches to the side of the man's face, and he crumpled to the floor. The attackers came in like a well-oiled machine and then fell apart, almost like they'd expected no resistance once they got inside the house. It lent more credibility to Gabe Alderson's theory that he had a mole on his team. A week ago, Walker's boss, Noah Wolf, was contacted by Gabe, a friend who was in charge of the Derek Wilson case. The agent expressed his fear that someone was leaking Kaitlyn's location, and he didn't know who he could trust. Of course, Noah had agreed to offer Guardian Group's assistance, especially if it meant getting Wilson off the streets. Walker took Kaitlyn's hand and pulled her to her feet. "We need to go." Who are you?" "Name's Walker. Walker Wells. We have to get out of here now." The petite nurse planted her feet, leaning away from him. "How do I know you aren't trying to gain my trust only to take me somewhere else and kill me?" If he didn't know she was 26, 2 years younger than himself, he'd swear she was 12. Compared to his 6'4" frame, she was tiny. 5'3" on a good day, blonde hair, big sea green eyes, and fair skin. The word attractive had floated to mind when he'd studied her picture attached to the file. In person, the word was in bold and italicized. If I was going to kill you, why would I take you somewhere else? He'd meant it sarcastically, hoping that she'd hear the humor in his voice, but based on the deer-in-the-headlights look she was giving him and the shudder that ran through her body, it had had the opposite effect. He cursed under his breath. Look, I'll be happy to talk about all of this while we're running, okay? He whipped his gaze from one end of the balcony to the other. So far, no one else had found their way up there. The thought had just floated through his mind as a man rounded the corner of the balcony. He'd jinxed himself. Light glinted off metal, and Walker wrapped himself around Kaitlyn just as a loud bang went off. The bullet skated across his jaw. "Are you okay?" he asked Kaitlyn. I think so." Her voice was mousy. Walker bent down, pulled out the knife he'd tucked into his sock, and threw it. The man who'd been advancing rocked back, clutching his shoulder. It wouldn't stop the guy, but hopefully, it'd give Walker enough time to put distance between them. He spun on his heels. "Hug my neck and wrap your legs around my waist." There was a second of hesitation, and then she did as he'd instructed. Not a second later, he was running to the nearest ladder. "Hold on tight, okay?" "Okay." Kait was shaking so hard that Walker could feel the tremors all the way to his core. His foot hit the second rung just as a bullet skated by his ear. Too close. He gripped each side of the metal side rails, hooked his feet just right, and allowed his weight to carry them to the ground. "Stop right there. Hands up." A woman growled in a government-issued voice. "Turn around." Slowly. Walker froze. "I said hands up." He didn't want to hurt this woman, but Walker had a job to do. Extract Kaitlyn Roberts and get her to safety. She'd witnessed Derek Wilson, a drug deal who ruled the East Coast, killing an undercover agent, Reed Vasquez, a friend of Walker's who'd served with him in the Marines. That was part of the reason Walker received the assignment. His friend had called him, asking to meet, and Walker was a half-hour late. He'd arrived to find Reed had been murdered, and the parking garage filled with FBI and local police. Unbeknown to him at the time, there'd been a witness, Kaitlyn Roberts. Keeping her safe meant Reed would get justice. Maybe it'd assuage some of the guilt Walker carried. Another reason he got the assignment was the remote Alaskan cabin he'd inherited from his uncle. It wasn't a place easily found. If it came down to defending it, that wouldn't be difficult either. Walker grew up going there multiple times a year as a kid. It had been a while since he'd been back, but he would know the way the second he got back. "Keep your hands where I can see them, and turn around." He leaned his head back and whispered, "Don't move unless I tell you to, okay?" "Okay," Kaitlyn breathed. He glanced over his shoulder and slowly turned until he was facing the woman. He'd been right. With her hair pulled back in a tight bun at the nape of her neck, her pantsuit, and her long overcoat, she was the very picture of a female FBI agent. Added to that was the government-issued Glock pointed at Walker's chest. "Get down, Kaitlyn, and step over to me." When Kaitlyn didn't move, the woman issued the command again. This time, Kaitlyn's grip loosened just a hair. Just as she shifted her body, a shot rang out. Walker's instincts took over. He twisted, bringing Kaitlyn to the front of his body, and cocooned her as he hit the ground. "Stay down." Walker lifted his gaze just in time to watch the agent's eyes widen. Her gun slipped and hit the ground as she pitched forward. A dead center bullet hole had pierced the woman's vest, a kill shot. Another shot rang out, and this time, blood bloomed on her shirt. A choked sob poured from Kaitlyn. "Nancy." Another bullet struck the ground next to Kaitlyn's head. Her scream pierced the air. Walker hesitated a second and then rolled to his feet. He hated to leave the agent, even if he knew there was no way she'd survived, but if he didn't get Kaitlyn out of there, Derek Wilson would walk. There was no way Walker would let that happen. Reed deserved justice, and Walker would make sure he got it.
Chapter 2. As a nurse, Kait had dealt with her fair share of life-or-death situations, but her ability to process was being tested. After the last volley of gunfire, Walker scooped her up and ran for the alleyway across the street. At the end of it, hidden behind the building, was a dark SUV. A minute ago, he'd yanked the door open and tossed her inside before racing around the front and jumping in. If it weren't for the fact that she'd been attacked so many times in the last 6 months, she might be freaking out a little more than she was. No, she wasn't handling things perfectly, but she wasn't a puddle of nerves on the floor either. Maybe she would melt into goo later when she realized that she'd witnessed her second murder. Poor Nancy. She'd been assigned to protect Kait just that evening. Her shift had barely started. Her heart sank as Kait thought about Nancy's family. Did she have a husband? Kids? It was awful to think about. Walker glanced at her. Are you hurt? His voice was muffled. She shook her head, trying to clear it. What? He glanced at her again. At the house, with the little bit of light on the balcony, she'd noticed his eyes were dark pools. Unfortunately, the lighting wasn't any better in the car. Are you hurt anywhere? Patting herself down, she replied, no, and if it weren't for Walker, she wouldn't be breathing. That second creep had charged her and put her in a death grip. She couldn't see him leering at her, but she'd felt it. The taunting way he'd spoken. A chill raked down her spine. Who are you again? I'm from Guardian Group, a private security firm. Gabe Alderson asked for our help. Gabe Alderson. He was the agent in charge of Derek Wilson's case. Maybe he was the leak. After 6 failed attempts to kill her, maybe the man wanted to take matters into his own hands. The stupid thought made her want to smack herself. If he'd wanted her dead, he would have just let the men who'd stormed the house kill her. On the other hand, he might have someone snatch her and kill her somewhere else. Her head spun. You can trust me. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. There was conviction in his voice. He winced, took his left hand from the steering wheel, and rubbed his bicep. A red line peeked from the cut fabric of his dark shirt. Reed Vasquez was my friend. That was the man Derek Wilson had murdered. Your friend? Yes. His lips pinched together. Hold on. The SUV tilted as he took a hard left. The wheels slammed down. Again, she bounced. Grabbing the seat belt, she snapped it into place. Her body couldn't handle any more of that. The vehicle lurched forward as he hit the gas pedal again. Reed and I served together, and he was more like a brother. Walker paused, and his voice dipped low. Something in the way he said brother told Kait there was a story there. He was working undercover. I was meeting him the night he died. I had car trouble and was late. By the time I got there, he was dead. I didn't know until later that there'd been a witness. He looked at her. You. Just then, headlights blinded her. She held up her hand to shield her eyes. She sucked in a sharp breath. They were going to be broadside. Hold on. Walker smashed the brakes, and they skidded to a stop. A large dark sedan just missed clipping the front end of the SUV. Once again, Walker hit the gas, the force pressing her into the seat. Instead of asking more questions, she stayed quiet so he could concentrate on keeping them alive. So far, it had been so dark that if she had to give a description of Walker, she'd have nothing for the sketch artist except that he was tall. Well, to her, everyone was tall, but he was at least 6 foot, possibly even a few inches beyond that. She waited for the next streetlight. Almost like he'd read her mind, he looked straight at her. Sheesh. As the next light hit, she realized he was driving too fast. All she got was dark shaggy hair, dark eyes, and maybe defined cheekbones. Still nothing even close to identifying him if something happened. Frustrated, she leaned her head against the back of the seat. Her body was sore. Her head hurt. Exhaustion played at the edges of her vision. The last 6 months were nothing but a nightmare of moving and hoping Derek Wilson wouldn't find her. The stress was beginning to take its toll. All she wanted to do was crawl into a warm bed and sleep. Kait had no idea who Derek Wilson was when she watched him shoot Reed Vasquez in the parking garage of the MedStar Washington Hospital Center in D.C. She'd just finished her shift and was walking to her car when she heard two men arguing. Seconds later, there was a loud bang, and Reed was clutching his chest. Before Derek Wilson could look her way, she ducked behind a car. She'd quietly called 911, and the moment Derek left, she'd rushed to Reed's side and watched as the last bit of light left his eyes. She'd cried for him. Then she'd held his hand and cried, promising him that she'd make sure his killer was caught. As soon as the police realized who was involved, that she'd actually seen Derek pull the trigger, she'd been whisked away into protective custody. Previous witnesses hadn't lived for more than a couple of months, and they weren't taking any chances. Her life changed overnight. She'd once wished for a little more excitement, and now, she longed for mundane evenings watching movies as she ate ice cream. What she wouldn't give to have that back, but now she had a face to go with someone grieving over Reed. Even if she could go back, she wouldn't do anything different. After driving for about an hour, a small twin-engine plane came into view. Kait looked at Walker. "Where are we?" "A private airstrip a few miles outside of New Orleans." He raked his hands through his hair and then dragged them down his face. "We're flying to Alaska. I have a remote cabin hidden in a dense forest. You should be safe there until the trial." "My clothes." She hadn't even thought about that until that moment. "There's a small outpost where we're landing. They have a selection of clothes and a few other things. We can stop there on our way to the cabin." Lights flashed in the rearview mirror, and Walker glanced over his shoulder. "Follow me out. We're going to run for the plane." He flung the door open and hopped out, reaching his hand out for her. Their fingers tangled as he took off at a run. Her short little legs burned as she tried to keep up. When they reached the plane, he yanked open the hatch, pushed her inside, and jumped into the cockpit. 3 sedans screeched to a stop, and men piled out, and Kait's hope that they'd get away faltered. Kait yawned and stretched. Her eyes fluttered open, and she blinked as golden rays reached across the horizon. They'd switched planes during the night. She'd fallen asleep, Walker had jostled her awake, and she dragged herself to the new plane. Most of the exchange was fuzzy. She'd just been too tired to care. "Good morning." Walker smiled as he caught her gaze from the pilot's chair. "Sleep okay?" "Ague," her tongue caught on the roof of her mouth as she rolled her head to look at him. What a difference daylight could make. The night before, his features were swallowed by darkness. In the sunlight, she'd never laid eyes on a more attractive man in her life. Even with the smattering of cuts on his face, he could have walked straight off the cover of a magazine. His eyes were light mahogany. He had a solid, thick head of dark hair last night, and this morning, it had streaks of auburn in it. It curled around his ears. She could absolutely picture herself running her fingers through it, and there was no doubt in her mind that it was just as soft as it looked. A hint of scruff covered his jaw like he'd missed a day's shaving. Only she was sure this was a purposeful 5 o'clock shadow. The man was built. His long-sleeved black shirt hugged what looked to be toned arms, a hard chest, and well-defined abs. His shoulders were broad enough to lean her head against. Her gaze dipped to his lips. Masculine and definitely kissable. As attractive as he was probably a pro too. For a split second, she pictured him pressing her close and his mouth closing over hers. Goosebumps lined her arms. What was with her mentally throwing herself at him? Sheesh. Kaitlyn? She startled, and heat crept up her neck. Did he realize she was ogling him? 'Cause she was. It was required when a man was that hot. "It's Kait." I mean, it is Kaitlyn, but I prefer Kait. Most people call me Kait. K-A-I-T, Kait. She looked away and closed her eyes. Seriously? Was she a cheerleader? All she needed was an okay and a backflip. Walker laughed. Okay, K-A-I-T. Embarrassment burned a hole in her belly. If she could, she'd crawl in a hole. She quickly tried to think of something to ease the awkwardness, and her mind was blank. Sue, did you sleep okay? He asked. Oh, he was rescuing her again. Oh, yeah. Good. I'm glad. I don't know if I said it last night, but thank you for saving my life. Her eyes widened as she remembered driving a knife into his leg the night before. I stabbed you last night. Are you okay? It stings a little, but I'll live. I'm so sorry. It's okay. He shrugged. You'd just been attacked, you didn't know who I was, and if the roles were reversed, I may have done the same thing. I still feel bad. She fidgeted with her fingers. I don't normally go around stabbing people. I sort of figured that. He smiled. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. You said last night that you were friends with the man Derek killed. Nodding, he whispered, yeah. She leaned over the small space and palmed his arm. I'm still having nightmares about it. I can't imagine what you might be going through. I'm so sorry for your loss. Warmth spread through her chest and into her gut. Just seconds ago, she'd been a little cold. Then it dawned on her. She was still touching him. Butterflies rioted in her stomach. Walker's gaze lowered to her hand. Long lashes fanned against his cheeks. Seriously, this man needed to find a modeling agency stat. He brought his gaze back to hers, and his lips twitched up. I appreciate that. Those butterflies went mad. Flitting and fluttering to the point Kait nearly bowled over, giggling. She jerked her hand away and settled back in her seat. Deep breaths, girl. It wasn't the best time for a weak-kneed reaction to a man. Her life was in danger. Derek was bent on killing her. If there was ever a bad time to get giddy over a man, this was it. She turned to the passenger window and peered down. Ocean. I think you told me where we're going, but I can't remember. Alaska. Walker proceeded to tell her about the cabin he'd inherited and the hiking it'd take to get there. 4 miles of hiking? It's not as bad as it sounds. For someone who had never hiked, it sounded horrible. Confession time. I've never been camping. My parents are both lawyers. My mom's idea of roughing it is a luxury hotel with a Michelin chef. There was that warm laughter again. The hitch of uncertainty in her stomach stilled. Her tummy somersaulted as his gaze raked over her face. I bet you'll do great. Her brain fritzed. Heh. Yeah. This man had the power to turn her to mush, and she just met him. What would 3.5 months look like? She shooed the thought away. They were stuck together, and of course, he would be nice to her. She'd witnessed his friend dying. He wanted justice, and the best way to get that was to keep her alive. She needed to remember that.
Chapter 3. Walker leaned his hip against the counter in the Kings Bay Outpost, a tiny store located in a town that shared the same name. In hikers' circles, it was popular, but it wasn't a top destination, which meant it was relatively unknown, and it was unlikely anyone would come looking for them there. When he was a kid, he'd spent enough time there he'd considered it a second home. He knew most of the locals, or did. It had been years since he'd last visited. Although some of the faces weren't familiar, the moment his feet touched the slush, everything rushed back. He'd missed the place more than he thought. She's cute, Lane Baker said. His parents technically owned the outpost, but as of late, they'd taken a step back to let Lane take over while they traveled. Walker shrugged. He'd known Lane since they were 8 and considered the guy one of his closest friends. A friend who liked to mess with him, which meant Walker wasn't going to give him any ammunition. I guess. He laughed. Oh yeah, you think she's adorable. You've always had a thing for blondes. Shut up, Walker said as his gaze landed on Kait, where she browsed the clothing on the opposite side of the store. Almost like Kait could sense it, she lifted her head, and their eyes met. Another wave of attraction washed over him. If he had to guess, the attraction wasn't one-sided either. He'd caught her staring at him in the plane more than once. She'd even spelled her name. Kait was beyond adorable. Walker was self-aware enough to know he was attractive, but her appreciation made him smile. Then her gaze had lowered to his lips. He wasn't sure if she realized it or not, but she'd run her tongue over her bottom lip. The desire to kiss her had hit him so hard that his chest hurt. She was definitely kissable. A thought that needed to stop. Actually, all those types of thoughts needed to stop. She was off limits. They were looking at a little over 3 months of close contact, and he needed to focus on keeping her safe. Plus, with his crummy childhood, he really wasn't the marrying kind. His parents were both abusive drug addicts. Hendrix, his brother, had done his best to protect Walker when they were kids, taking the brunt of their father's beatings. When he showed up in kindergarten with bruises one day, his life had changed in a blink. By that evening, he was in state custody, and 2 days later, he was living in Washington state with his dad's cousins, good people who loved him and took care of him. It was more than a decade before he'd seen his brother again. Kait huffed and pushed her hair away from her face. I'm going to make sure she doesn't need anything, Walker said as he straightened and tossed his coffee in the nearest trash can. He meandered over to her. Everything okay? I'm the size of a Polly Pocket, and there's nothing but jolly green giant here. All of this stuff will swallow me. Polly Pocket? His cousins had played with those dolls. A chuckle bubbled in his chest. He liked her humor. I'm sorry the selection isn't the best. It's not your fault. She took a deep breath and took a pair of pants off the rack. If I roll these up at the waist and at the bottom, they'll work until I can alter them. I'll need to grab a sewing kit if they have one. You sew? When I was younger, it was out of necessity. Now, I pay to have my clothes altered. The bell over the door chimed, and Walker waited to see who walked in. He was sure they weren't being followed, but he wasn't going to let his guard down until they reached the cabin. A woman, carrying what looked to be a 6-month-old, strolled in. She smiled at the clerk. Walker listened as they spoke, talking about the weather, an older gentleman who lived a few miles away needing knee surgery, and the possibility of ordering a dairy-free formula. She weaved her way to the back of the store where the non-perishables were shelved and browsed. When Walker was in his teens, he knew everyone in the small town. He and the man he'd eventually called Dad had spent every free moment there, hunting, fishing, and hiking. Walker loved the place. The solitude. The peace. I'll let you finish shopping, he smiled. Translation, you need to know who she is. She grinned. He chuckled. Yep. Okay. I won't be much longer. He left Kait, and when he reached the counter, he nodded in the direction of the woman. Who's that? He asked Lane. That's Meredith Agnew. Her husband, Chad, is the new chief of police. Is there a need for police here? You've been gone a while. We're all the way up to 755 people. He chuckled. Oh, better lock down your houses, Walker smirked. Their conversation died as Meredith returned to the front of the store and stopped at the register. Lane began scanning the items she'd gathered. As he scanned the last item, the baby began wailing. Meredith fished a teething ring from her bag and worked to calm the wiggly little girl. A second later, Kait reached the counter. Do you need help? I don't mind holding her. The woman looked at Kait, hesitated a moment, and said, You wouldn't mind? Not at all. Kait held her hands out. I love babies. Well, children in general. I began babysitting when I was around 10. With a sigh, Meredith handed the baby to Kait. Her name is Bailey. Well, hello, Bailey. Kait cradled her in the crook of her arm and tickled Bailey's chin as she swayed. It was faint, but Walker could swear he heard her singing a song. The baby quieted, and Kait lifted her gaze to Walker's. His heart skipped a beat. He'd been a little jealous of his brother a few times, but this feeling was enough to squeeze his chest. A wife, kids, a home. 3 things he wanted and could and would never have. Walker wasn't father material. And yet, since his sister-in-law, Brittany, announced she was pregnant more than once, he'd reconsidered. He'd grown up with great people. People who loved him and taught him that family can be healthy. Still, what if it was genetic? What if the predisposition to violence and drug abuse was ingrained in his DNA? That alone made him hesitant to think too hard on it. Why long for something he couldn't have? Meredith finished paying, and Kait returned Bailey to her mother. Thank you for the help. Totally my pleasure. Thank you for letting me hold her. Kait waved and then promptly returned to her shopping. The chime rang, and Meredith was gone. Lane crossed his arms over his chest. Adorable, and she loves kids? He looked at Walker. Mind if I ask her out? Yes. He stopped short as Lane's eyebrows inched towards his hairline. He gave him a pointed look. Not talking anymore, Walker replied right as Kait returned with a few items of clothing and a basket filled with essentials she'd need while they stayed at the cabin. Lane eyed Walker. So, my buddy here says you're single. He said I should ask you out. Walker gritted his teeth and glared at him. He was going to kill Lane. Shut up. He looked at Kait. No, I didn't say anything of the sort. He's yanking your chain. Lane huffed. Can't a guy have a little fun? Kait snickered and looked from Lane to Walker. Do you guys always tease each other? Lane slapped Walker's shoulder. Nah. He's too sensitive. Would you? Just then, the bell chimed again, and a beefy man walked in with a ski mask on. Why wear that in the store? What was the guy hiding? The guy didn't exactly give Walker any bad vibes, but normally, people took their masks off when entering a store. Lane nodded to the man. Welcome to Baker's Outpost. Lane, the man said and moved through the store. Walker leaned in. He's new too. What's his name? While he didn't believe they were followed, he'd shoot Ryder the name just in case there was an issue. No idea. Arrived a few months ago. He's not the friendliest guy on the planet. He pretty much keeps to himself. Always wears that mask. It's not a crime, and he hasn't caused any trouble, so I've left the man be. He glanced in the man's direction. I see. Something about him makes me uneasy. Lane quickly finished ringing them up. Mostly because he wears that ski mask everywhere. Walker grabbed the gear they'd just purchased, and the moment Kait had herself bundled up, they headed out the door. Walker scanned the area. You think that man followed us? Kait asked. Slowly, Walker shook his head. No, but I'm with Lane. The guy gives off bad vibes. He tipped his chin toward the small diner tucked between the post office and a snowmobile rental. We'll grab something quick, use the bathroom, and then get moving. We should be able to make the cabin before nightfall. They reached the diner.
During dinner, Kait made a few quick modifications to a pair of snow pants. The shirts weren't as bad. Mostly, they were baggy. She'd taken his advice, and before they headed out, she'd layered up. It wasn't terribly cold yet, but she knew it would be by the time they reached the cabin. He'd loaded her up with gear, but she suspected it wasn't her fair share. With it being her first time going hiking, he'd wanted to make sure she wasn't miserable. The gesture was kind and considerate, and she appreciated it. An hour ago, they'd finally hit the trail, and the further they went, the thicker the forest seemed. She wouldn't have called herself out of shape before this trek. She sure did now, though. Between the rocky terrain, the layers of clothing, and the gear, her body was screaming for mercy, and she was running out of steam. She wasn't going to complain. As a kid, she'd learned complaining only made things harder. Instead, she kept her focus on the positive. As remote as this place seemed, she was confident Derek Wilson's men wouldn't find her this time. So, she'd at least have a little peace for the next few months. That was definitely a positive. Her cheeks warmed as the scene in the store replayed in her mind. Lane asking her out, Walker's face turning several shades of red. It was pretty funny. She didn't think she was necessarily unattractive. She just wasn't in Walker's league. He was the kind of guy who dated models, and Kait was a lot of things, but she wasn't that. A bolt of pain raced through her legs, and she bit down on her lip. Before she knew it, her knees buckled. Walker caught her by the arms. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry." Her voice wobbled. She hated this, especially since she'd stabbed him and he'd yet to even complain about it. "My legs and feet." "Hey, it's okay. I told you to let me know if you needed a break." His gaze roamed over her face and then locked with hers. She thought his eyes were pretty from a distance. This close, they were such a rich color with little copper flecks. "Let's rest a second." She steeled herself. "No, we need to keep going. We're out in the open. You said it would be dangerous to stay out like this. I don't want you getting hurt because of me." Her mind flashed back to Nancy. The startled look in her eyes. The way her body crumpled to the ground. She didn't want that happening to Walker. His lips quirked up. Kindness reflected in the depths of his eyes, and they crinkled at the corners. "I appreciate the concern, but I think we'll be okay." For a second, she hesitated, and then her body revolted. She sagged against him. "Okay." He kept his arms around her as he helped her to a nearby fallen tree. She sat down, and the relief was instant. Walker kneeled in front of her and pulled his water canteen from his belt. "Here. Have a little water." Kait took it and downed a large gulp. The icy liquid raced to her stomach, and it was like a shot of caffeine. She instantly felt better. Walker froze. "Did you hear that?" "No." She pinned her gaze on her left hand and listened intently. A branch snapped. Her heart rate jumped. "Someone followed us?" she whispered. He shook his head. "I don't think so." With the next snap of a branch, a long roar echoed through the forest. What was worse? Death by thug or animal? In Kait's mind, it was a toss-up. Neither sounded appealing. Heavy breathing grew closer. "Stay behind me," Walker said and pulled his gun.
Chapter 4. Murdoch. That roar had to be him. He was a grizzly who had terrorized the area since Walker first started camping with his uncle. That boy had to be nearing the end of his life by now. Walker hadn't even considered him when he'd planned their trek to the cabin because he had assumed the bear was dead. He shouldn't have. The locals had named him after a character on a show called MacGyver. People were always sure the guy was dead, only for him to pop up later. The bear had a way of doing that, too. Another loud roar and the massive, dark bear came into view. He sniffed the air and rose on his hind legs, clawing a tree 20 feet away. Yep, the old man was still on the hunt. Still just as powerful looking. Walker saw him once when he was 10. His uncle took him camping for his birthday so he could use his new shotgun. They'd happened across the animal taking down a moose. Even now, Walker could recall the fear. They'd interrupted its dinner, and it had been none too happy. It had chased them a little bit before lumbering to a stop and returning to its meal before another predator could take it. Behind Walker, Kait whimpered, and her hands fisted tighter in his coat. Walker holstered his gun and reached behind him for the rifle strapped to the underside of his backpack. He'd packed it, figuring they'd need to do a little hunting, and he'd picked this rifle specifically with the intent of teaching Kait how to shoot it. At best, it would tick the bear off, and that was about it. If he was hit enough times, maybe it would make him think twice, and he'd run off. Again, Murdoch was unpredictable, so there was no telling. "That's Murdoch. Don't make any sudden moves," he said over his shoulder. He could lead the bear away from Kait, but that'd leave her vulnerable. What if he was wrong about them being followed? She'd be a sitting duck. He was fit, but there was no way he could carry all the equipment, carry her, and deal with the bear. Murdoch dropped his front feet to the ground and shook his massive head. Sheesh, this guy had to weigh upward of 700 or 800 pounds. All it'd take is one swipe of his paw, and it'd be game over. Walker's pulse thrummed in his ears. Of all the things to face down, he'd prefer an army of Derek Wilson's death squad. At least with them, he'd have a fighting chance. The bear took a few steps closer, and Walker raised the rifle. He had no desire to fire on this animal. The old guy was a legend. He deserved to live out the rest of his life eating fish, elk, and berries. Being forced to make a choice between his and Kait's life or the bear's wasn't something he wanted. Like the animal was reading his mind, he shimmed backward, gave them one last look, and padded off into the depths of the woods. It was at least 5 minutes before Walker realized he was still aiming the rifle. He slowly lowered it and let out a breath. Kait buried her face in his back. I've never seen anything so big in my life. Neither had he. He leaned the gun against the trunk of the tree and twisted on his heels, taking Kait in his arms. "It's okay. He's gone." Pulling her tighter against his body, he tucked her head under his chin and held her. For someone who'd never been in the wilderness before, it had to be frightening seeing something like that. Shoot, for a second, Walker wondered if his heart would hold out. Even through his coat, he could feel the tremors running through her body. He squeezed her tighter. "Hey, we're safe." A few moments of silence lingered until she finally leaned back. "I'm sorry." She took a breath. "I think I'm okay now. You ready to get moving again?" Her head bobbed up and down. "Yeah, I'm suddenly extra motivated to reach the cabin before the sun goes down." Walker chuckled. "Me too." Once he had the rifle safely reattached to his backpack, they began walking again. "So, you said you and Reed served together," Kait said. "Marines." A tiny gasp. "Oh, that's cool." When he'd learned Hendricks enlisted, Walker had too. His brother had gone through so much to protect Walker when they were kids, the guy felt more like his dad than their actual dad. Joining the Marines was Walker's way of following in his big brother's footsteps. Kait sighed. "My best friend, Hunter, joined the Navy right out of high school. Like, he literally got his diploma and marched to the office down the street. He was so happy." Something in her voice made Walker look at her. An unreadable expression played on her features. "He worked hard to become a SEAL. Is he still in the Navy?" She shook her head. "No. 2 years ago, I got a call from his mom that he'd been killed. The mission was classified, and that's all the Navy would tell her. I'd spoken to him the week prior. He'd talked about getting out and returning to DC. About life and what he wanted. Yeah, there was definitely something more to the story. I'm sorry. He died for his country, and I never once thought to thank him. He was my best friend, and I should have said it. You know? I'm sure he knew it." Silence stretched for a moment. "Thank you for your service." The words were so soft he almost didn't hear her. He hooked his fingers in the straps of the backpack. "Thank you." He cleared his throat and decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. "You said your parents are lawyers, right?" "Yep. Successful ones. My mom is putting together a candidacy research team because she's thinking about running for Congress. Her contact list looks like a house roll call. My siblings followed in my parents' footsteps. Lisa is getting her law degree. Last I heard, Brianna was waiting to hear where she'd do her residency, and David is a virologist. Wow. She laughed. I'm the oldest. My parents were so disappointed when they realized I had no desire to be a lawyer. Hendrix. He was disappointed in Walker. His brother didn't outright say it, but Walker could see it in his eyes. He was the kid brother who couldn't take care of himself. The one that got their family torn apart. Walker was taken in by relatives, and Hendrix was just left to fend for himself. They'd both been kids, but with Hendrix's rap sheet, none of their relatives wanted him. Walker joined Guardian Group just because his brother had seemed so gung-ho about the idea. It had been the last thing he wanted to do. He'd retired from the military with plans to open a survivalist training company. He'd even had business plans drawn up. Once Hendrix began pushing Guardian onto him, he dropped the idea and accepted Noah's offer of employment. It had left him feeling unfulfilled and a little resentful, if you were honest. He'd never confessed that to Hendrix. It had taken 10 years to reconnect with him, and Walker didn't want to risk losing his brother again. Deep down, that was another reason for taking this assignment. Maybe keeping Kait safe and getting her to the trial would finally show Hendrix that Walker was worth all the trouble.
Hunter. A deep ache settled over Kait. She thought she'd dealt with the grief, but talking to Walker gave her a fresh sense of loss. Of course, their relationship wasn't perfect, but no one had that. They'd been best friends since 6th grade. She'd followed him everywhere, and they liked all the same things. Sort of, but that wasn't important anymore. What no one knew, not even her parents, was that she was supposed to be married by now. She'd wanted a house full of children, but Hunter, he didn't. She hadn't let that stand in their way, though. If she'd married him, she was sure she could change his mind over time. Although, she was less sure of that as of late. She had to like the things he liked. Go to the movies that he liked. Actually, if she examined things a little too hard, she realized that the relationship revolved around him. She wouldn't share that with Walker. It felt wrong to speak ill of Hunter when all she had was his memory. She wasn't even sure why she was thinking about it. Maybe because of the way Walker had held her. Hunter would have never been that sweet or sensitive. That bear had scared the tar out of her. It had stood on its hind legs, and her heart had nearly stopped. The thing had to be at least 10 feet tall, at least, and all she could think was that she was snack-sized. Walker had lifted the rifle, and she'd prayed harder than she ever had that he didn't have to use it. As scared as she was, she didn't want it to be hurt or killed. This was his home, and they were intruders. Walker rolled his neck and stretched his arms over his head. Hey, I could use a break. Already? We've gone about a mile since we last stopped. 1 mile to go. Had she been that lost in thought? Maybe so. It had been a while since she'd had this much quiet. She stopped at the next tree and sagged against it before letting her weight pull her to the ground. Her legs confirmed they'd walked a while. Now that she was in the present, they burned. Walker plopped down next to her, and at the same time, they unhooked their canteens, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink before returning the lid and reclipping it. Silence stretched out, and the wind kicked up. He glanced skyward, and she followed his line of sight. In the distance, dark clouds roiled. Lightning streaked across the sky, followed by thunder. That looks ugly, Kait said. Yeah, but it's miles away. We'll beat it. That meant they needed to get going. She slowly pushed off the ground. All right, let's get to it. She shook out one leg and then the other. Sitting down was a bad idea. Walker rocked forward and straightened. Do you need to stand here a second? No, if I do, there's a good chance I'll sit back down. A really, really good chance because sitting sounded divine. I don't want to be the reason we get caught in that. or get Walker hurt any more than she already had. As the day had progressed, she'd noticed that he'd favored the leg she'd stabbed. Not a lot, but enough to catch her attention. His lips tipped up on one side. "You've done great. I'm impressed." She lifted her gaze to his, surprise filling her. "You're impressed? With me?" Hunter would have never said anything like that to her. Most of the time, he was playing video games or hanging out with friends. When he did spend time with her, it was doing things he wanted to do. Sometimes, he'd even forget they had plans. More often than not, she felt like an afterthought. Someone who was easily forgotten. Someone who was only needed when something better wasn't available. He tilted his head, his gaze growing intense. "Yeah. I've hiked with people in the past who couldn't have made it this far." "Really?" "Yeah, and I think you're brave too. It takes a lot of courage to stand up to a guy like Derek Wilson." Tears stung her eyes, and she blinked them back. That wasn't a word she would have ever expected to be said about her. Brave? Incredibly brave. Tough, too. He smiled. Tough? Brave? Walker didn't know her. He was probably just trying to give her a pep talk so they could make it to the cabin. Yeah, that was probably it. Her lips curved up. "Thanks." Lightning cracked, punctuated by a concussive boom that radiated through her entire body. That storm doesn't feel all that far away. As if the storm was agreeing with her, a brisk wind mixed with snow whipped around them. He brought his gaze to hers. His lips turned down as his eyes searched hers. It almost felt like he was blaming himself for the change in weather. "I promise I'll keep you safe. I won't let anything happen to you. You have my word." His tone held conviction. "I believe you." She did, too. He was her Superman, after all. His gaze held hers a moment longer. "Come on. If we're going to reach the cabin, we'll need to pick up the pace." Kait hurried to keep pace with Walker as the wind whistled and beat against her face. Snow fell harder. She held her hand up to keep the white flakes from getting in her eyes. They'd gone maybe 10 feet when she stepped over a tree root, trying to avoid tripping, and she miscalculated. Her foot caught. The tendons in her ankle tweaked, and she rolled to a stop, biting back tears as she held her foot. Walker rushed over to her. "Are you okay?" "My ankle." The pain wasn't blinding, but it sure was close. "Can you move it?" She carefully flexed it and winced. "Yeah, I think it's just sprained." Disappointment clouded his features. He'd saved her many times, and the one time he was counting on her, she failed. "I'm sorry." Of course, she would be the one who slowed them down. Typical of her. Always disappointing people. "I should have been more careful." His body softened. "You can't help falling, but we're definitely not making the cabin tonight." He lifted his gaze. "Let me get the tent set up and we'll hunker down here for the night." Not optimal, but it'll have to work. Walker scooped her up and set her with her back against a tree. In less time than she thought possible, he had the tent put together and a small fire going. It was unlike any tent she'd ever seen. The ones she was used to were A-frame or those large, luxury-looking tents for families of 10. This one was more like a large tarp with cords tied to the trees. Basic, but large enough to keep them dry and out of the elements, plus have a fire at the opening facing away from the wind. When he was finished, he scooped her up again and deposited her inside. He drew close to her and sat down, picking up her foot. Zings zipped through her body at his proximity, wreaking havoc on her nerves. She needed to stop any and all thoughts like that. A guy like Walker needed a woman who was trim and fit and could keep up with him. Someone who could actually hike. He gently pulled off her boot and sock. It's definitely swollen. He pressed his fingers against her flesh. I think you're right. Just a bad sprain. Kait winced as she wiggled it. Yeah. He leaned over and long-armed one of the smaller bags he'd worn all day, pulled it closer, and set her foot on top. We'll keep it elevated, and that'll help with the swelling. Thanks. A smile lifted his lips. The flames glowing behind him gave him a halo. Fitting. An angelic Superman. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. He took a deep breath as he swung around and sat a couple of feet away. I'd hunt for dinner, but I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone. Not with Murdoch out there. Her eyebrows lifted to her hairline. You think he'll come back? She shivered at the thought. He's unpredictable. I've heard all sorts of stories, but I'll keep them to myself. I don't want to give you nightmares. Unzipping the backpack, he pulled a few protein bars out and handed her one. They're not what I'd call delicious, but they are filling. It's the best I've got for tonight. When we get to the cabin, we'll have more options. There's a small lake behind it, and there's fish. Not her favorite food in the world, but she wasn't about to complain. If he caught fish, she'd choke it down with a smile on.
Chapter 5. It was slow going with Kait's sprained ankle. Walker wasn't doing that much better. His leg ached from the stab wound. He'd checked it before Kait woke up. It had looked a little ugly, so he'd put some ointment on it and bandaged it. Once they got to the cabin, he'd leave it open so the air could help heal it quicker. They'd lucked out with the storm. The wind blew so hard that it had swept the snow away from the path, even better, taking some of the existing snow with it. It had actually been a blessing in disguise because the path was a little easier to walk. There'd been nothing but awkward silence since they woke up. He'd snapped at her the night before, and she'd kept to herself since then. He hadn't meant to, but she was being so concerned. He was thinking pushy until he put himself in her shoes. She was the one who caused the wound, and if it were he'd feel guilty. Had he considered that the night before, perhaps he would have kept his anger in check and let her look at it. He just hated people taking care of him because it made him feel weak. Kait pulled to a stop, her chest heaving. I'm so sorry. I have to stop. I guess I should have played hopscotch more as a kid. She gave a tight laugh. She'd bandaged her ankle that morning before heading out and layered socks so her foot would stay warm. So far, she'd been a real trooper, too. There'd been no complaints at all since they broke camp. It's probably a good time for a rest. He looked around. She panted as she rested her back against the closest tree and sat down. Her eyes slid closed. She unhooked her canteen and took a drink while he did the same. Uncomfortable silence stretched. He needed to fix this. I wanted to apologize. It's okay. He twisted to face her. No, it wasn't. I snapped at you when all you were trying to do was make sure I was okay. Another long stretch of silence. I shouldn't have pushed when you said no the first time. I'm sorry. No, this is all on me. She shifted a little and looked at him. Her head tilted. Her gaze roamed over his face. Are you feeling okay? She squeezed her eyes shut. Never mind. I'm sorry. He bumped her shoulder with his. Really, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just stubborn. I put ointment on the cut this morning. As soon as we get to the cabin, I can take it easy. Her eyebrows knitted together as she caught his gaze and held it. It seemed like she was locked in a debate with herself. Lifting on her knees, she pulled her glove off, slipping her hand between his balaclava and forehead. You're running a bit of a fever, and your eyes are dull. She chewed her lip. It's my fault. You were trying to rescue me from that house, and I repaid you by stabbing you. For a moment, he was frozen. The sun hit just right, and her sea green pools seemed endless. so crystal clear he could picture himself diving into them. Man, she was gorgeous. There wasn't a time in his life when he'd looked at a woman and wondered what a future with her would be like. He'd dated. He had a string of girlfriends, but nothing ever lasted more than about 6 months. The moment they began talking about the next level, he was out of there. Why was he even thinking about that? Especially with Kait. His job was to protect her, and that was it. You had no idea who I was. It's okay. I think I'm just a little tired. We're about halfway to the cabin now, and I'll rest when we get there. Unshed tears sparkled in the sunlight. Please. Please, let me see your leg. If something happens to you because of me, I couldn't do anything for Hunter, Reed, or Nancy, but I can help you. His mouth went dry as a lump formed in his throat. Instead of answering, he nodded. She leaned back as he unlaced his boot, tugged it off, and lowered his sock. The cut looked even angrier, and if he was honest, his energy was sapped. He took her hand. This kind of stuff is a hazard of the job. I knew what I was signing up for. She shot him the biggest puppy dog eyes and pouty lips he'd ever seen. That doesn't make me feel any better, and patching people up is part of my job. She dropped her gaze back to the cut. It looks infected. Her fingers ghosted over the cut, and then her gaze jerked to his. Why didn't you say anything? What did he say? He hated to be weak or be seen as weak and dependent on others. He'd been a burden for Hendricks. For his cousins who took him in, even if they'd never made him feel that way. It's what he felt, which was why he wanted to help others. I don't know. I thought I'd deal with it when we got settled in the cabin. She pulled her pack off and dug into it, pulling out the saline solution and ointment. I'll wipe it down with this and then reapply ointment. When we get to the cabin, I'll check it again. If you feel sick or weird or anything before we get there, let me know. Okay? Okay. Promise me. I promise. Holding his gaze, it almost felt like she was trying to read his soul. Thank you. She smiled and began working on the cut. When I'm not in the NICU, I sometimes work in the emergency room. I've seen small things become big problems. NICU? Infants, but he was making sure. Nodding, she glanced up for a second. Yes, babies who are in distress. At times, it's even harder to work in there. So much sadness but also so much joy. I've seen things happen in there that have no explanation. Things that defy everything I was taught in school. It humbles you. That's why she was being so gentle. She was used to working with fragile little people. Instead of sloshing on the saline, she'd taken her hands out of her gloves, soaked the piece of gauze she'd pulled out, and warmed it in her hands before applying it. What made you decide to work with babies? Kait lifted her gaze as she finished applying the ointment. Her eyes glittered with delight. Like I said at the outpost, I have always loved babies and children. My hope is that I get to be a mom one day. Well, if I happen to meet someone who wants children. Sadness tinged the words. A mom? From what little he could remember, his mom hadn't wanted to be a mom. She despised it. His dad loved drugs more than any of them. That's why Walker had no desire for marriage. What if it was genetics? True, Hendricks had found Brittany, but Walker had met her. He wasn't sure Brittany had given his brother the choice. That was an exaggeration, but Hendricks was always better than Walker. As much as Walker wanted what they had, he was too afraid of being like his dad to risk it. Whenever his brother and Brittany came to mind, he'd felt the pull for a family grow stronger. He wanted to be a dad. He'd always loved kids, and he couldn't wait to be an uncle. Knowing that was all he'd ever be, he'd planned to give the role his all. It didn't quite fill that longing, but it'd have to do. Her gaze went to his cut again, and she smoothed the edges of the bandage down. All done. When he caught her gaze the next time, his heart skipped a beat. He saw nothing in her eyes that made him feel weak. What he saw was care. Thanks. I already feel better. Lifting her gaze to his, a small smile played on her lips. You despise being fussed over, so I know you're just saying that. Now, why would I do that? He grinned. Because you're more than just a sexy man with big muscles who rescues people. You have a good heart, and you're kind. I can see it in your eyes. He blinked. Warmth radiated through his chest at the compliment. Sure, he'd heard them before, but for whatever strange reason, they meant something more coming from her. Then it dawned on him what else she'd said. Wait. You think I'm sexy? He grinned. Her eyes widened as a blush crept across her cheeks. She used the tree to pull herself to her feet. We really should get going. Ducking his head, he swallowed the chuckle building in his throat. She was cute and sweet. She was gentle. Finding out she wanted to be a mom was definitely a checked box. Fantastic. He had a feeling the next 3.5 months just got a whole lot more dangerous. For his heart.
Chapter 6. They'd made it. Kait was never happier to see a place in all her life. It was nearly invisible, too, because it blended in with the surrounding forest. She wasn't sure how they'd achieved it, but if Walker hadn't pointed it out, she'd have walked right past it. A film coated the windows framing the door, making them dark enough that she couldn't see what might lie beyond. Walker helped her up the 2 steps, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Welcome home. For the next 3 months, at least. Kait peered inside and then hobbled across the threshold. It was a basic cabin. More than basic. Perhaps 600 square feet? The single-room shack, because that's what it was, sported a tiny living room with 2 recliners to the left sitting in front of a fireplace, and to the right, a kitchen with a 2-person dinette. We've got a generator that's hooked to solar panels. My uncle blended them into the surroundings, too. He hated the idea of marring the beauty of the place. Neat. Beyond the chairs, 2 beds were about a foot apart with a 2-drawer nightstand. Separating them from the bathroom was a small mudroom that led to a door out of the back. The only room in the entire place that had any privacy at all was the bathroom. From where she stood, it looked big enough to hold a toilet, sink, and shower. She sure hoped it did. When he said they'd be stuck together, he'd meant it. So far, they'd gotten along well, but 3.5 months was a long time to live with someone with no way for a breather if things got tense. I'll take the one closest to the door, just in case. I don't expect trouble, but if there is any, I want to be between it and you. Walker skirted around her, stopped next to one of the recliners, and peeled off gear as he spoke. Okay. Walker closed the small gap between them. I know it's not the Ritz, but... That didn't bother her at all. So, it was tight quarters. She just hoped she didn't get on his nerves. The cabin is perfect. She smiled as she looked up at him. Thank you for being so kind as to let me stay here. He blinked. You don't have to pretend with me. We're going to be spending a lot of time together. I'm not. I am appreciative. You've gone through so much trouble for me, and the least I can do is be grateful. She glanced down at his leg. Now, you promised I could check that cut when we got here. When she'd touched his skin earlier, he'd been warm, far warmer than what hiking would have done. That cut she'd given him was inflamed. He hadn't said a word the entire morning. They stopped for a break, and when he'd looked at her, she'd known something was wrong. His eyes hadn't held the same glint of mischief as they had prior. They'd been dull. His hair was damp, and sweat glistened along his hairline. His cheeks were pink. She only wished she'd noticed sooner, but she was concentrating so hard on walking that she'd barely looked at him. After I get a fire going. We need heat. She wanted to argue with him, but right then, a shiver shook her entire body. He moved closer to her. Let me help you over to the chair, and then I'll go get the wood. I'll be fine. I can hop around and get where I need to go. His eyes narrowed and dipped to her foot. All right, lock the door behind me. He stopped at the door. Elevate your ankle while I'm gone, okay? Before she could offer any rebuttal, he darted out into the forest. Using the wall, she maneuvered to one of the chairs. This wasn't going to be all that bad. It was quaint and cozy. She hobbled to the bed he'd given her, stopping at the head of it, and looked out the window. A lake with snow-lined banks and ringed by trees, like something out of a miniature snow village, filled her view. It was beautiful and untouched. While she wouldn't have picked this exact place to vacation, she had to admit there was something magical about it. Serene. DC was so loud. Even sleeping on the ground the night before, she had the best sleep she'd had in months. It was nice that she didn't have a nightmare like the past few months. Perhaps it had to do with Walker. If so, she'd be well rested when she needed to return to DC for the trial. Something moved and caught her eye. Her eyebrows pinched together, and she leaned closer to the window. It was probably just a rabbit or something, but she couldn't say it hadn't given her heart a good jolt. The movement caught her attention again, and her eyes widened. Was she seeing things? Maybe, but it looked like a face. A man's face covered by a mask was across the lake, staring straight at her. Derek's men found them? But how? A scream formed in her throat.
Kait? Screaming. Walker dropped the load of wood he was carrying and raced back to the cabin. He reached the door and pounded on it. Kait! It's me! Open the door! He heard a thump and the scrape of a chair. Was it a struggle? His heart sank. The back door. He hadn't even checked it. Idiot! Just as he had decided to race to the back of the cabin, the front door swung open. Kait limped to the front step and threw her arms around Walker's neck, nearly bowling him over. A man. I saw a man. Tremors rocked her body. It's okay. I've got you. He wrapped one arm around her waist and cupped the back of her head with his free hand. I've got you. After a few minutes, she sniffed and leaned back. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and a bruise was taking shape along her jaw. The sight broke his heart. Why hadn't he remembered to make sure the back door was locked? His brother would have. One more strike against Walker. Where was the man? He was across the lake in the trees. He had a ski mask. When he saw me, he ran. A shaky hand went to her face. He startled me, and I fell. I hit the edge of the bed. Walker was torn. Did he chase after the man, leaving Kait vulnerable, or did he stay with her? He walked to one of the recliners and deposited her in it. Kait grabbed his hand. Please don't leave me. He sighed and squatted in front of her. I'm not. He took her hand and brushed his thumb across her knuckles. You said he had a mask on. What else? Pinching the bridge of her nose, she squeezed her eyes shut. She shook her head. I don't know. I think maybe my imagination is getting to me, she said and looked at him. An exhale. If anyone was out there, we would have seen them, wouldn't we? He didn't want to make her feel bad, but it was unlikely that someone was out there. No one even knew about the place. Maybe some of the locals, but for the most part, in all the time Walker spent there, he'd never seen anyone near the cabin. Still, he wouldn't discount her. He'd at least check it out. He went to move, and she grabbed his hand. Please don't go. I've been running for months. I was probably just seeing things. All right. Her shoulders sagged. Really? I honestly think that's all it was. Her hand went to her jaw. I can't believe I was so stupid as to think I saw someone out there. You're not stupid. You've been through a lot in the last 2 days. He straightened. Did you hurt your ankle again? No, I don't think so. Just took one to the jaw. She gave a half-hearted chuckle. Patting her knee, he straightened and smiled. Let me bag up some snow so you can put it on that bruise. Will you be okay? Kait's gaze lifted to his, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yeah, I'll be okay. Once he had her taken care of, Walker gathered up the wood and got a fire going. With the cabin as small as it was, it wouldn't take long for the place to warm up. Rolling his neck, he finally felt like he could breathe. They were tucked in, she was safe, and now they'd ride out the next 3 months. Okay, she said and placed the bag of now half-melted snow on the table sitting between the 2 recliners. She shrugged off her coat and tugged off the hoodie, leaving her in just a pink t-shirt. Let me see your leg. For a second, he was tongue-tied. The color complemented her smooth complexion and brought out the pink in her cheeks. Again, the word beautiful floated in his mind. 3 months. He just needed to keep his wits until the trial. He faced her, untied his boot, and pulled his sock off. See? It's fine. And it'll be even finer when I take care of it. Finer isn't a word. He laughed. Her lips rolled in. It is now. You're not going to give up, are you? She slowly shook her head as her eyes sparkled. You did promise, and you strike me as the sort of man who wouldn't break a promise. Well, she had him there. He'd be careful making the next promise. 10 minutes later, he was sporting a new bandage. He had to admit that he'd felt better since she took care of it earlier. Not great, but nothing a good night's sleep wouldn't help. He motioned with his hand to give him her foot. Your turn. I'm okay. Foot. Now. With a harumph, she set her foot in his hand. As he peeled her sock off, she tensed. A large welt had formed, and a bruise the size of a continent had formed. He looked at her. So much for being okay. I am. In a couple of, her breath caught. Couple of days it'll be good as new. You said you didn't hurt your ankle. She wrung her hands. I could tell you were already very upset with yourself for not checking the back door. I didn't want to add to it, especially because it was my fault because I'm a... She stopped short and clamped her lips together. You're a what? Her gaze dropped to her lap. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Should he push her? No, he could feel it in his gut that it was the wrong route to take. All right. Maybe by the time this is over, you'll trust me enough to tell me. Those big sea-green eyes shimmered with tears as she looked at him. Maybe. Walker smiled. Why did the prospect of her confiding in him make him happy? He didn't have an answer at the moment. Or did he? Maybe he didn't want to think too hard because it didn't matter. He was supposed to protect her. Mind, body, and soul. He knew himself well enough to know that those last 2 were the most fragile, and he was a bull in a china shop, especially with his family history. It didn't matter how he felt. He needed to keep her at arm's length for her sake. That was the only way he could make good on his promise to keep her safe. And that included long after the trial was over.
Chapter 7. Kait was running as fast as her legs would carry her. Any minute, the men chasing her would catch up, and there was no telling what they might do to her. The last time they had her, they threatened awful things before promising to hand her over to Derek Wilson. Just make it easy on yourself. Give up, one called. When we get our hands on you, the implication hung in the air. Those were the words used by the men who'd taken her in North Carolina. All of the men who'd done Derek's dirty work were evil, horrible men. Part of the reason she wanted to help was so that men like him and those he employed wouldn't be free to terrorize others. Just as she rounded the next corner, a dark shadow stepped in front of her, and she skidded to a stop. Faceless. Terrifying. Behind her, footsteps seemed to gain momentum, and the men grew closer. She was trapped. Her heart pounded. The shadow's hand struck out, clamping his fingers down hard on her windpipe. Desperate, she gulped for air, clawing at the hand around her throat. He thrashed her from side to side like a dog with a toy. Kait! It's me. That voice. Walker! She bolted up, gulping air. I'm sorry. Her hair was plastered to her scalp, and her pajamas were damp. Her sheets were wrapped tight around her legs. It felt like her heart would never beat normally again. The tiny light on the nightstand pierced the darkness, allowing Walker's face to slowly come into focus. His eyebrows were knitted together with worry. No reason for sorry, but are you okay? Since Walker had rescued her a week ago, the near-nightly nightmares had vanished. She felt safe with him, and she felt especially safe at this cabin. Or she did until she started seeing things moving in the forest. She was sure it was a man, but she also knew how easy it was for her mind to play tricks on her. The last 6 months, all she'd done was look over her shoulder, and it had taken its toll on her mind. Sucking in a deep breath, she nodded as she willed her heart to slow its pace. Yeah, it's just a nightmare. Admittedly, it was one of the more horrible that she'd experienced since North Carolina. He lowered himself on the edge of the bed next to her. Care to share the nightmare? When she didn't respond, he covered her hand with his. Come on. Tell me. Maybe telling him would help. The men who had guarded her at the safe houses didn't seem to care, so she'd never shared anything with them. Perhaps it'd settle her mind, and she'd stop seeing things outside. In North Carolina, the safe house before the one in New Orleans, it was attacked. I don't know what happened, but somehow they got through. 2 men found me hiding in the closet. Her throat tightened as she recalled what had happened. If it weren't for a stranger coming from out of nowhere, she said and shivered. Well, they would have abducted me. I'd never been so scared. They kept telling me what they were going to do to me. What Derek would do. Her bottom lip trembled. I was having them all the time until you rescued me. Her eyes widened as she realized she'd divulged that. All the time? You've been having nightmares this whole time? Oh no. He was asking her point blank. She didn't want to lie. Usually, she was clever enough to skirt a question she didn't want to answer, but her brain was too frazzled from the nightmare. Kait shook her head. No. His eyes narrowed. Did something happen to trigger it? Her shoulders sagged. You've done so much for me. I don't want to bother you. With a sigh, he pulled her to his chest, wrapped his massive arms around her, and she melted into him. You're not bothering me. My job is to keep you safe. Leaning back, he held her gaze. Now, tell me, did something happen to trigger the nightmare? Pulling her gaze from his, she chewed her lip. I keep seeing someone in the forest. I've seen him since we arrived. It's just my wild imagination playing tricks on me. He dropped his arms to his sides. What have you seen? A man in a ski mask. I think. She wrung her hands. I don't know for sure because I'll look away, and he'll be gone. That's why I haven't said anything. I don't want to bother you with something so silly. You're not bothering me, he said softly. My job is to keep you safe. But I know you'll go out there looking for him. I don't want you to get hurt. Since arriving at the cabin, she'd learned Walker was sweet and kind. Thoughtful and helpful. Of course, they hadn't delved into deep topics. They were just getting to know each other, but she enjoyed their conversations and spending time with him. He'd taken a boring situation and made it manageable. He'd taught her poker and gin rummy. He'd also promised to teach her some self-defense when her ankle was 100%. All boiled down? She liked him. His smile. His laugh. All of him. I've been hunting. That comes with its own risks. Her jaw dropped. Well, now that you put it like that, I don't want you doing that either. Shaking his head, he laughed. We need to eat. I don't need to eat that bad. His lips quirked up, and he seemingly ignored the statement. Where have you seen this man? Around the lake. A couple of times, it's felt like he's looked straight at me. As soon as the sun comes up, I'm going to go check the woods. No. She was sure he could hear the panic in her voice. Not only did she want him safe, but he was also the only one who knew how to get back to Kings Bay. Nancy died because of me. I can't let that happen to you. He softened. What happened to her wasn't your fault. I feel like it was. I don't want you going out there looking for trouble. Walker shot her the sexiest smile she'd seen yet. Nothing's going to get me. She popped him in the chest. Stop using your sexy on me. It's not fair. His eyebrows shot up. That's twice you've used that word. Shoot. She'd managed to weasel out of the last time, but with the way he was looking at her, there was no way he was letting it go this time. Well, she huffed. As if you don't know you're hotter than a ghost pepper. Me calling you sexy is like calling tacos tasty. Everyone knows it. He smelled delicious, too. Leather, spice. Maybe citrus. All scents that she loved, especially on a man and even more so on him. His lips pressed together, and she could tell he was working hard not to laugh. I see. Now, he was making her mad. Laughing at her with his gorgeous everything. Stop laughing at me. I'm not. The words came out strained. Kait narrowed her eyes. There had to be a chink in that charm armor of his. She snaked out her hand and poked him in the ribs. Walker's smile dropped. Oh, no. She'd poked a bear. Not Murdoch, but not a gummy bear either. She had no idea what G.I. Walker bear would be like. Turnabout's fair play. In the next second, he was covering her, his fingers gliding up and down her ribs like they were a violin, laughing maniacally. Every time she tried to block him, he'd avoid it. There was no stopping him. She was going to pee herself. It had happened before. Then she'd have to dictate her testimony and throw herself in the lake because there was no way she could live with this man after that. Stop. Truce. White flag. She wheezed. He slowly stopped, and when he looked at her, his face was mere inches from hers. Instantly, she was aware of how close his lips were, those gorgeous, masculine, kissable lips. Her lungs burned as the air was sucked from the room. I'm not ticklish. The words came out throaty. Then he did something she never expected. His gaze dipped to her lips. Was he thinking the same thing she was? Whatever. What a ridiculous idea. Why on earth would he want to kiss her? She was a nobody. It was
Man, it was Frosty, but he'd told Kait that he'd check things out first light. Unlike his dad, he was a man of his word. The corners of his lips tipped up as he thought of her and immediately pulled down. She'd scared him to death in the middle of the night. First with the nightmare and then with her proximity. That nightmare she'd had was a humdinger. She'd thrashed around and screamed. Her hair was damp with sweat. Her sheets were wrapped around her like she'd fought Godzilla. Then he'd learned she'd been taken from one of the safe houses. It had made his blood boil to see the terror in her eyes. At no point had that been mentioned during their brief with the FBI, and it wasn't in her file. He'd kept that to himself, though. It didn't make sense that it was missing, and he didn't want to scare her more than she already was. He'd used the satellite phone and called Ryder when he had a moment that he knew she wouldn't overhear. Ryder and Mia would let Noah know, and then they'd be investigating it. The terror in her eyes had returned when Walker said he'd checked the area out. She blamed herself for Nancy's death, which wasn't her fault. People in their line of work signed up for that. They knew what they were getting into. He chuckled to himself. I don't need to eat that bad. That had tickled him more than he let on. He'd teased that nothing would get him, and she'd called him sexy for the second time. For whatever unknown reason, coming from her, the compliment meant more. He'd seen the firelight in her eyes as he laughed. Then she'd poked him in the side, and the next thing he knew, he was on top of her, running his fingers over her ribs. She'd burst out laughing. He loved her laugh. It was the first time he'd really heard it, and it was music. Light and bubbly. Trouble found him again when she called a truce, and he'd looked at her. Big sea green eyes. Those lips. Have mercy, those lips. Soft-looking, pink, plump. Kissable. It had taken every ounce of his self-control not to confirm his suspicions about the softness of them. He just knew they'd be like running his lips over satin. I like to drink. Why had that struck him as so cute? She thought he hadn't noticed that she'd sagged and put her head in her hand, but he had. He'd peeked over his shoulder and chuckled at the sight. He'd even heard her murmuring to herself. Once again, he'd been tempted to forget about fixing them something to drink, sweep her in his arms, and find out for sure about her lips. They'd talked over hot chocolate, and he'd ended up tucking Kait into bed. She'd practically fallen asleep sitting up. It had been brief, but her eyes had fluttered open slightly, and she'd smiled, whispering thank you. His breath had caught. Beautiful, thoughtful, resilient, and sweet. Her presence was trouble times 4. It wasn't even 2 weeks in, and his head was filling with things like hope and promises when there was no chance of that. Not for him. A twig snapped, and Walker stood at attention, listening. He'd been confident when they landed in Kings Bay that no one was following them, and equally confident as they made their hike to the cabin. Was his confidence misplaced? Had Kait seen someone? His heart hit the ground. If he allowed Derek's men to find her. Another snap. He took off in the direction of the sound. His heart thrummed in his ears as he raced to find the source. He slid to a stop and listened again. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Maybe he was hearing things. Out here, it was easy to let his imagination run wild. The area was so remote. He turned in place, taking his time to really scan the area. In the distance, something stood out against the brilliant white snow. He cautiously moved closer, keeping his steps light. Rifle raised. It could be Murdoch. Although, there was a good chance he could be hibernating. Between October and November was their typical time in this area, and the calendar had just flipped to October. If not Murdoch, a moose, maybe? Caribou. There was no telling. When he reached the item laying on the snow, he looked around as he scooped it up. A dark green balaclava. A person? Walker lifted his gaze to the canopy. This would blend in with the trees easily. In this weather, there was no way to tell if it was fresh or not. Less than 5 minutes, it'd be ice cold. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. Someone was watching him. He could feel it. He raised the rifle. Come on out. I know you're here. Silence. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. Then, depending on what they said, he might hurt them. Still nothing. Walker closed his eyes and cleared his mind. Was Kait's mystery man making him paranoid? Even she'd said it was likely a wild animal. He turned around, scanning the area again. He didn't see anything. Hear anything. Finally, he huffed. If something or someone was out there, it was hiding well. Maybe it was a hiker passing through, and they feared the guy holding a rifle. Or was it a wild animal that picked it up and dropped it? He'd stay on alert just in case. It was the best he could do at the moment. Hopefully, his best was good enough. Would Hendricks think so? Walker honestly couldn't be certain. Chapter 8. I didn't find anything. Walker leaned his rifle against the wall as he shut the door. He would keep the balaclava to himself for the time being. There was no reason to needlessly scare Kait, especially since that was all he had. She let out a breath. I figured as much. He sniffed the air. What is that? Before he left to check the area, she'd asked him to bring in some meat. In the mudroom, there were non-perishables. He'd had no idea what she'd planned, but his stomach growled. I thought I'd make chili. It'll need to cook a while so the flavors can meld, so I went ahead and started it. She smiled. It smells amazing. He took a few steps and stopped next to her. Looks great, too. A wide smile graced her lips as she looked up at him. How did she get more stunning every day? I actually won a chili cook-off with this recipe once. Oh yeah? She nodded. Yep. It was the only one edible. Laughter poured out of her. One person burned theirs, one person spilled theirs, 2 were no-shows, and the third waited until the last minute to salt theirs, and the shaker top was loose, dumped the entire thing of salt into it. Well, I don't know how it would have turned out if those things hadn't happened, but if it tastes as good as it smells, I can't wait to dive in. He crossed his arms over his chest. Do you like to cook? As she stirred the chili, she gave a one-shoulder shrug. I don't know. You don't know? He chuckled. She set the spoon down and leaned her hip against the counter. I took care of my 3 siblings when we were kids. I think I was around 10 when I started. By the time I was 12, I was running the house. Wow. That's a lot of responsibility. The list of things they had in common was growing. Her situation sounded similar to his. Looking back, yeah, it was, but at the time, I didn't see it that way. My parents were busy, and my siblings needed help. I made sure we had groceries, our clothes were washed, lunches were packed, their homework was done, and dinner was on the table. I mean, it just sort of fell on me, and I did it. His chest tightened. Do you resent your family for dumping all that on you? She blinked, and her eyebrows knitted together. No. Not at all. I mean, sure, there were times it would have been nice to be appreciated, but what's the point in resenting them? Lisa, Brianna, and David didn't force me to help them. Honestly, my parents didn't force me either. I don't even think they were conscious of it. It's what family does. You take care of each other. But don't you wish you'd been able to just be a kid? She dropped her arms to her sides, and her gaze dipped to the floor. Maybe, but I had Hunter. Of course, when he came over, which he did all the time because his parents were as busy as mine, I took care of him too. But he was there, and he was my age. We mostly did what he liked to do, but it was better than just being by myself. Her lips pinched together, and she took a breath like another thought was running through her mind. Then she shook her head before returning her gaze to his. What about you? You said you had a brother. How about your parents? What were they like? Whoops. He'd asked about her family without considering reciprocating, but he didn't feel that it was fair not to answer her. I have an older brother, Hendrix. He works for Guardian Group, too. My parents, he shrugged, and his mouth launched into autopilot. Honestly, I don't remember a whole lot. Most of what I remember comes in flashes. Angry faces, fists, and lots of yelling. I do remember Hendrix locking us in a closet a lot. I started kindergarten, and I guess I went to school with bruises. My teacher saw them and called protective services. I went to live with some cousins on my dad's side. I've only recently reconnected with Hendrix. Oh, Walker. I'm sorry. That's awful, especially for a child. I bet your brother felt so guilty that he couldn't keep your family together. She sighed. On top of all that, he lost you. I can't imagine that sort of weight. Walker blinked. Hendrix guilty? But I was the one who went to school with bruises. Your family didn't exactly give you a choice, so I'm sure you did your best. If anyone is to blame for breaking up my family, it is me. Tilting her head, she said, right, but Hendrix was the oldest. I'm sure somewhere inside, he wonders if he'd been better at protecting you, your family would have stayed together. Maybe he's even torn about it. Yes, it broke your family up, but at least your parents couldn't hurt you anymore. He didn't have to worry about you. Then, on top of all of that, he couldn't be there for you as you grew up. He sucked in a sharp breath. He'd never even considered that scenario. Hendrix had a rap sheet filled with bad choices that kept their relatives from keeping them together. Could he have felt guilty because of that? I guess I never thought about it like that. Her hand came to rest on his forearm. People talk about walking a mile in other people's shoes, but it's hard to do that when they're not the right size. We only get a partial picture, and it's tainted by our own experiences. I don't know what my life would have been like had things been different. Maybe it would have been better. Maybe it would have been worse. All I know is that my future can be defined by my past, or it can be open to whatever I choose. I prefer the latter. He was impressed with her on their hike to the cabin, and this conversation put her on a whole new level of respect. She could have been bitter and angry, and yet she was sweet and kind and caring. Are you close with them? With your family? Chuckling, she replied, we're working on it. They're all incredibly busy, and that makes things harder. Plus, now the whole protective custody witness in hiding thing kind of put a kink in it. She laughed. Smiling, Walker nodded. Yeah, I guess it would. Wow. She'd given him a lot to think about. He'd never really looked at things from Hendrix's perspective. Did he feel guilty because of how things went down after protective services stepped in? Walker couldn't fathom that being the case since it wasn't Hendrix's fault. He'd been out the day that their parents wailed on Walker. There was no way he could have even prevented it. Maybe by the time this assignment was over, Walker could build up the courage to have an open, honest discussion with him. He'd avoided it because he was afraid he wouldn't like the answers, but perhaps it was better to have the conversation than wonder and guess. If nothing else, maybe they'd better understand each other. He could at least hope.
Going hunting? Kait asked. She was curled up in the recliner, reading a book she'd found in the mudroom about the 1886 Charleston earthquakes. It wasn't the most exciting reading, but it was interesting for sure. It was now a little more than 3.5 weeks since they arrived at the cabin, and her ankle was finally healed. She was thrilled that she was no longer hopping around like a bunny. Walker shook his head. Nope. You need to get dressed. Now that your ankle is healed, I'm going to teach you how to use this rifle. What? I'm 5'3". The kick on that thing will knock me back a week. He hung his head as he laughed. It was deeper and richer, like it came from his gut. It was her first time hearing this laugh, and boy, did she love it. She could listen to it all day long. With a sigh, he lifted his gaze to hers. Nothing is going to happen to you. Just the thought made rocks grow in her stomach. It took effort not to physically shiver. A smile graced his lips. If something happens to me, you need to know how to use it. The humor in his voice was gone. I don't want you to be vulnerable. If you know how to use it, it'll make me feel better. One of the things about Walker she noticed was that he liked taking care of people, and it was not vice versa. He'd cut his finger cleaning a fish, and just like the cut on his leg, it had nearly been a war. He'd relented when she'd reminded him they were in the middle of nowhere and that even the smallest of cuts could turn into larger things. Her gaze fell to the rifle. Against Walker, it looked completely normal. To her, it was massive. Could she even pull the trigger if it came down to it? She wasn't sure. I don't know. He leaned the rifle against the wall and closed the small distance between them. Squatting, he gave her the biggest puppy dog eyes she'd ever seen. Please. If you don't testify, Wilson gets away with killing Reed. I don't expect anything to happen to me, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. I know you can do this. I picked that rifle specifically because a 13-year-old girl can shoot it. If she can, you can. Kait closed her book as she held his gaze. He'd brought out the big guns. A sad face, read, and a logical argument. How was she supposed to fight against that? All right, but I've never even so much as touched a gun. You're going to have your work cut out for you. His lips quirked up. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. I bet you'll be a sharpshooter. He straightened and held his hand out to her. Come on. She sure hoped this didn't come back to bite both of them in the rear. An hour later, Kait understood gun safety and how to load and unload the rifle. Now, it was time for the shooting. This was the part that stressed her out. What if she made a mistake? Or what if she froze? She'd done it at the last safe house. What was to say it wouldn't happen again? Okay. Just like I taught you. He yelled that there was about to be a weapon discharged. Not that there was anyone in sight, but it was part of the gun safety he'd taught her. She was nothing but a basket of nerves. The thought of disappointing him made her a little sick to her stomach. She took a deep breath and lifted the rifle, lined up her sight, and held her breath as she pulled the trigger. Disappointment swept through her as she realized she'd missed the target. All the lessons in the world weren't going to work for her. A host of fears lodged in her thoughts. Could she defend herself? All she had to do was recall that Night Walker burst into her room. She dropped that knife and cowered in fear. Would she be any better with a gun? She had serious doubts. He took her by the shoulder and turned her to face him. Hey, it's okay. It was your first time shooting a gun. It takes practice. My biggest fear is being too scared to even use it. That night you broke in my window, I had this vision of taking you down like Wonder Woman. I froze. What if I do that again, and now they've got a rifle to use against me? Dropping his hands to his sides, his eyes narrowed as he lowered his gaze. He seemed to think for a moment and then lifted his head. We all have that fear. It's knowing there's a possibility that it might happen and thinking your way through it. How? What happened that night? What went through your mind? Big dude. Window. Gonna die. There was that deep, guttural laugh. Okay. So, what could you do to change that thought process the next time? Kait shrugged. I don't know, she sighed. Don't panic. That's a good start. He smiled. What else? Focus on what's happening and what I need to do to survive. Focus on my reaction. The reward for her answer was a smile that made her knees weak. His gaze caught hers. Okay, so next time, you've got a plan. He tipped his chin toward the target. Now, apply that to shooting. Don't panic. Focus on what you're doing and nothing else. Nodding, she faced the target and lifted the rifle again. She wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a life or death situation. Breathe. Aim. Pull the trigger. A metallic ting pierced the air. Gasping, she lowered the rifle just a fraction. I hit it? Walker looked at her with an open-mouthed smile. You did it. She set the rifle down on the makeshift table. I did it. The next thing she knew, he took her by the waist, lifted her off her feet, and swung her around. That was awesome. When he stopped, she hugged him around the neck. I can't believe I did it. He pulled back, and their gazes met. In an instant, the levity was gone. The air around them crackled. She'd never in her life wanted to kiss a man so much. Her relationship with Hunter grew out of their friendship, and she'd never really kissed him, not kissed. She loved him, and she was happy with her choice to love him, but as far as a spark, it had been more like a battery stuck to drier lint. Not this dazed feeling. Her muscles were weak, her nerves were on fire, and her soul felt lit up. His eyes grew stormy as his gaze dipped to her lips. Holy smokes. Was he thinking about kissing her, too? Reality tapped her on the shoulder. This was a forced situation, and she was the only fish in the barrel. Kait cleared her throat and smiled. Thank you for teaching me. The words sliced through the moment, and for a second, her heart ached over the lost chance. It was for the best, she reminded herself. Something between them would end with her heart in a sling and a memory that no man would ever be able to live up to. Walker set her on her feet. How about you shoot a few more rounds? I want you comfortable using it. Okay. Turning her back to him, she took a quiet breath. That had been a close call. On her part, at least. She'd made the right choice. Hadn't she? It sure felt like he was thinking the same thing. Then again, it was a high-intensity moment. She'd succeeded, he was congratulating her, and kissing him, while she was sure she'd enjoy it, would be a mistake. A big mistake. She didn't want to ruin what they had going. More importantly, she didn't want to get herself hurt, and Walker Wells could easily do that. Now, if she could just remember that, maybe she'd get to the trial with her heart intact.
Chapter 9. 4.5 weeks left. 33 days left in isolation with Kait. Well, a few days shy of that if Walker included the return trek to DC for the trial. The DA wanted her back a few days prior so he could give her some coaching. If Walker had an actual calendar and a red marker, he would use a visual representation of the time remaining just so he could keep himself in check. What happened with Kait, after he'd lifted her in the air, it unnerved him. His intent was to celebrate her hitting the target. Instead, it had turned into a fight for emotional survival. He'd leaned back, and his mind went blank. Without a doubt, she was attractive. There was no denying the physical pull. What he found most alluring was her character. She was resilient, funny, and caring. Apparently, that was a toxic mix for him. He'd been seconds away from kissing her when she spoke, and he came out of the trance. For a second, he almost wanted to thank her, but that would have required more information than he was comfortable sharing. They'd spent every day since spending a few hours outside so she could practice. She got better each time. As far as her ability to shoot, once she hit the target that first time, she'd yet to miss. If she could keep her mind in the right space, if it came down to it, he was confident that she could easily defend herself with that rifle. As he entered the cabin through the mudroom, she glanced over her shoulder from the living room. Catch anything? As a matter of fact, I did. 4 of them. He stomped the snow off his boots, walked to the sink to deposit the fish, and returned to the mudroom to hang up his coat. I've already cleaned them too. Do you have all your digits? Rolling his eyes, he replied. I cut myself one time. She snickered. I'm just making sure. He shrugged off his coat, hung it up, and returned to the kitchen. I have to say, I've loved having all this fresh fish. He knew for a fact she didn't like fish either, but she hadn't said a word so far. What he couldn't figure out was why she didn't say anything. If she didn't like fish, it was no big deal. They didn't have to eat the same thing all the time. How do we want it tonight? She asked. Good question. We've broiled and pan-fried it so far. How about I set up the fireplace grate, and we cook it over an open flame? Nodding, she set her book down and stood. Okay. I'll get them ready. Salt, pepper, and garlic again? Just salt and pepper, I think. Okay, sounds good. While Walker set up the grate, he took glances in her direction. Her lips twisted as she touched the fish, and she put her wrist to her nose. He watched her for a few more minutes, working to keep himself from chuckling. Surely, she'd say something tonight. All right. It's all set, he said. One more second and I'll have them ready. He walked to the kitchen and leaned his hip against the counter, facing her. I don't know which way is best. Broiled, baked, pan-fried. I love it all. Nodding, she kept her gaze on the fish as she rinsed it. Yep, it's great. She looked at him and tilted her head. Why are you smiling at me? What are you going to tell me you don't like fish? Her bottom jaw dropped slightly. What are you talking about? It's fantastic, especially because you caught it. Not delicious. Fantastic. She could be talking about anything. Another trait he'd found alluring was her inability to lie. Unless it was a direct question, she skirted it. With the skill she showed doing it, she'd had practice doing it too. He smiled. You hate it so much you don't even like to touch it. She opened her mouth to speak and clamped her lips closed. It's flaky and sweet and all the words he'd used to describe it. Not once had she added to it. And you, he let the sentence trail off, inviting her to finish it. The truth? Do you like fish? Kait rolled her lips in as the corners turned down. Squeezing her eyes shut, she wilted and groaned. I hate it. I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to be upset. His eyebrows knitted together. Why would I be upset? Silence stretched for a moment. She opened her eyes, flicked her gaze to him and back to the fish, and then gave a small shrug. I don't know. A long exhale. I'm supposed to be the easy one. I don't make waves. I don't fuss. Another shrug. Hunter always said that was the only reason people put up. She froze and clamped her lips together. Put up with you? A flare of anger ran through him. She nodded. And she was going to marry that guy? Just because you have your own thoughts and opinions doesn't mean you're difficult. You have a right to your own opinion, even if it's different from someone else's. Are there other things that you don't like? Be honest with me. She grimaced. Rummy isn't my favorite card game. He stared at her a second and then shook his head. Okay. Has anything else bothered you? With a deep breath, she rinsed her hands and dried them off. I get a little tired of being cooped up in here. Sometimes, I'd like to go hunting with you. Not that I want to witness carnage. I just want a change of scenery. Anything else? Shaking her head, she replied, no. Okay. I'm making a rule. From now on, you have to tell me the truth. Don't just go with the flow or whatever. I want to hear your real opinions on things. But the truth. He gave her a pointed look. I like you, and I'd like to get to know the real you. I want the real Kait, not some compliant off-brand Kait. Promise me. From now on, he motioned with his hand for her to complete the sentence. I'll be honest and tell you what I really think. He grinned. Good. Now, what would you like to eat tonight? She blinked. I mean, you did spend time out in the cold for these. We have them, so we can eat them tonight. No. You don't like them. What would you like to eat tonight? Don't be silly. Taking her by the arms, he made her face him. No. I'll starve before I eat a single piece of fish tonight. Tell me what you want. She held his gaze for a moment as she chewed her lip. I'd be happy with a can of soup. Then soup it is. I'll get the fish put up if you'll get the soup and get it heating up. Her lips curved up. Okay. That Hunter guy was a manipulating jerk. He'd conditioned her to think that she couldn't be her genuine self. The sheer audacity of someone to even think that was okay. It made Walker wonder what other nonsense he had drilled into her. Whatever it was, Walker was putting an end to that. Unless her safety was at risk, they would be doing what she wanted. Maybe by the time they left, he'd know the real her. Although, that scared him a little. As much as he liked her now, he had a feeling he'd like the real Kait even more.
Chapter 10. As Kait stood at the window 4 days later, waiting for Walker to return from hunting, her vision clouded over as her thoughts wandered. It had taken an hour to convince him that she really did want to stay inside. Since her conversation with Walker the day before, she'd had a lot to think about. It had been more than a year that she'd thought about Hunter or her relationship with him. With him gone, there didn't seem to be a reason to anymore. That talk had triggered a barrage of memories. By the time she reached 6th grade, she'd become a bit of an outcast because she wasn't able to do things like the other kids her age. By then, she was taking over more responsibilities at home, like cooking and laundry and helping her siblings with their homework. That didn't leave much time for a social life. All she ever said to anyone who might want to be friends was no. Eventually, they stopped inviting her to hang out. It left her feeling lonely a lot. Then, she met Hunter that year. He'd been dreamy in her eyes. He was a little chubby, but he was funny. Hunter loved football. Instead of asking if she could come over, he always asked to visit her house, and they'd watch the games at her house. Of course, later, she found out that it was because her television was bigger. His parents worked as much as her parents, and before she knew it, she was taking care of him, too. She didn't mind since he was her friend. Plus, what was one more person? Only. Something caught Kait's attention out of the corner of her eye, interrupting her thoughts. She focused and looked one way and then the other. The last time she'd seen anything like that was the day before Walker checked the area surrounding the cabin. It was as if the assurance was all that she needed for her imagination to calm down. Again, she caught the movement of something in the trees off in the distance. Why though? Her pulse jumped. There among the trees, and this time, there was no doubt, a man. And he was walking toward the cabin. For an instant, panic nearly drowned her. Then she shook her head. No. Think. A man was walking her way. What did he look like? He sort of reminded her of the man from the outpost. Any weapons? Yes, a stick that he was using to help him walk. Gear? Yes, again. Yelling caught her attention, and she swung her gaze to the left. Walker held his pistol and gave the man the command to put his hands up. It was muffled, but she could make most of it out. Again, Walker told the guy to put his hands up. This time, he relented and did as he was asked. Walker approached without taking his eyes off the man. Kait's heart was in her throat. What if Walker got close and that man tried to hurt him? What would she do? He had the rifle, and the windows would be no match for a guy determined to take her. About a foot away, Walker paused, took his phone from his coat pocket, aimed it at the man, and the flash went off. His fingers moved over the screen, he stuck it back in his pocket and continued his approach. He stayed at arm's length and yanked the man's gear off his back, tossing it to the ground. Then he commanded that the man get on his knees and lace his fingers behind his head. As he obeyed, Kait caught something about Murdoch and wanting to witness the bear himself. Apparently, he had a bit of a lore about him, and this gentleman had spent years trying to get a glimpse. This was his last chance. The look on Walker's face said he thought otherwise. He pulled the man's mask off, revealing his face. The guy was no more than 50 years old, and he was difficult to look at. If Kait wasn't a nurse, she might have looked away, but this was something she'd seen before. A large, black, irregular spot started just below his cheek and spread down to his jaw. Another smaller irregular spot was on his nose, and yet another was peeking from the man's collar. Melanoma. Kait hurried to open the door. Stay inside. Walker gave her a quick glance. Walker! Wait! She held her hands up and looked at the man. Cancer? His jaw slowly dropped. Yes. The word came out like a croak. Her heart hurt for the man. He has cancer, and if I'm not mistaken, he's been given a bad prognosis. Walker kept his gun aimed at the man. Are you sure? Nodding, she replied, Yeah, I'm sure. It was found too late, wasn't it? She asked. I had a spot on my back. I live alone. Grief etched the lines in the man's face. Then this one on my face, he said and pointed to the spot on his cheek, popped up. It started growing. They caught it too late. There's nothing they can do. She crossed the distance and held out her hand to the man. Now that she was closer, she could see the discoloration even better. It was bad. 6 months was generous, in Kait's opinion. I'm so sorry. Our cabin is a bit secluded, so it's a shock when someone comes around. She smiled. What's your name? Gilbert Zuber, he replied as Kait helped him to his feet. I didn't mean any harm. Walker hesitated a second, lowered his weapon, and then holstered it. Were you the one skulking around in the woods the past few weeks? He looked at Kait. You've scared her multiple times. His eyebrows went to his hairline. I thought it was a group of decaying trees. It wasn't until today that I realized it was a cabin. I was going to knock on the door and ask if you'd seen Murdoch. That crazy bear? Walker asked, his voice going up an octave. Why? Gilbert smiled, and his eyes lit up. I worked for a zoo for most of my life and kept the bears. I've loved them since I was a kid. I learned about Murdoch a few years ago, and I've spent every vacation since then trying to find him. He's called this area his territory for, they estimate, 37 years, some say even as much as 40 years. The typical lifespan is 25 to 35. I had no idea, Walker said. I knew he was old. The first time I saw him, I was a kid. He tipped his chin toward the southeast. We saw him a few days ago as we were walking here. Really? He smiled. Do you have any idea which way he may have gone? No, but you might try that area. Walker flicked his gaze in the direction they'd come. Gilbert stuck his hand out and shook Walker's. Thanks. Kait caught Walker checking his phone, and his lips pinched together, frustration flashed in his eyes. He looked at Gilbert. If you need anything, stop by. We don't have a lot, but we'd be happy to share. After a few more minutes, Gilbert was on his way in the direction Walker noted. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Ryder did a quick check. You were right. You'd think it was easy to catch, but if you live alone, who is going to point out a dark spot? Unless they happen to notice it, it goes undiagnosed, and before they know it, it's spread everywhere. He hung his head. I feel terrible. She palmed his bicep. You couldn't have known, and you were doing your job. It's okay. When he didn't respond, she squeezed his arm. Come on. I'm freezing, and I'm sure you are, too. I'll make some hot cocoa. All right. His voice was soft. As she walked to the cabin, she glanced in the direction Gilbert went. She had a bad feeling. She hoped she was wrong, but she didn't think was. Hopefully, Murdoch was already hibernating for Gilbert's sake.
Walker motioned for Kait to attack him. He told her he'd teach her self-defense, and after the little surprise with Gilbert earlier in the day, it felt like now was a better time than later. He still felt pretty terrible for pulling a gun on the guy, but at the time, he wasn't sure there was another way to respond. His job was to keep Kait safe. He had no idea who the guy was or what he was doing there, and honestly, with the way Derek Wilson worked, assuming anything would have been a mistake. He motioned again. Come on. Last one. With as cold as it was, they'd stayed out as long as they could. Kait moved to the left. It was a fake out. She darted to the right, slid down, caught his leg, and the air rushed from his lungs as he hit the snow. Good one. He wheezed. She appeared over him, her hair flecked with snow, and smiled. Have I beat you up enough? Rolling his eyes, he pushed himself up. I don't know. Do you think you can handle someone who does this? He said and snaked his hand out. She shrieked as he grabbed her hand and fought to keep herself from being pulled down. Finally, she hit the snow flat on her back. She sat up facing him. That wasn't fair. Her little mouth pinched together in a pout. Nothing is going to be fair. I just want you to be prepared. Oh yeah? She scrambled to her knees and rushed him, knocking him back. Kait landed on top of him, and he rolled her over. Do I need to tickle you again? Her lips parted in a gasp. You said nothing is going to be fair. I figured if I was in a fight, I'd have to be sneaky. They returned to the pout, and he realized he'd made a horrible mistake bringing her lips that close. He'd almost kissed her the other day, and he'd worked to avoid the temptation ever since. Now, here she was, inches away, looking as cute and kissable as ever. I just want you to be safe. If something. No. Kait. Walker. She mimicked his tone. He laughed. Seriously, you need to be able to do this stuff. I'm not planning on anything happening to me, but if it does, it'll make me feel a whole lot better if you know how to fight back. I know, she said softly. I just don't like the thought of anything happening to you. Besides, if something happens to you, how will I get out of here? She wrinkled her nose, catching her tongue between her teeth, and giggled. Shaking his head, he looked away and back. You are. What? She batted her lashes at him. All of a sudden, he couldn't breathe. It felt like he was in a lightning storm. His skin tingled, and electricity arched across his chest, squeezing it. You are beautiful. He brushed a stray piece of her hair back from her face. So beautiful. Before he realized what he was doing, he touched his lips to hers. It rattled his soul, and he flinched back. I'm so sorry. Kait blinked, and a shadow passed over her face. It's okay. Heat of the moment, right? He nodded and rolled off of her. She got to her feet and cleared her throat. I'm thinking hot chocolate. Or a cold shower. Maybe a dip in the lake. Swallowing hard, he nodded. Sounds great. 2 cups coming up. She ran to the cabin and disappeared behind the door before he could get to his feet. He sagged and raked his hand through his hair. Idiot. He'd unintentionally hurt her. Why did he have to kiss her? Why did he say he was sorry? Because he wasn't. He'd panicked. Running his hands down his face, he got to his feet. He'd need to smooth this over without making the situation even worse if that was possible. He'd made a huge mess now. If he didn't get this worked out, their living arrangement was about to get all kinds of awkward. He liked their easy friendship. Their conversations. She was interesting. When he spoke, she paid attention. The last thing he wanted to do was break what they had going. He'd enjoyed it, maybe too much. Hopefully, he'd find the right words, and that stupid momentary loss of control wouldn't destroy everything.
Kait wiped her eyes as she tore off her coat and snow pants, rushing to the mudroom to hang them up. He'd kissed her and then promptly apologized. She palmed her forehead, blinking back tears. She wouldn't cry. That was silly. It had been a heat-of-the-moment thing. Why had she allowed it? She was a fish in a barrel, and he was stuck with her. He was a healthy adult male stuck in the middle of nowhere with one option. Her. Of course, he wouldn't really want to kiss her. Just because he'd been nice to her didn't mean he thought of her as more than a client. Encouraging her to be herself wasn't a sign that he wanted anything more than friendship. She'd know he was kind and considerate before their talk, and since then, he'd made sure she had the chance to voice her opinions and thoughts. It only made her like him more. Which meant she needed to buck up and let him know that it was okay. There were no hard feelings. The door opened. No crying. It was fine. Everything was fine. Kait. She whirled on her heels. Everything's fine. She flashed her brightest fake smile. He sagged a little. Kait. Closing a bit of the distance, she said, Really, it's okay. We're good. I promise. Time seemed to stand still as he eyed her. She needed him to believe her. To drop the subject and move on. If he didn't, there was a good chance she'd cry, and the last thing she wanted was for him to feel sorry for her. She forced herself to relax and closed the distance between them. I promise it's fine. Okay? Slowly, he nodded. Okay. He took her hand. I don't want to hurt you. Oh, you haven't. She nodded to the kitchen. Now, let me get us some hot chocolate so we can warm up. She forced herself to casually walk to the kitchen. She concentrated on keeping her movements steady and natural. She could do this. In a couple of days, she'd forget this whole thing happened. Everything would be back to normal, and she'd laugh about the whole situation. Maybe in a couple of days, she would believe that lie, too.
Chapter 11. That kiss was still haunting him 3 days later. Walker stuffed his hands behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. Not that he could see it. As dark as it was, he could barely see his hand if he tried. He squeezed his eyes shut and began counting. When he hit 100, he started over and got as far as 30 before his thoughts drifted back to Kait. All he'd done the last few nights was toss and turn. That kiss. The hurt look in her eyes. Despite her assurances that everything was fine, it most definitely didn't feel fine. There was this weird fakeness between them. It was almost like she was holding a mask to her face, and he hated it. Then there was Hendrix. What would he think of it? He'd be disappointed, for sure. Not that he could say too much since he'd been on assignment when he'd met Brittany. He'd broken the rules, too. That's why Walker was so bent on keeping them. If he could follow the rules to the letter, keep Kait safe, and return her to DC in one piece, Hendrix would have no choice but to be proud of him. Except, Walker had blown that chance. Of course, he didn't have to let Hendrix know it happened. Walker would know, though, and Hendrix would see it. Then there'd be that look of regret in his eyes. All those times he'd sacrificed himself to keep Walker safe, wasted energy on a guy who had done nothing of any importance. It didn't matter what Walker did, it'd never be enough. Taking a deep breath, he wished he'd passed on this assignment. Kait deserved better. Anyone would have done a better job than him. Another deep breath. He was spiraling, and he knew it. Before the sun broke over the horizon, he'd have to pull himself out of it, but for now, he was going to wallow. Stop that. He jumped, and his heart thumped against his ribs. You're awake? At least he didn't scream, which was a flat miracle because he'd thought she was asleep. Movement and the small light on the table between the two beds illuminated the room. She was propped up on her elbow. That many deep sighs and the way you were behaving earlier. I'm guessing you're brooding. What? He shook his head. Brooding? That's what superheroes do. They brood. He rolled his eyes. I'm not. The bed squeaked as she jumped off, and then his mattress moved as she sat on the edge of his bed. Stop. He was wearing a mask. Derek Wilson has found me at every safe house. You had every reason to be cautious. You were keeping me safe. You didn't hurt Gilbert. Every move you made was calculated and precise. You were amazing. And we couldn't have kept him from looking for Murdoch either, if that's bothering you too. That's what she thought was bothering him. Gilbert? Walker had come to terms with that days ago. He'd made the best decisions with the information he had. Should he have given him the direction where they last saw the grizzly? Maybe not, but what was done was done. It had snowed a little since then, and there'd be no way to track the guy. All Walker could do was hope the guy kept safe and made it back to Kings Bay. Really, I mean, even if we wanted to try to find Gilbert, I don't think we could. Most likely, we'd find ourselves caught in the elements, and who knows, he may have given up and gone back home by now. Yeah, I know. So, what's with all the sighs and tossing and turning? Did he tell her the truth? He wanted her to be honest, and it wasn't fair if he didn't give her the same courtesy. At the same time, he risked making the situation even more awkward. Silence stretched until it was uncomfortable. Kait shifted on the bed until she was lying next to him on her stomach with her chin resting in her hands. "Tell me about Hendrix." "Hendrix?" That was an unexpected question. "You admire him. He must be a wonderful man, so I'd love to hear more about him." Walker rolled to his side, facing her. "He had a really hard time as a kid." "Sounds like you both did." "Yeah, but he joined a gang. I was mad at the time. I knew he was better than that. If it weren't for him, my parents would have sold me for drugs." A small gasp. "Oh, my word. That's horrible." She had no idea. His memory of his time with his parents was fuzzy. A psychologist told him it was his mind trying to protect him. The things he did remember were smells and sounds. People pounding on the door. The stench of dope and cigarettes. Cursing and insults. Blurred faces where he could barely make out the shape, and that's about it. Hendrix was all alone. I mean, I was too little to really count as any sort of backup. I was told we'd go to my granny's house, but she died when I was little. I don't remember her. I'm sorry. The way of life. His heart squeezed at the thought. He wished he could have met her. From what Hendrix told him, she really did her best to protect them. Anyway, Hendrix joined that gang, and he was working on enhancing his list of crimes. That's how you stayed in the gang. You had to show loyalty. Kait nodded but didn't say anything. When I went to school with all the bruises, Child Protective Services stepped in, and we were both taken. I told you that my dad's cousins took me in, but Hendrix, Walker's heart hurt. He'd been so little. So scared and sad. So helpless. The gang, the rap sheet, his attitude, which was bad but understandable. I mean, he was 11, and he'd never been allowed to be a kid. He ran away from every foster house they placed him in, and several years later, I learned that he'd been involved in a bank robbery that went bad. Oh, no. Everyone was arrested, and because Hendrix was let go the quickest, they believed he was the reason the gang got caught robbing the bank, so the leader put a hit out on him. It resulted in Hendrix being shot and leaving the city. He was later found by a cop who took him in, and Hendrix did well there. He ended up joining the Marines. Is that why you joined? Yeah. I want to make him proud of me. I want all that sacrifice to be worth something. He paused. I want to be worth something. He sucked in a sharp breath. Kait sat up and tilted her head. You are worth something. Hendrix didn't protect you because he had to. He did it because you were his little brother. Just like me stepping in with my siblings. I did the things I did because I wanted to. I mean, it did feel like my parents took advantage of it at times, but I wouldn't change things. My sisters and brother are successful, happy people. I had a hand in that. Walker knitted his eyebrows together. Yeah, but you didn't have abusive parents. They didn't beat you, and you could have spoken up at any time. Hendrix didn't have that luxury. He didn't have a choice. My protection was forced on him, and I've seen the way he looks at me. He wonders sometimes if it was worth the sacrifice. Scoffing, she replied, of course, he had a choice. What are you talking about? He didn't have to protect you. It may have been forced on him, but he could have said no. He joined a gang, which meant he didn't have to take care of you. He loved you. She tried to cover his hand with hers, and he jerked it away. You don't know what you're talking about. Anger surged through him. Her life was a cakewalk compared to his and Hendrix's lives. You had it easy. So, you had to do a little laundry and cook. Hendrix took beatings because of me. She leaned back like he'd slapped her. If you think for 1 second it was easy for me, you're wrong. I spent my childhood living as though I was a parent, but you didn't have to. You had parents. So what if they were a little busy? They weren't drug addicts. All you had to do was speak up. You could have asked for a break or something. Standing, she crossed her arms over her chest. Just because my life looked easier doesn't mean it was. You have no idea how hard things were. What Hunter did, she stopped short. Never mind. Her voice trembled. Good night, Walker. Have fun wallowing. With that, she flopped onto her bed and put her back to him. He punched the light off and followed suit, putting his back to her. She didn't know what she was talking about. Wallowing? More like stating facts. He wasn't feeling sorry for himself. Comparing their situations was night and day. His parents fought like cats and dogs, he did remember that. He could still hear the smacks that their dad gave their mom. The way Hendricks would try to hide that he was crying after their dad took him to their room. He could hear the muffled belt wax. Their mom. He couldn't ever remember hearing that she loved him or Hendricks. Kait had parents who loved her. They didn't. Walker was still angry the next day, and there were no signs of cooling off. They spent the morning not speaking to each other, and if they were forced to, it came out in single-syllable grunts. You do realize if you break that pan, we can't just drive to the store and buy another one, right? His tone was clipped. She'd spent the last 20 minutes scrubbing their one and only frying pan. If she destroyed it, that'd be one less way they could cook food. I'm just washing it so it's clean tonight for dinner. He stomped to the kitchen and yanked it from her hand. And it was clean 15 minutes ago. You're stripping the nonstick coating off of it. She tried to take it back. I am not. There was food stuck to it where you cooked lunch. His jaw tightened. I'm tired of this. You're being completely unreasonable about everything. Me? She glared at him. You're the one stomping and barking and biting my head off. It's getting old. Plus, it was her fault they were fighting. Then apologize. Her lips parted in a gasp, and she rocked back. Her skin turned a shade of crimson. Me? No, you apologize for thinking you know anything about my life. He didn't care how mad she was. She had no frame of reference for what he and Hendricks went through. Yeah, you apologize. Her jaw cocked to one side, and a second later, she stormed to the mudroom and bundled up before stomping to the front door and yanking it open. I'm taking a walk. I need a minute. One where I'm not stuck with you, she said and stepped out, slamming the door behind her. No. She wasn't getting away that easily. He pulled on his coat as he rushed out the front door, jumped the steps, and caught up to her. You're not going anywhere. I'm supposed to keep you safe, and that's what I'm going to do. He grabbed her arm and jerked her to a stop. You're having a tantrum because you know I'm right. Pulling free, she stood on her tiptoes as anger flared in her eyes. Stop playing the victim. You didn't get the brunt of what happened. You didn't join a gang or get shot. Hendricks did. Her finger jabbed him in the chest. You have no idea how hard it was for me. You had someone to protect you. I didn't. Walker stared at her. Yeah. That's what I thought, you jerk. She turned on her heel and marched away from the cabin. She had no idea what she was talking about. Walker and his brother went through something that no one else would understand. They didn't have the luxury of after-school activities or... Walker stopped short and took a deep breath. Wait. No, Hendricks didn't have those luxuries. Not until he was older and living with the cop who took him in, the man whom Hendricks called Dad. Once Walker was placed with their dad's cousins, his life was completely transformed. They'd put him in counseling. He was in Boy Scouts, track, soccer, football, and baseball. He was even on the debate team and had scholarships to several different colleges. He'd turned all of them down and joined the Marines because he'd found out his brother had joined. He'd wanted to be just like his big brother. If the military was good enough for him, it was good enough for Walker. His head spun. He'd been looking at his life completely backward. She was right. He'd just been too caught up in feeling sorry for himself that he hadn't appreciated what he had, and he'd had it because of Hendricks. If anyone had a reason to be bitter, it was him, not Walker. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze and took off after Kait. When he caught up with her about 30 feet away, he pulled her to a stop again. "Kait, wait." When she wheeled to face him, her eyes were red. "I know you think I had it great, but I didn't. I've been an afterthought my entire life. At least you had someone who was there for you. Someone who made you feel loved. Someone who..." Something moved in the trees, and she twisted around. What was that? Twigs snapped, and a moment later, Murdoch walked into view. His teeth clacked together as he pounded his front feet on the snow and huffed. "Oh, no." Walker twisted Kait around and looked her in the eyes. "When I tell you to run, run. Do you understand?" "What?" "He's going to attack. I need you to run. Get in the cabin, lock the door, and use my phone. Call Noah. Tell him you need a new protection detail. Do you understand?" Her eyebrows knitted together. A new shock registered on her face. "No. I won't do that. We're in this together." Shaking his head, he glanced at Murdoch and back to her. "No, not this time. Run." He took her face in his hands, touched his lips to hers, and said, "I'm sorry. About everything." Murdoch took a few steps closer, rose to his hind legs, and towered over them. His breath caught as his gaze slowly lifted to Murdoch's. "Run, Kait. Now." The air moved, and when he looked over his shoulder, she was weaving through the trees as she raced to the cabin. Good. Walker would stall the bear. She'd get to safety. That's all he cared about. Murdoch dropped to his feet and charged.
Chapter 12. Kait reached the cabin, flung the door open, and stepped inside. Anxiety mixed with fear whirled in her mind. Her heart pounded. That bear had come out of nowhere, and he was so big. If he attacked Walker... Poor Gilbert. She hoped he was okay. Walker sent her to the cabin to call Noah, but she wasn't leaving him out there to face that bear alone. It was her fault they were even out in the woods to begin with. She'd put them in danger. If something happened to him, she'd never forgive herself. Spinning on her heel, her gaze landed on the rifle leaning against the wall next to the door. If Walker was going to survive, she had to do something. Heart racing, she made a split-second decision and sprinted to the gun, grabbing it as she raced out of the cabin. She slid to a stop as Murdoch came into view. He swung around, and there was Walker, hanging onto his back. "Hey!" she yelled. The bear whipped around again, stumbled back, and bumped his back into a tree. Walker cried out. The bear twisted again, trying to swat at Walker to knock him off. It was now or never. Kait lifted the gun, took aim, and fired. One bullet down, and now she only had 15 left. Murdoch froze. His large head swung around. Their eyes locked, and they stared at each other. Time felt like it had come to a standstill. Their breaths came out in little white clouds. She wasn't sure she'd hit her target, but she knew this bear was ticked. A moment later, he bucked hard, throwing Walker to the ground where he lay motionless. Her breath hitched. No! The bear galloped toward her, his head down, as if he planned to ram her, and she began firing. She held her ground until he was merely a foot away and then dove to the side. Half expecting him to turn and charge again, she sat up and aimed the rifle. To her relief, Murdoch didn't slow down. When she could no longer see him, she pulled her gaze away and over to Walker. She pushed to her feet and ran to him, set the rifle against the tree, and turned him over. A quick assessment gave her chills. His clothes were in shreds. 3 deep gashes ran down his left shoulder to his waist. Another series of smaller scratches ran down the length of his right forearm. She ran her hands over his scalp, finding a knot, and when she untangled her fingers from his hair, blood stained her skin. blood covered the entire side of his face, and his lip was split. If nothing was broken, he would be lucky. Walker! Nothing. Walker! She shook him. His eyes fluttered open. Murdoch? Gone. Her gaze continued to roam over his face. Here, let me help you up. After a good struggle, he got to his feet. He staggered and gave a low groan. She pulled his arm across her shoulder and looped her finger in his pants. As they passed the rifle, she hooked her arm through the strap. They struggled through the snow, and relief flooded her when they reached the cabin. Inside, she set the rifle against the wall. Instead of trying to reach his bed, she changed course to one of the recliners. Before she could reach it, his knees buckled, and he took her down with him, collapsing on top of her. With work, she managed to roll him onto his back. Walker, she said as she leaned over him. His face was pale, and his lips had even lost some of their color. Walker? Something was wrong. She set her fingers against his neck and gulped air. He wasn't breathing. She put her ear to his chest. His heart had stopped. No! Quickly, she began CPR, praying the entire time she pumped his chest. After what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, he gasped for air. It was the best sound she'd ever heard. Taking a deep shuddering breath, she forced everything from her mind. If he was going to survive, he needed all her focus. His cuts had to be cleaned. The only thing she knew about bears was from a snippet of a podcast from a couple of years ago. She didn't know why, but it had stuck with her, and the conversation played in her mind. A bear's fur was loaded with parasites and with no way to get Walker to the phone. She pushed off the floor and ran to the nightstand, pulling the drawer open. No phone. She glanced around the room. Where was the phone? A quick search of his luggage resulted in nothing. She ran back to Walker and dug in his pockets. Still nothing. She didn't have time for this. All she could do now was tend his wounds. 2 hours later, Walker's face was clean and his temple bandaged. The lacerations on his chest were debrided, and luckily, the first aid kit had the items needed to stitch them, and they were now covered in gauze to keep them clean. She'd also managed to get him onto a pallet of blankets so that he wasn't resting on the hard floor. Now, with a bowl of ice chips in hand, she spooned tiny bits into his mouth. Keeping him hydrated was just as important as keeping his wounds clean. Actually, more so. That would aid in white blood cell production, which would help with the healing process. She'd done all she could do. At this point, his recovery depended on his immune system. The fact that he was a young, fit male worked in his favor. Wiping her hand across her brow, she finally allowed herself to relax. All at once, it seemed like the events of the last couple of hours hit her. Her vision clouded over. Tears ran down her cheeks faster than she could wipe them away. He'd kissed her and told her he was sorry. Even after everything she'd said, he'd protected her. He'd been put in the path of a psycho bear because she'd needed to cool off. If she just kept her mouth shut, none of it would have happened. She could practically hear Hunter chiding her. The accusatory tone, only it was the sound of her own voice. Kait wilted as sobs rocked through her. She was worse than an afterthought. She'd nearly gotten Walker killed. If he died, it would be her fault, and she'd never forgive herself. Hunter was right. She wasn't worth liking, much less loving.
Kait? Walker forced his eyes open and worked to orient himself. Kait. He sucked in a sharp breath as he tried to sit up. He'd been tackled plenty of times in football, and none of them had left him this sore. Hey, you need to take it easy. He blinked, and slowly his eyes focused. Flicking his gaze to the window, he found the sun sitting low on the horizon. He brought his attention back to her. Are you okay? Shadows played across her face, but he could see the corners of her lips turn up. The crinkle in her eyes. "I'm fine. How are you feeling?" "Like I fought a bear." He grunted a laugh and then cleared his throat. Walker's thoughts returned to the encounter with Murdoch. He'd charged and taken a swipe at Walker. He could still feel the claws raking down his shoulder. The sick feeling of knowing that if he hadn't jumped back, he probably would have been cut in half. While Walker was reeling from the pain and distracted, the bear had taken the opportunity to knock him to the ground. He'd been dazed for a second. His wits had quickly returned, and he'd realized that if he didn't move, that bear was going to kill him. Fisting his hands in the animal's fur, he'd worked his way onto Murdoch's back, hoping that he'd hang on until he tired the animal out. The last thing he'd remembered was a shot ringing out and then nothing but darkness. What happened? How did I get in the cabin? She held up her hands. "Hold on. Let me get you some water, okay?" He nodded. While she was gone, he looked himself over. A wide piece of gauze went from his shoulder to his waist. His forearm also sported some as well. Then he realized when he moved too much, his head and back hurt. A moment later, she returned and helped him take a big drink. Water had never tasted so good. When the glass was empty, she set it on the floor next to her. "So, what happened?" It was almost like she was debating whether she wanted to tell him. "Come on. Tell me." "I came back to the cabin, grabbed the rifle, and shot Murdoch. I kept shooting until he ran away. When I was sure he was gone, I helped you into the cabin." His jaw dropped. "You came back? Shot Murdoch?" Nodding, she replied, "I couldn't just leave you there to die. I had to do something. If I hadn't, he would have killed you." "Did you call Noah?" She shook her head. "I looked everywhere for it and couldn't find the phone." Walker squeezed his eyes shut. "I think I forgot to take it out of the coat pocket when I caught Gilbert. It must have fallen out when Murdoch attacked. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Lucky for you, you had a nurse on hand." She smiled. He used his free hand to touch the back of his head and winced. "All I remember is telling you to run." And the kiss and apology. Knowing her, she'd already come up with an excuse for it. He'd addressed that when his head wasn't throbbing and he could move easier. "And I got back here, how?" "I helped you. It took some work, but you collapsed almost as soon as we'd entered the cabin." She paused. "I got you cleaned up and piled up a few blankets to make you a little more comfortable, and since then, I've been making sure you stay hydrated." Something in the way she said it made him wonder if she was leaving something out. He let the thought go. As tired and sore as he was, there was a good chance he was reading too much into it. "How long have you been doing that?" he asked. "About 24 hours. She paused. "Your shoulder got the brunt of the attack. I had to stitch the cuts because they were pretty deep. I think your head must have hit that tree when Murdoch stumbled back into it. I suspect you're going to be sore for a while. On the plus side, you're young and fit. So, that's in your favor." He was in awe. That she'd even managed to get him back to the cabin was a feat. "Thank you for saving my life." Kait chuckled. "I told you, I can't let anything happen to you. I don't know how to get out of here." Walker tried to laugh, and it came out like a cough. He set his hand over his chest and groaned. "Good to know I'm useful." In the next second, her face was inches from his. "I'm so glad you're okay." She kissed his temple and touched her forehead to his. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt the tremor race through her body. "It would crush me if something happened to you." Her voice was thick, like she was fighting back tears. When she leaned back, she smiled. "Are you hungry? I'm even willing to eat fish, if you want." He chuckled. Oh, he needed to stop that. "I could use something to eat. How about your chili?" "I can do that." "Anything else?" Shaking his head, he replied, "No." "Okay. I'll be back in a second." She pushed off the floor and stood. Walker ran a hand over his face, flinching as he hit some of the tender spots. He'd fought a bear. Well, both of them had. After everything he'd said to her, how hateful he'd been, she'd risked her life for his. He owed her more than just a simple apology.
Exhaling, Kait nearly wilted as she reached the kitchen. Walker was awake and talking. Both are fantastic signs that he'd be okay. He'd just need to rest, and there was no doubt in her mind that he'd make a quick recovery. It did little to assuage her guilt. She'd been pushy and mouthy. Two things Hunter warned her about all the time. The reason that he was the only person who would ever be able to love her was because he was used to it. He'd learned to tolerate it. Others wouldn't be so generous. He'd been right about her, and it had nearly cost Walker his life.
Chapter 13. A week later, Walker was beginning to feel human again. It was amazing what a little water and soap could do for a person. He carefully finished drying off and pulled on a pair of sweatpants. He was still a little sore, but overall, he was vastly improved. Stepping out of the bathroom, he walked to the recliner and sat. Not a minute later, Kait was next to him with the first aid kit, checking his wounds. "How do you feel?" She pulled out the gauze and ointment and began bandaging his shoulder. "Maybe a little tired, but overall better. I needed that shower." She smiled but wouldn't quite meet his gaze. Something was off. It was almost like there was an invisible elephant in the room. "Okay, all done with your shoulder." Her fingers ghosted over the cuts on his forearm. "These are already looking way better. I think leaving them open to the air will help them heal faster." Walker took her hand and pressed a kiss to the back of it. "Thank you. Thank you for taking care of me." She waved him off. "You would have done the same for me. I'd said some hateful things to you. Made assumptions." Pulling her hand free of his, she grabbed the stuff she'd used, stuffed it back into the first aid kit, and closed it. "No, I overstepped and said things I shouldn't have. If anyone needs to apologize, it's me." Again, he wrapped his hand around hers. "No, you don't. You were right. Our situations were different, but I was comparing them. Making one worse than the other when both weren't easy." Their conversation from the day he fought Murdoch floated to mind. She'd said that he had someone to protect him. To love him. That he didn't know what Hunter did to her. "I shouldn't have said anything. I was being pushy and overbearing. You were well within your rights to be upset with me. What did you mean that you didn't have anyone to protect you when you were a kid? What did Hunter do?" The color drained from her face. "I was just mad in. I want the truth. No skirting." Her gaze finally met his, and her eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles ringed them. His jaw dropped. That other line of questioning would have to wait. "Have you been sleeping? At all?" Shrugging, she lowered her gaze to her hands. "I've been getting some here and there. It's fine. I'll make us some dinner and then go straight to bed." Now, he was positive something was wrong. "Kait, is there something you haven't told me? What happened after you helped me into the cabin?" He paused and added, "Tell me the truth." She inhaled deeply. He almost thought she wasn't going to answer when she broke the silence. "You collapsed on top of me. It took a second, but I rolled you off, and when I did, the words came out strangled. Your heart had stopped. You weren't breathing." He blinked a few times, soaking in what she'd just said. He couldn't imagine how frightening that might have been for her. No phone, and her only guide out of the woods, nearly dying. "I'm so sorry." This time, their eyes met, and all he saw was anguish swirling in them. "You're sorry. It was my fault." "No, Kait, it wasn't." He cupped her jaw and ran a thumb under her eyes. "How long have you been without sleep?" Tears pooled in her eyes. "I tried to sleep. I promise I did." Her bottom lip trembled. "But every time I close my eyes, your heart stops. It was my fault you were out there." If something happened to you, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Tugging her onto his lap, he put his right arm around her, kissed her temple, and tucked her head under his chin. Oh, I'm so sorry for scaring you. A tiny sob escaped, and it was like a dam was opened. Her body trembled as she cried. Part of him was surprised to hear her cry, and the other felt humbled. She was crying for him. Over him. When things were calm, they'd need to talk. Really talk.
Kait towel-dried her hair on her way from the bathroom to the kitchen. Walker lifted his head and smiled. Feel better? The last thing she remembered was talking to Walker the evening before. When she woke up, she was in the recliner he'd been using, and he was up and about, cooking breakfast. Instead of polite conversation, she'd nearly tripped over herself to get into the bathroom and get cleaned up. Much. Good. I've got bacon going, and that's just about done. Maybe 10 more minutes. Then I'll get eggs going. She was still no fonder of powdered eggs now as she was when they'd first arrived. When they returned to civilization, she was never eating powdered anything again. Her stomach grumbled. Smells pretty good. She stopped next to him and let the towel hang around her neck. Could you fill in some blanks for me? Sure. You were exhausted, and I let you sleep until you woke up, which was about 12 hours. He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear and drew his finger along her jaw, tipping her head up until their eyes met. You saved my life. Thank you. I do remember you saying that. It bears repeating, especially now that I know my heart stopped. Her lips parted in a gasp. She'd never planned to tell him that. I told you that? Nodding, he said, yeah, but only because I asked you to tell me the truth. I don't think you would have if you could have skirted it. He gave her a pointed look. Do you remember my apology? Oh, you don't. Yes, I do, because I was a jerk. You were right. I had it infinitely easier than I could have. I had someone who loved me and protected me. His eyes narrowed. Let me finish getting breakfast ready, and then let's talk, okay? Talk? Did she want to talk? With her memory as fuzzy as it was, she wasn't so sure that was a good idea. Had she already said more than she should? Chapter 14. Kait rubbed her stomach as sleepiness pulled at her eyelids. How could she still be tired? Between the full belly and the warm fire, it was a recipe for a day filled with cat naps. She grabbed his plate and stood. I'll wash these. I'll help, he said and jumped up, following her to the sink. Once the sink was filled with warm, soapy water, she dumped the bowls and silverware into it. As she cleaned the first dish, she mused, You think Gilbert is okay? I don't know. I've thought a lot about him, and if I thought I could find him, I'd go out there and look. She glanced at Walker. I don't think you could if you tried. There's just too much area to cover. Yeah, I know. Doesn't make me feel any better. We'll just have to hope that he's okay. Finished with the dish, she handed it to him. After that, they worked in companionable silence until everything was clean and the kitchen was wiped down. Walker cleared his throat, folded the dish towel, and hung it over the faucet. He tipped his head in the direction of the fireplace. They made their way back to the blankets and sat about a foot from each other. A few moments of silence passed, and he cleared his throat. Could I ask you something? She eyed him and then nodded. Sure. Tell me about Hunter. Her breath caught. You'll have to ply me with more liquor than we currently have for that to happen. His eyebrows went to his hairline. What? I'm kidding. I don't drink. I never have. Even if I'd attended parties, I wouldn't have been the life of them. She poked her thumb at herself. Wallflower, extraordinaire, at your service. She shot him her cheesiest grin. The reward was the deep, warm laughter that she had come to crave. Good to know. I don't drink either. My dad was a drunk, and I never wanted to be like him. I can understand that. I think that's why I avoided becoming a lawyer. The moment the words left her lips, it was like she'd had an epiphany. Wow. I've never thought of that before, but it's true. I don't want to live my life working to death. What's the reward? Happy clients? I want more. I can see that, he said. I think anything can be an addiction. Work, drugs, food, any of it. Yeah, me too. She chewed her lip, an internal debate waging. He looked at her. So, Hunter? Walker had opened up to her about his brother. Maybe it'd help her to talk about Hunter. She took a deep breath and went for it. I met Hunter in 6th grade. I didn't have friends. Even if I hadn't been taking care of Lisa, Brianna, and David, I still wouldn't have had friends because I didn't fit in. I was weird, and I liked different things. Girls my age were fawning over the newest cute boy, and I was planning meals and other things. Not a boy band lover, huh? He chuckled. No. Not even a little. Those girls seemed to like shallow guys, and even as a kid I knew I wanted more than that. I was too young to know exactly what that meant, but I knew we didn't want the same things. He leaned back on the blanket, linked his fingers together, and used his hands to cradle his head. Yeah, most of the girls I meet want to party and drink and go to clubs. I'm just not interested. To be honest, until recently, I didn't even want a relationship. Kait caught him cutting his eyes at her, and the words hung in the air for a moment. She batted away the errant thought that he might be talking about her. As if. Walker continued, I just mean, I wanted substance. I don't even think they liked me. They liked that I was an ex-Marine, and that I worked in private security, which comes with a measure of danger. They liked the excitement they thought dating me would bring. They could have cared less about me as a person. Those women were missing his best qualities. Courage. He was sweet and caring. Thoughtful. Things that would make it easy for a woman to fall for him. She pushed the thought away. Even if she did entertain it, it wouldn't work. I'm sorry. That sounds awful. It was easier to see their true colors. It made breaking up with them a no-brainer. She chuckled. I wish I'd had that clarity with Hunter. I called him my best friend, but the truth was that Hunter was his own best friend. She filled her lungs with air and let it out slowly. He came into my life when I had no friends. He was my age, and a friendship was better than nothing. Gotcha. Once, I invited him over, and that was it. I wasn't just taking care of my sisters and brother, I was taking care of Hunter, too. His parents worked like mine, so it just happened. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. When he turned 18, he enlisted, and so, the last 6 years of our relationship was long distance. What was that like when he came home? The first few times, when he could come home, he didn't. It wasn't until his mom had a near breakdown that he graced us with his presence. Walker shook his head. I can't imagine being with someone and not wanting to see them. I meant what I said about Hunter being his own best friend. By the time he left for boot camp, I was relieved. She fidgeted with her fingers and pinned her gaze on the blanket. Memories that she'd packed away flooded back. Tears threatened, and she blinked them back. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to talk about him. She lifted her gaze to Walker's and blinked. No, it's okay. Just, some of the memories aren't so great. I've dealt with a lot of the baggage he left me with, but sometimes, it's a tidal wave, and I struggle to manage it. Tilting his head, Walker asked, was he abusive? Slowly, she nodded. Not physically, but he was manipulative and mean. He would tell me that I'm pushy, and that no one else would want me. He was the only one with the patience to deal with someone like me. Walker rolled to his side, anger flashing in his eyes. What? I told you. He was mean and manipulative. I should have known he was up to something when he came home one of the last times. We didn't fight. He planned a romantic dinner. He brought me flowers, and we went on a long walk. 3 things he despised but knew I loved. The next time he came home, he asked me to marry him. The word yes was out of my mouth before I even realized what I'd said. Wow. Chuckling, she nodded. Yeah, I was as surprised as anyone. Things got worse. He was already pressuring me to do things I didn't want to do. I guess he thought an engagement ring would change my mind. Needless to say, we had the biggest argument we ever had. Walker's eyebrows knitted together. Pressured, his eyes widened as what she meant finally clicked. Oh. I'd already decided I would call off the engagement, but he wouldn't take my calls. I was going to wait until he came home the next time, but he was killed. He grimaced. I'm sorry. That had to be hard. She rolled to face him again, taking the same position as before. It was, but it wasn't, which made me feel super guilty. I didn't love him. She huffed. To tell the truth, I didn't even like him anymore. I was still the awkward girl who didn't really have friends, but I tried to picture life with him and couldn't. I wanted children. He didn't. I wanted to stay home. He wanted us both to work. Life with him would have been miserable. Taking her hand in his, Walker rubbed his thumb along her knuckles. At least you figured it out before you got married. True. I think part of what made me stay with him was my insecurities. Not that he helped with any of them. I've always thought of myself as an afterthought. I was the girl who was just always there and available when anyone needed or wanted me. My parents. My siblings. Hunter. She paused. Walker's lips turned down. You're not an afterthought. You are warm and kind and caring. Brave. Someone was watching her. Even in her half-awake state, she could feel it. Kait opened her eyes, and her gaze immediately caught Walker's. He was staring at her. Oh, no. She was only going to lie next to him for a second. She must have fallen asleep on him. Had she drooled? She tried to move, and he held her still. I'm comfortable. His voice was thick and low like he'd only awakened a moment before her. How did you sleep? I don't think I've slept that deep in months. After that second safe house, when she realized that something was wrong, she'd slept terribly. Being in Walker's arms, she'd felt protected and safe. How about you? His lips curved up at the corners. Really well. Rolling to his side, he kept her head cradled in the crook of his shoulder. His gaze held hers, and his eyes held mischief. What do you want to do today? His voice had turned deeper, sexier. A shiver rolled down her spine as the air turned electric. She managed to whisper. I don't think that's an option. His head dipped lower as his gaze went to her lips. Was he going to kiss her? He'd apologized the last time. Well, before Murdoch. She wasn't sure where that kiss fell. She pressed her fingers to his lips. Are you going to apologize again? No, I have no plans to apologize, but I'll understand if you won't want me to kiss you. He smiled. Just know that I really want to kiss you. Her heart thrummed in her ears. She could hear the sincerity. Could see the desire in his eyes. There was only one problem. Walker, I've never kissed anyone. She swallowed hard. I mean, like that. I've never done it. I could be bad at it. For a moment, he was quiet, like he was contemplating what she said. I think a bad kiss with you would be 1.5 million times better than any great kiss with someone else. A second later, he pressed his lips to hers and held them there. She froze for a moment and then melted. His lips brushed across hers a few times, so feathery and light. The need to feel his lips on hers, hard and firm, grew. She needed him to kiss her. Almost like he was reading her mind, his hand came to rest on her cheek before sliding into her hair, around her neck, and up into her hair again, where he cupped the back of her head, holding her still. He pulled back, and their gazes locked. The same want she felt was reflected in them. He wanted her. No one had ever wanted her. His mouth covered her again, and he deepened the kiss. It had to be the most perfect, most passionate first kiss there ever was. Even her wildest dreams didn't compare to this. Her pulse continued to climb as the kiss continued. Just as her lungs screamed for air, he broke the kiss, his chest pressing against hers as he tried to catch his breath. His lips skated along her jaw. That was the best bad kiss I've ever had. He punctuated each word with a soft kiss. It was just the best kiss for me. He opened his eyes as he smiled, and then his eyes turned stormy. I don't know what any of this means yet. She didn't either. She worked in D.C. Had a, well, sort of a life there. She assumed he lived in North Carolina. She knew he at least worked there. A relationship with him was fraught with all sorts of challenges. Everything was so confusing. All she really knew was that she liked how she felt in his arms. Loved the way his eyes sparkled when he looked at her. The way his lips felt against hers. For now, she'd play it cool. Fun. She could be fun, right? Throw caution to the wind? Then she remembered the last time she threw something. It broke a window. Mentally, she shook the thought free. They were just kissing. She could handle that. It means you like kissing me. She grinned. A truer statement has never spoken. His voice was husky. Can I kiss you again? Can he? I think I'll cry if you don't. He nuzzled her jaw with his nose. A woman as sweet as you should never cry. I refuse to be the one who would cause you a single tear. A nagging feeling whispered at the edge of her mind. He was a man who was used to dating and very obviously used to kissing. They'd been stuck together for months. He was most likely lonely, and she was the only woman available. What were the chances that this was nothing more than boredom and lack of options? His mouth covered hers again, and she was lost. No, she was ruined. She wasn't sure when it happened, but she was falling for this man. If she examined it harder, she was sure she'd make the word past tense. How was she ever going to find anyone who would ever capture her heart like Walker had? In the back of her mind, she heard a snap. Her heart. Her heart was going to be wrecked by the time she testified.
Chapter 15. Walker watched Kait as she stood by the window. They'd begin their return trip to D.C. in a couple of days, and he couldn't say he wasn't anxious. He couldn't imagine how much worse it was for her. She'd been found at every safe house, and it had to be twisting her into knots. As if she were reading his mind, she turned and crossed a little bit of distance and stopped next to his recliner. "Are you okay?" he asked as he looked up at her. "Honestly, I don't know." She sighed. "I've felt safe here, and the idea of leaving makes my stomach hurt. All those times Derek found me, and with the trial growing closer, I'm just afraid it'll get worse. My team and I will keep you safe. We won't let anything happen to you. I'm not afraid of anything happening to me. I'm afraid of something happening to you. I don't want anyone else hurt because of me." Pulling her onto his lap, he kissed the top of her head. If something happens, it won't be because of you. It'll be because of Derek. He leaned back. Everything will be fine. Kait cupped his cheek. Nancy probably thought the same thing, and look what happened to her. She took a deep breath. It would break my heart if something happened to you. Nothing is going to happen to me. I'll have the entire Guardian Group team backing me up. He smiled. We're a good team. We know what we're doing. She caught her bottom lip in her teeth as her eyebrows knitted together. I love your confidence, and I wish I shared it. I know, and after all you've been through, I would probably feel the same way. He touched his lips to hers. Trust me. We'll be okay. You'll get to the courthouse safely, testify, and then put all of this behind you. The words hit his heart like an arrow. Him. He'd be part of those things she'd put behind her. Was he okay with that? He'd unapologetically kissed her, and he had to admit, it had been earth-shattering. He'd never kissed a woman like that, and for that matter, no woman had ever kissed him back like that, either. While their lips were moving, his heart was sealing itself against hers. He still wasn't even sure what this was. All he knew was that he wasn't ready to let it go. Her hand dropped from his face. I can't say I'm not looking forward to that. I'm so sick of being on the run, of feeling like I'm being hunted. I miss my family. I miss my life. Not that I had much of one. I worked, I went home, rinsed, and repeated. I bet. It's been a rough time for you. Minus this cabin. I've kind of grown attached to it. I'm going to miss it. He looked around, smiling. Yeah, I may have to plan a trip back soon. I've missed Kings Bay and this place. I've got a list of supplies I'll need for next time, too. When he brought his gaze back to hers, he found her staring at him. What? Shaking her head, her lips curved up. Nothing. In the next second, she pulled his lips down to hers and kissed him. If there was one thing he liked, it was her kisses. They were soft and unhurried like she was drinking him in. The way she held onto him was intoxicating. Her fingers would bury into his clothes, and she'd cling to him. He felt wanted. He hadn't felt that before with a woman, not like that. She broke the kiss and skated her lips along his jaw with little nips of his skin every so often. He loved these kisses, but they left him dizzy and needing a cold shower. Just when he thought he'd have to stop the assault, she brought her mouth back to his and deepened the kiss. This kiss was different. The way she held him was suddenly different, too. Heated and hungry, creating a fire in his blood that he wasn't sure a simple cold shower would fix. When she finally broke the kiss again, he was starved for air. He gulped air. Intense. She nuzzled his neck with her nose. A picture says 1,000 words. I figured I'd try it with a kiss. He groaned as he pulled away and caught her gaze. What exactly were you trying to say? That I really like you. Like? That was like? What would love be like? Message received. Kait smiled. Oh, good. Sometimes, my words get tangled. He pressed his lips to hers. Nope, you were crystal clear this time, but I think I need to respond. His arms circled around her, pulling her tighter. He still wasn't sure what this thing with her was, but it was getting clearer. Life without her wouldn't be worth living. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he'd fallen for her. Hard, and there was no parachute. For the first time in his life, the thought wasn't scary.
It was the last leg of the trip. Well, at least the flying part. They were landing at a private airstrip just outside DC, and she would be staying at a safe house until the trial. She knew she should be glad this was almost over, but the closer they got, the worse she felt. Her heart hurt. It felt like little pieces were chipping off, and by the time they landed, all she'd have left was a cavern where her heart used to be. The last few kisses they shared were intense. He'd kiss her like he was filling a photo album. Of course, hers was already filled. She loved him. And she still wasn't even sure what was going on between them. And she let him kiss her anyway. What was she thinking? She'd known it would be her undoing, and she'd been right. "You okay over there?" Walker asked. No. Not by a long shot. But she'd never admit that because he'd done nothing wrong. She was the one who had abandoned all reason. That wasn't his fault. If she'd had any willpower at all, she would have put a stop to it. Except she was weak. He'd look at her, shoot her that sexy smile of his, and the next thing she knew, she was falling asleep in his arms after spending the evening kissing him. She'd been playing with fire, and now she was a smoking cinder. This was the consequence of having wayward lips. How was she ever going to kiss another man and not compare him to Walker? How was she ever going to fall in love with another man after falling in love with him? Her Superman. Who could ever live up to Walker Wells? No one. That's who. She needed to finish this trial, find a large house in the country, adopt 30 or 40 cats, and accept her fate as the world's youngest cat lady. His hand covered hers. "Hey, I won't let anything happen to you. I promise." "I know. It's just nerves." Silence filled the cabin for the rest of the flight. Her thoughts were tumultuous. Her feelings for Walker were making her ache. Then there was the trial. In a few days, she'd face the man who'd shot Reed, the state would make their case, and she hoped that horrible man would be going to prison for a long, long time. As Walker tipped the nose of the plane down, Kait spotted 2 black SUVs off to the side of the runway. Her breath caught. Derek Wilson. He was waiting for them. She clamped her hand down on Walker's arm. Her throat tightened to the point of nearly cutting off her air. "That's Guardian Group waiting for us. Those vehicles are bulletproof. We'll be taking you to the DA's office, and then we'll be providing security until the trial." The tension in her shoulders eased. "Oh. Okay." He shot her another sexy smile. "I told you. I'm going to take care of you." After landing the plane, Walker's co-workers met them, along with Gabe Alderson. Gabe greeted her first. "It's good to see you, Kait." "Hi, Mr. Gabe." He'd asked her to use his first name after the 3rd safe house was attacked. "I'm so sorry about all of this. I promise you I'm trying to find the person responsible." She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "I know." A tall guy with shaggy dark hair stuck his hand out. "I'm Noah Wolf, CEO of Guardian Group." He gave off an air of confidence and kindness, and she liked him immediately. "These are my colleagues Sawyer, True, Kaylee, Jax, and Riley. And this is my brother, Hendrix," Walker said. She shook hands with each member of the team. When she reached Hendrix, there was no denying the family resemblance. They had the same dark hair and eyes. Interestingly enough, Walker was taller than his older brother. A buzzing sound caught her attention, and she looked around. It was the middle of the night. It couldn't be bees. "Drones!" Hendrix yelled. All at once, she heard the familiar sound of guns being unholstered as Walker wrapped himself around her and pulled her under the plane. "We need to get her to the SUV." Walker pulled his gun from his holster, still using his body as a protective shield. On it, someone yelled. Bullets whizzed past them in all directions. It felt like forever until the tires squealed. Doors opened, and Walker eased them to the edge of the underside of the plane. A buzzing sound came from behind them. Kait turned, and her eyes widened. "Run!" Walker lifted her by the waist and ran for the SUV. He let out a grunt as they reached it and tossed her inside before climbing in behind her. Sawyer, Noah, and Gabe piled in. "Go!" Noah ordered. The tires squealed again as Sawyer hit the gas. We need to lose them before we try to make the safe house. Over the next hour, Kait lost track of where she was with as many twists and turns Sawyer took. When they reached the entrance to the house, it felt like she was miles from anywhere, but she could see electrical lines, so she knew they were at least somewhat close to civilization. Trees surrounded the property and concealed a wrought iron fence. Sawyer stopped at the gate, pressed his thumb to the pad, and waited as the gate slid to the right. It was maybe half a mile to the house. A motion detection light flicked on, revealing a single-story white clapboard home with shutters. If she didn't know she was close to DC, she'd think she was in the South with the way the porch wrapped around the house. We'll wait until the rest of the group gets here, and then we'll have a meeting, Noah said. Gabe raked a hand through his hair. I don't know how Derek's people are finding us. I didn't even tell anyone where I was going. My phone isn't even on. Walker held his side and shifted in his seat. Were you followed? No, believe me, I was paranoid about it. Noah cursed under his breath. We're missing something. This is more than just a mole. It has to be. Sawyer nodded. I agree. They landed at a private airstrip. Ryder deleted the flight's digital footprint. This is more than just someone leaking information. Kait put her face in her hands. All she wanted was for this to be over. She hadn't missed the heart-stopping fear that seemed to follow her everywhere. There were only 3 days until the trial. Derek had already found her. Was it even possible for her to survive long enough to testify?
Chapter 16. Sitting in the living room, Walker kept his gaze on Kait. She'd been quiet since they arrived at the house. He didn't fault her. It wasn't 10 minutes, and she'd been attacked. They'd arranged the furniture to somewhat resemble a conference room setting with a wingback chair at the head where Noah sat. The 2 couches were parallel to each other. Jax and Riley sat on one side. Gabe, True, and Kaylee on the other, while Walker and Kait were on a love seat facing Noah. Sawyer and Hendricks were outside patrolling the yard. Noah spread his notes out on the coffee table. Gabe, you've got a big problem. The man seemed haggard. I know. Gabe let out a breath as he set his elbow on his knee. I don't understand how anyone could have known. He straightened. I've got local police there now, and I've called a friend, Finn Carter. We went through Buds together. He's bringing a couple of his agents, and they should be at the scene within the hour. I hate to question my guys, but at this point, all of them are suspects. I don't think you have a choice. Noah sat back, crossing his ankle over his knee. I'm sorry, man. He stood. Could I get a ride back to the airport? I want to be there when they arrive. True stood. I'll give you a ride. He pulled his wife to her feet, and they left the room. If Walker had to guess, Kaylee was going to stay in case Kait needed someone to talk to. There'd be some goodbye kisses as well, especially with as dangerous as this assignment was turning out to be. Gabe waited for a beat and then followed them. Noah was quiet until the back door shut. Kaylee returned to the living room. Clear. We need to look at Gabe. I hate it, and it feels like I'm betraying him, but after what happened tonight, we can't assume anything. Noah looked at Kait. Would you go over everything with me? Start from the beginning? Her entire body sagged, and she had that tired look in her eyes again. Sure. If you think it might help, I'll do anything. Over the next couple of hours, Kait went into detail about everything, starting with witnessing Reed's murder. Walker didn't know it, but she'd held his friend's hand in the last few moments of his life. He was glad Reed had someone with him so he didn't die alone. A pattern emerged, too. Gabe was in at least 4 of the 6 safe houses before they were attacked. It didn't paint the man in a good light. Noah pulled out his phone and hit the screen. Hello, my love. Mia's chipper voice filtered through the phone. Hello, love. I need you to run Gabe Alderson. Find everything. She gasped. Gabe? Are you sure? Gabe? Ryder said. Mia and Ryder shared an office and behaved like they were brother and sister. As Guardian Group's computer experts, when they worked as a team, they were unmatched. Noah hesitated a moment. We were attacked by drones tonight. That's a first. Is everyone okay? Mia's voice hitched at the question. The father of her children could have been hurt. Typically, Noah stayed out of the fray. Not because he didn't want to be involved, but because they protected him. Everyone who worked for him loved him, Mia, and their children. All but one of the original team members had retired to raise their families. Noah and Ryder were the only two left, and they were often teased about being old men. Nodding, Noah said, "Everyone's okay, but Gabe is the only one who could have alerted Derek to our location." His voice was tight. She sighed. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry." "Me too. I'll get working on it." Ryder added, "I'll help. If he's involved in this." "I just don't believe it," Mia said. In Walker's mind, he pictured Mia's hand on Ryder's shoulder. "We'll let you know something as soon as we find it." "Thanks," Noah said and ended the call. Once the meeting was over, Walker had no doubt he'd call her back. Jack shook his head. "I'm having trouble believing it could be Gabe." "Me too," Kaylee said. "I'll be blindsided if he is, but I don't think we can deny the evidence." Noah shrugged. "I don't want to think he could be either, but he's the only suspect we have right now." Jax exhaled. "I've got a friend in the CIA. I trust them. Maybe they might know something." "Do it." Jax and Riley left the room. Down the hall, a door opened and shut. Walker assumed they'd retreated to one of the bedrooms. Kaylee sat forward on the couch. "Kait, how about I show you to your room? I bet you could use a break." Kait looked at Walker. "That sounds nice. I'll stop by in a little and see how you're doing." Kaylee stood with Kait. Once they were out of the room, Noah looked at Walker. "You bought your burner phone at the outpost. You think the clerk would have given the number to anyone? Maybe tracked the phone?" His eyebrows went up. Lane? I don't think so. I mean, I've known the guy since I was a kid. The worst crime he's ever committed is singing karaoke." Noah grunted a laugh. "Still, text his name to Mia, and she'll check him out." "Will do." Noah tipped his chin toward the hallway off to the right. "Why don't you go get cleaned up, too? If I learn anything else, I'll let you know." "Thanks." Walker pushed off the love seat and headed down the hallway. He stopped at the only room with the door open, marking it as the only room free. Shutting the door, he leaned his back against it. He didn't want Gabe to be guilty, but at the same time, if the man was, it'd make this whole situation a lot easier. A lot safer. All he wanted at the moment was for Kait to be safe. If they didn't find the leak before the trial, there was a good chance there wouldn't be a trial. Chapter 17. In the kitchen, Walker doctored a large mug of coffee with plenty of cream and a little stevia. He grabbed the sandwich True brought back with him and walked to the kitchen table. He'd practically salivated when he'd smelled the burger and fries. He'd grab a quick bite to eat and then join Sawyer outside to patrol so that Hendricks could have a break. Walker looked up to find Hendricks leaning against the doorframe. "Hey, everything okay? Do I need?" Hendricks held up his hand. "You're good." He straightened and pointed to the chair across from Walker. "Mind if I join you?" "No, not at all." Hendricks crossed the room and took a seat. "I bet that tastes good." Walker swallowed as he nodded. "I don't want to die, but if I had to, I'd go happy." He laughed. Hendricks's shoulders bounced as he laughed. "I bet. I mean, I love camping, but nothing beats a greasy burger." "Exactly." He smiled. "Hey, you may not know, but did Gabe happen to mention a female agent named Nancy being shot as Kait and I were escaping the safe house?" Walker figured one way or the other, Kait would want to know what happened. He nodded. He did. She made it. Walker paused as he went to take another bite. Really? That didn't make sense at all. It was a kill shot. Shaking his head, Hendricks replied, "No, it wasn't. If the bullet had pierced the vest, it would have been, but what you saw was her getting shot in the shoulder just above her heart. She had surgery, and she's been recovering." Kait would be relieved to hear that. "Is she a suspect?" Hendricks leaned over and snatched a fry, popping it in his mouth. "Yeah, she's been put on leave." "So, if she's the leak, why would they shoot her?" Walker asked. "To take the heat off. Why would we continue to suspect her if she was shot? That must mean there are two leaks." Walker took a big drink of his coffee. "Seems so." His brother nodded. "And if Gabe is one of them, he could be feeding the information to Nancy. It would make a lot of sense. Although, I'm still not convinced it's Gabe. He's too straight and narrow." Walker didn't know the man as well as the rest of the group, but since he'd signed on to Guardian, he'd been traveling a lot, too, which meant he wasn't at headquarters enough to meet people. While he finished his food, they sat in companionable silence, with Hendricks stealing a fry a time or two. As Walker polished off his coffee, Hendricks took a deep breath and leaned forward with his arms on the table. "I'm not one to talk about feelings, but Brittany informed me that if I didn't talk to you, she was going to take me to a restaurant where they sing happy birthday and tell them it's my birthday." Walker snorted. "Sounded like Brittany. Okay. First, I want to know why you joined the Marines when you had a slew of full rides to choose from." His jaw dropped open. "You know about those?" Nodding, he smiled. "Yeah, I kept watch over you when I got old enough that I could." He stared at Walker. It was the "I'm waiting" look he'd seen before. With a shrug, his gaze dipped to the table. "I wanted to be like you. I wanted to make you proud." He lifted his gaze a fraction. "I didn't want you to regret all the sacrifices you made for me." His brother sighed in what seemed like frustration. "I never regretted any of it. I don't even know why you would think that I would. You went through a lot for me. Because I loved you. You were my little brother. Of course, I was going to protect you. I didn't do it because I had to. I did it because I wanted to." A lump formed in Walker's throat. "Really?" "Yeah. Really. Walker, I'm proud of you, been proud of you. I don't know why my opinion would matter, but I am. It was worth every lick I took from Mom and Dad to keep you safe." He sighed. "If I have a regret, it's that I was gone the day they hurt you. If I hadn't been running with that gang, it wouldn't have happened." He sucked in a breath, working to keep his emotions from clouding his vision. "Kait was right. But it got you out of there. I was a troublemaker. No one would listen to me, but those bruises couldn't be denied. For the longest time, I was so torn. Guilty because I let it happen, and relieved that you wouldn't get hurt anymore. Then there was my rap sheet. If I'd kept my nose clean, maybe we could have stayed together. Of all the things that happened, that one hits me the hardest. I had a choice, and I made the wrong one." Hendricks lowered his gaze to the table. "There were so many times I wanted to contact you, but I thought you'd hate me. It was all my fault." Walker took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "No. You've been my hero my entire life. All I've ever wanted was to be like you." He licked his lips. "Honestly, I thought maybe you hated me because I wasn't able to hide the bruises. I broke our family up. I didn't stick up for you when Protective Services sent me to Washington. I thought maybe you'd regretted taking care of me. You were a kid. So were you. Yeah, but, man, there was nothing you could have done to change anything that happened. I've never hated you. Ever." Walker's mind was reeling. Everything he'd ever thought about Hendricks had been wrong. This whole time, Walker had made choices based on assumptions. Wrong assumptions, apparently. For a split second, regret ripped through him. He could have attended an M, been on the football team, and maybe even made the pros. Instead, he had a career in the Marines. He would never have signed with Guardian Group. Never have met Kait. The thought grounded him. Meeting Kait was the best thing to happen to him. Was there a tinge of regret? Maybe a little, but only because he could have had this conversation with Hendricks years ago. It could have brought them together so much sooner. And Walker had desperately missed his brother. Hendricks smiled. I'm happy that you had a great life. I can't change the past misunderstanding, but as far as the future is concerned, let me make it clear, I love you. You're my brother, and I'll always love you. I want you in my life, in my son's life. Walker's gaze met his brother's. A boy? A wide smile lit up his face. Joy radiated from him. Found out Friday. He shook his head as he looked down. That's awesome, man. I'm happy for you. The words hung in the air. He took a breath and then blurted, Do you ever worry about becoming like Dad? Absolutely not. I'll never be like Dad. His face hardened. We're nothing like him and never will be. I chose to be a good man, and you have the same choice. My son will never look at me with fear in his eyes. He'll never wonder if he's loved. He'll never go hungry. I will be a man worthy of being called Dad. Hendricks jerked his gaze away and took a breath. When he brought his gaze back, moisture was clinging to his lashes. Choose to be a good man, Walker. That's all you have to do. Choose to be a good man. Walker was speechless. He'd never seen his brother as emotionally charged as he was. I will. Then stop living in fear. Find love. Be happy. Make that choice. He stood. I'm going back out there. We were going to take shifts, but after those drones, I don't think that's wise. Walker balled up the wrapper to his sandwich and pushed out of the chair. I don't either. He dropped his trash off and walked to the sink, setting his cup down. Live in fear or don't. Choose to be a good man or don't. The words floated through Walker's mind as he braced his hands on the counter. Ultimately, everything came down to what he wanted. So, what did he want? The answer came quickly. Kait. He wanted Kait.
Kaylee had dropped Kait off at her room, and she'd promptly taken a bath. It had been the most luxurious thing Kait had experienced in months. Everything was wrinkled by the time she forced herself out and tied on a robe. Mind, body, and soul. Every inch of her was tired. Between the trek from the cabin, the plane ride, and the drone attack, she was surprised she was still holding it together. She suspected all the safe house attacks had numbed her to danger, which was why she hadn't totally freaked out at the airport. It was just one more threat. One more chance she could die. One more chance Walker could have died. Or all of the other members of Guardian Group. She didn't want one more person sacrificing their life for hers. The thought made her shiver. It made sense that Gabe could be the leak, but she struggled to believe it. Logically, he was the best suspect. He'd been at the safe houses, and he'd been there at the airport. In her heart, there was no way. She'd liked the man the moment she met him. He had an honest face, and she'd never once got the feeling that he was anything but trustworthy. If it turned out he really was the culprit, she'd be shocked. A knock came on the door. 1 second. She quickly exchanged her robe for the t-shirt and sweatpants that were left on the bed for her and answered the door. Walker. Just his presence made her world right. By the look of his damp hair, he'd taken a shower since she'd last seen him. He changed into some jeans and a fitted black shirt and looked photoshoot-worthy with his effortless confidence while she looked rumpled and wrinkly. Wasn't that just her luck? A smile lifted his lips. I wanted to see how you were doing. She leaned her head against the door. I'm okay. How are you? He shook his head. I'm okay. Mind if I come in? She jerked up and nodded. Oh, yeah, sorry. Come on in. Why did she suddenly feel so nervous around him? She'd been completely comfortable until they landed, and now it was like she was crushing on the quarterback. Is it weird to be back? You too? Yeah. His gaze raked from the top of her head to her toes. You always look great, but you look especially beautiful when you light up like that. She squeaked a laugh as her cheeks burned. As if, Mr. Model. Walker's head dropped back as he laughed. No. Not hardly, but his arm wrapped around her waist, and he pulled her flush against him. He ran his fingers down the length of her hair. Are beautiful. His voice dipped low. Her heart did a backflip. He was looking at her like she was the showcase diamond. You might have to say that a few times before I believe it. You're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. He dipped his head, and his mouth captured hers. His kisses were everything a kiss could be. Sweet, soft, and gentle. They made her feel cherished and special. Wanted and needed. They could last a year and never be enough. He broke the kiss, breathing hard, and trailed kisses to her ear. I've been waiting to kiss you all night. A knock came on the door. Kate's eyes widened as she realized she'd left it open. She peeked around Walker. Oh, hi, Kaylee. The woman rolled her lips in, but the corners tipped up. Hi. I thought you could use some food, she said and held up a sack in one hand and a large drink in the other. Walker released Kait and dropped a kiss on her nose. I probably won't see you again until tomorrow, so have a good night. With one more touch of his lips, he was out the door. Kate's face was on fire. I really wasn't standing there that long. Kaylee offered. She shrugged. It's okay. Waving her in, she walked to the door and shut it as Kaylee stepped inside. Thank you for bringing me something to eat. You're welcome. A whiff of the bag's contents floated to Kate's nose, and her stomach growled. Please tell me that is a horrible for me fast food burger. Heart attack in a sack with fries. She laughed. Waving her in, Kait could hardly contain her excitement. Fast food. I love the cabin, but boy have I missed fast food. Kaylee wheeled around. I'm sure you have. Kait shut the door and joined the woman at a small table situated against the wall across from the bed. She took the bag and pulled it open, practically sticking her head in as she inhaled. Oh, my gosh. It smells so good. Mind if I sit and visit? Kaylee asked. No, please do. They sat, and Kait took a long drink. It tickled as it rolled down her throat. I have missed fizz. She set the cup down and pulled out the burger and fries, practically tearing the paper off the burger. She bit down and moaned. Oh. This is delicious. Thank you so much. I knew you had to be hungry. I didn't think I was until I smelled it. Downing a few more bites, she paused a second and took another swig of her drink. With the taste bud frenzy over, Kait grinned. Okay, I think I'll live now. Kaylee snickered. I'm glad you liked it. She leaned back in her chair and smiled. How are you doing, really? She'd half expected her to ask about Walker and was grateful she hadn't. She looked away as she shook her head. I don't know. Kaylee reached across the table and took her hand. I know you don't know me, but I want you to know that I'm a friend. I've been where you are. Scared and shaken up and had my world turned upside down. If you need to talk, I'm here. She looked at the woman as a tidal wave of emotions hit. Her life had been in a complete upheaval for more than 9 months, and it had been so long since she'd had another woman to talk to. The female agents assigned to her were there to protect her, not have conversations, as one of the agents bluntly told her. I think I'll take you up on that. Over the next 2 hours, Kait chatted with Kaylee. Learning how Kaylee met True was like listening to a live romantic suspense novel. He'd pretended to get close to her because they'd suspected she'd committed murders and was running a black market antiquities ring. Kait poured out everything that had happened since witnessing Reed's murder, minus her and Walker, the more intimate parts. After hearing herself, it was a wonder she was still even mildly together. When she was finished, Kaylee was slack-jawed. I'd be in the fetal position. Like, seriously. How are you holding up so well? Sometimes, I don't think I am. Well, you are. I am in awe. The compliment was flattering. Don't be. I'm such a mess. I'm so tired of the running and the violence and all of it. I just want to get this over. I would be too. Kaylee stood. Which I think is my cue to let you get some rest. Kait stood with her. Thank you for the food and for checking on me. Kaylee stepped closer and pulled her into a hug. You're welcome. I'm here for you. She leaned back and rubbed her arms. You're not alone if you need anything. To talk, to scream, to anything. You just come get me. Okay? Nodding, Kait held back tears. Thank you. They said their goodbyes, and Kait shut the door before returning to the bed and crawling into it. All she wanted to do was sleep. She'd worry about everything else tomorrow. Chapter 18. And what did you see? Asked Carlton Hurst, the state district attorney. He stood across the table from Kait with his arms crossed over his chest. Just like the first time she met him, he had the look of a high-end car salesman. Not super tall, a little bit of a gut, perfectly combed blonde hair matched his perfectly shaped, clean-shaven face, and perfectly tweezed eyebrows sat atop hazel eyes. A gold watch hung on his left wrist, and his suit was every bit of $3,000, or she'd eat a shoe. She glanced down. With as expensive as his tasseled loafers looked, she'd pick one of them to chew on if she was wrong about the suit. They'd already been at this for hours. It was almost like he was testing her more than he was trying to coach her. She had no idea testifying would be like this. They'd started at 8 that morning, and it was pushing 2 in the afternoon. She was exhausted and sick of all the questioning. How many different ways could she tell the jury that she'd watched Derek murder Reed? It was a surprise to find him waiting for her in the kitchen that morning. For some reason, she just assumed she would be taken to the courthouse, but the way Noah explained it, this seemed safer. After the drone attack at the airport, she had to agree. Kait? She rubbed her temples as she pushed the thoughts away. I saw Derek Wilson holding Reed Vasquez at gunpoint. The next second, Reed clutched his chest and fell to the parking garage floor. I called 911, waited for Derek to leave, and then went to the man who'd been shot. He died a few moments later. And there was nothing you could do to save him? Kait's stomach hit the floor. Hey! Walker stepped into the kitchen. He'd remained close by just in case anything else happened since both she and the DA were together. That's not a fair question. There was nothing she could have done to save Reed. If she could, she would have. Yes, it's unfair. The defense isn't going to play fair, and she needs to be prepared for questions she's not going to like. That's why it's called coaching. Walker crossed the room, stopping in front of Colton. I don't expect the defense to play fair. It's not Kait's fault Reed died. She didn't shoot him. If they try to put it on her, they'll fail. The DA's face tightened as he glared at Walker. Standing, Kait placed her hand on his chest. He's right. I do need to be prepared for all sorts of questions. He kept his gaze on Colton for a second and then looked at her. It's not your fault Reed died. Tingles spread through her at his protectiveness. I know. His penetrating gaze lingered on her a second longer, and then his posture relaxed. You've been through enough. She patted his chest. It's okay. I can handle it. One last hard look at Colton, and Walker strode back to his position at the entrance of the kitchen. Dropping one hand to his waist, Colton pinched the bridge of his nose with his other hand. I'm not trying to be mean. The man looked worn out. She'd been in a remote cabin in the woods for the last 3 months. She hadn't thought about what he must have been through. I understand. It just caught me off guard. He dropped his hand from his face. I know, but their goal is to rattle you. My goal is to keep that from happening. We don't want a hung jury because they were able to trip you up. A hung jury? Is that possible? I mean, I saw him do it. I was there. He shrugged. Really, it's your word against his. His criminal background leads to the credibility of what you saw. Plus, Reed Vasquez was undercover. We suspect Derek knew, but we don't have the proof. What? When I left, you had proof. It went missing in evidence, but I still think I can sway the jury. That's why I'm being hard on you. I need you to clinch this. Her stomach roiled. What? His conviction rests on me? Reed's family won't get justice if the jury doesn't believe me? Walker won't get justice. Panic bubbled in her stomach. I hate to say it, but yeah, it does. That's why we need to be ready. Kait stretched her arms out on the table and rested her head on them. Exhaustion weighed on her. Sleep had claimed her far too late, and the sun had risen far too early. At all this stress, and she hoped a nap was in her future. The DA moved closer, palming her arm. She lifted her head. I'm sorry this has been so hard on you. I've got a team of agents from a different office outside of DC combing through everything to find the leak. It's okay. She actually felt bad for the guy. All the stress and pressure to bring Derek Wilson to justice had to be hard. I know you're doing what you think is best. His phone chirped, and he checked it before setting his briefcase on the table and opening it. He pulled out a phone and handed it to her. I hesitated to give you this with all that's going on, but I believe it's wise for you to have it. You need to be able to call for help. A phone. After the attack on the 4th house, they'd taken her phone, thinking it was being tracked. It had been so long since she'd even held one in her hands that it felt foreign. Thank you. She slipped it into her back jeans pocket. I know you probably want to call your parents, but please don't. If the signal is intercepted, they could use it to pinpoint your location. This is only for emergencies. Okay? Absolutely. He took a deep breath and folded into the chair next to her, raking his hand through his hair. The gesture mustered and gave him an almost down-to-earth appearance. I'm so ready for this trial to be over, too. I think it's been a month since I've slept at my apartment. The poor man. He'd probably had just as hard a time as she had. He probably had all sorts of pressure on him to get this case wrapped up and get that thug off the streets. Smiling, Kait patted his hand. I'm sorry. If you'll let me get. A large boom shook the entire place, and then everything in the house went still. No air, no fridge, no nothing, but dead silence. The power. Colton jumped out of his chair. What was that? Just then, the window shattered as Walker burst into the kitchen with his handgun drawn.
Get down! Walker yelled. He'd taken cover next to the kitchen entrance. Kait slipped out of her chair as Colton dropped to his hands and knees. They huddled under the table. Walker knew having the DA come to them was a bad idea, but the alternative was taking Kait to him. After the drones, it really was a toss-up because, obviously, that had come with its own disadvantages. In reality, it was a hard choice, so he wouldn't blame anyone for the attack. They'd hoped all their precautions would be enough. Clearly, they weren't. Walker was patrolling the south side when he heard the explosion in the distance, a transformer blowing. He'd known then something was wrong. It wasn't even breezy, so they couldn't blame it on the weather. As he'd rushed back to the house, Hendricks met him just as he reached the front door. Ryder had called. The power was out, and all of the cameras were down. A second later, bullets were showering them. Walker rushed over to them and squatted down. "We need to get you guys out of here." "How did they find this house?" Colton lobbed the accusation. "I don't know." Walker caught Kait's gaze. "It wasn't us." Colton grumbled under his breath. "We have to get her out of here." "We're working on it." He ground out, pulling his gaze from Kait to the DA. It was his people who were the issue, not Guardian Group. Shots rang out again. She wrapped her arms over her head and folded herself up as small as she could as more bullets whizzed past them. It was quiet for a moment, and she slowly unfurled. "Is it over?" Before the last word left her lips, another barrage of bullets rained through the window. Colton yelped and grabbed his arm. Another bullet landed at Kait's foot, as a second brushed past her ear. Walker kept low as he went to the window, and the second he thought he was clear, he emptied his gun. He dropped the magazine and replaced it with a new one. The back door flew open, and Hendricks slid inside. "SUV is coming." Walker ran over to the table and squatted. Kait was looking at her hand. A smear of blood coated it. "Are you hurt?" She turned to him. "I think it nicked my ear." He pulled her closer and took her chin in his hand, turning her face. "Yeah, it got your ear. Anywhere else?" She shook her head. When their gazes connected, there was no mistaking the fear in her eyes. Walker hated this. "Come on," Walker said. "We've got a car right outside." He grabbed Colton's arm, pulling him from under the table and pushed him toward his brother. "Move!" Hendricks yelled. Walker took her hand, turned his back to her, and glanced over his shoulder. "Stay behind me." "Okay. We're going to make a run for it." Her fingers wrapped around his belt. "Now." She kept pace with him until they reached the SUV. He shoved her inside and slammed the door. Pain ripped through his thigh, and he dropped to the ground. He pounded his fist on the side of the vehicle. "Go!" He decided he was going to talk to her when she was finished with her testimony coaching. He was going to tell her how he felt. If he was right, and she felt the same about him, he was going to put in his resignation. He'd leave Guardian Group and plan a future with her. Now, he wasn't sure he'd get the chance.
Chapter 19. The SUV flew down the driveway toward the entrance to the property. They reached the gate, and Sawyer took a hard right. Colton slammed into Kait and smashed her against the car door. It didn't even faze her. She kept her gaze trained on the back window. She'd watched Walker drop to the ground. Had he been hit, or was he trying to take cover? The not knowing was torture. Noah twisted in his seat. "Are you two okay?" Colton's face scrunched up. "I was hit. I don't think it's bad, but it hurts. My ear got nicked, but that's it." Kait turned to him. "Let me see your arm." He took his left hand from his right arm. With the way the man was complaining, she'd expected more, but it was basically a paper cut. She'd almost buried half a knife in Walker's leg, and he'd acted like it was nothing. A smile ghosted on her lips as the word Superman floated through her mind. He was. All he needed was the suit. She sighed, thinking about him in tights. She cleared her throat. "It's a surface wound, but I'm sure it stings. All I need is a first aid kit, and I can get you bandaged up." The sound of the glove box opening preceded Noah handing her a kit. She opened it and began treating Colton's arm. Noah's lips pinched together, and he frowned. "We've definitely got a problem." The DA winced. "I know, and we're trying to find out who's on Derek's payroll." I thought Nancy was. Nancy? Asked Kait. Nodding, Colton said, she seemed the likely culprit, but she's on leave. Unless someone's feeding her information, she's not it. No, we'll keep her on the list, but she seems unlikely now, Noah replied. He faced the front and put his phone to his ear. Alderson. Kait tried to listen to the conversation Noah was having with Gabe, and she was doing a pretty good job until Noah switched ears. Then, it was muffled by road noise and distance. Gabe had sounded as equally angry as Noah. To Kate's knowledge, he wasn't cleared yet, so she wasn't sure if it was genuine or fake. Personally, she hoped that he was one of the good guys. Okay, all done, she said as she finished bandaging Colton's arm. Thanks. He raked his hand through his hair. Are you really okay? He leaned over and pointed to her ear. Yeah, I'll take care of it when we get to wherever we're going. I'm really sorry about this. Now, she felt even worse for the guy. All of this didn't reflect well on him either. I know, but the good news is that this is almost over. I'll testify, and because of how well you coached me, Derek Wilson will go away for a long time. Maybe he'll even get antsy and tell us who the mole is. She smiled. Colton grunted. Yeah, well, I think the testify part is about as good as we'll get. Derek would never give up an inside informant. Hope springs eternal and all that jazz, right? She smiled. I like your attitude. He laughed. Noah pushed his phone into his pocket and twisted to face them. We're going to drop you off, Mr. Hurst. Colton. You saved my life, you can use my first name. One corner of Noah's lips lifted. Okay, Colton, we're going to drop you off at your office. Gabe is sending some agents, and they'll be posted outside your office. They'll be sticking close until this trial is over. We can't assume they were only firing at Kait. His eyebrows went to his hairline. You think they're coming after me now? Kate's jaw dropped. Oh no. She wouldn't wish this terror on anyone. Shrugging, Noah replied, it would make sense. If they take you out, a new DA will have to step in. Even if he goes by your notes, he'll have to catch up on everything. That'll delay the trial. You're already missing evidence. If you lose her, the state doesn't have a case. Colton's head dropped back. I didn't even think of that. He lifted his head. I've had plenty of death threats, even been the target in past cases, but I've never felt the unease that this case gives me. Noah sighed. Yeah, I feel the same way. We should be at the courthouse in a few minutes. He smiled and then faced the front again. The SUV came to a stop. Colton looked at Kait. You still have the phone? She pulled it from her pocket and held it up. Yep. Good. Call me if you need anything. Thank you for everything, Colton. He patted her leg. It's no problem. I'll see you, we'll get that worked out in a little bit. His door opened, and an agent stood there, his head on a swivel as he kept watch. Mr. Hurst, we need to get you inside. Be safe, Kait. You too. The door shut, and she let out a breath. There were only 2 days left. That attack, the ferocity of it, left no doubt in her mind that Derek was willing to do anything and send as much firepower as possible to make sure she didn't make it to the stand. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and fear nearly swallowed her whole. Chapter 20. Kait paced her room at the new safe house, a large apartment located only a few blocks from the courthouse. By her estimation, this place was at least a 5-digit rental with the way prices were in DC. When she'd looked out the window earlier, several police cars drove by. Gabe's friend Finn had stationed his men at the entrance to the house. Noah's men would be keeping an eye on them, but he'd felt they needed all the help they could get. They were waiting for Walker, Hendricks, True, and Kaylee to arrive. She'd yet to hear anything about Walker or if he was injured. Shadows played in the room as the sun began to hide behind the buildings. It made the place feel a little creepy. It didn't help that they were in one of the most haunted areas of DC. Granted, she checked this particular building, and it wasn't, but that didn't mean ghosts couldn't move through walls or something. With the way her luck was running lately, there was no telling what could happen. Shouts erupted as the front door opened. Kait stopped and listened a second and then bolted for the door. She raced down the stairs and hit the first floor landing just in time to see Walker limping into the townhome. Her hands went to her mouth. He had been shot. As if he'd sensed her presence, his gaze found hers. "It's just a graze. I'm fine." She rushed to his side. "Let me see." He flopped down on the nearest couch, keeping his left hip accessible. "See? It's just a surface wound. No big deal. I've been so worried. I saw you fall to the ground, and I had no idea what happened. I'm sorry. I should have called Noah." She held up her new phone. "Colton gave it to me." Jax appeared in the doorway with a first aid kit. He crossed the room, stopping next to Walker. "I hear there is wounded." He rolled his eyes. "You heard wrong. Seriously, it's nothing. How about I leave this with you, and you can take care of the grumpy patient?" Jax laughed. Walker grumbled under his breath. "I'm not." Kait chuckled. "I'll take care of him." She tore open an antiseptic wipe and dabbed at the wound. Sucking in a sharp breath, he jumped. "Cold. Cold, huh?" "Yes, just cold." He narrowed his eyes at her, but his lips tipped up. She so loved his playful nature. He leaned forward, whispering, "I talked to Hendrix last night." Her mouth dropped open. "You did? How'd it go?" "He approached me. He doesn't hate me. Or blame me. He doesn't regret taking care of me." His voice grew thick as he spoke. "He wants me to be happy." Her heart swelled for him. "That's great." He nodded. "I know. And you were right. He thought I'd be mad at him. That I'd blame him for joining the gang and keeping us from staying together as kids." "Oh, Walker. That's great." She took out the ointment, dabbed a little on it, and then finished bandaging it. "I knew he loved you. I can't imagine anyone not loving you." She froze as she realized what she said. "I mean, you're a great person. Brave and kind." His finger came to rest on the underside of her chin, and he lifted her head until their gazes met. "You can't imagine anyone not loving me?" Before she could answer, Noah strolled into the room. "I'm calling a meeting. We need to talk." Writers found a few things. Walker dropped his hand from her face, but his gaze continued to hold hers. "This conversation is on pause." Words stuck in her throat. What could that mean? As Walker stood, he pulled her up with him. "Hopefully, he'll have answers for us." They joined the rest of the group in a large dining room. Kait had to wonder if the place had ever been occupied by a politician. It sure screamed lobbyist or donor party. For the space, it was expansive, almost like they'd taken out walls to give it the grand feeling. The walls were painted rich purple, complemented by intricate crown molding and gilded accents. One large ornate chandelier was flanked by two smaller ones, casting a warm and inviting glow over the room. A long, polished mahogany table took center stage, flanked by exquisitely upholstered chairs. Elaborate paintings depicted scenes of historical significance, adding a sense of prestige to the room. Expansive windows allowed natural light to filter in, while shirt drapes maintained their privacy from anyone who might walk by. Noah took a seat at the head of the table just as everyone else gathered in the room. Walker sat next to Kait, and they sat halfway down, sandwiched between Hendricks and Sawyer. Kaylee smiled at Kait from across the table. Mia did some digging into Gabe. He's been receiving large payments the last 3 months every 2 weeks. Pain coated Noah's voice. I hate to say it, but I think he's our guy. He paused and added, which is why I hedged when he asked where we were taking Kait. True looked shaken. I just can't believe. Kaylee took one of his hands in both of hers. I can't either. Kait's phone buzzed in her pocket and she pulled it out. Her sister's number flashed on the screen. Colton must have given it to her. It had been forever since Kait had spoken to her. She leaned into Walker. It's my sister. Go, I'll let you know if you miss anything. She pushed away from the table and hurried into the other room before answering, Lisa. Hello, Kait, a male voice answered. Her blood turned to ice. Who is this? I think you know. Derek Wilson? How did you get this number? She'd only gotten the phone a few hours ago. How was it possible that he'd managed to get the number already? You have people. I have people. Where is my sister? From what I understand, she's protected by ex-Secret Service. A sigh of relief. At least he didn't have Lisa. Kait looked over her shoulder and walked further away from the dining room. What do you want? Just to talk. She remained quiet. I'll call all of this off. You and your family can go back to your normal lives. All you have to do is not testify tomorrow. He cooed. That's all. I'll even give you a little something to compensate you for the last few months. It was tempting. It'd be a lie to say it wasn't. After all of the stress and anxiety, she wanted nothing but to find somewhere and enjoy peace. I can't do that. The man exhaled. I'm sorry to hear you say that. Perhaps you'll change your mind before you're called to testify. His tone was sharp. Oh, and I suggest you keep this conversation between the two of us. So far, I've left your family out of this. I'd hate to involve them. Her family? They have no part in this. Leave them alone. Exactly. Let's keep it that way. The line went dead, and she looked at the phone. A tremble raked through her. Oh, she hated this. She had no idea what the man was up to, but she wasn't a coward. She'd be testifying, and nothing was changing her mind.
Walker glanced over his shoulder in the direction Kait went. He was glad she was getting a chance to talk to her sister. He knew it had been a while since she'd been in touch with any of her family. He was still trying to wrap his mind around Gabe being the leak. The way everyone talked about the man, it seemed out of character. But, like Noah said, money was the root of all evil. It seemed Gabe had a price. True drew a hand through his hair. I'm still stunned. Noah nodded. Yeah, hearing it from Mia unsettled me. What if someone is setting him up? Walker asked. He looked around the table. I mean, if any of you had even an inkling this guy was bad, you would have known it. Hendricks shrugged. Maybe, but Gabe is good at his job. He's gone undercover. That requires an ability to lie, to be someone else. It's possible he's just been able to hide his true colors. Maybe, but I still think Mia should keep looking. Something doesn't feel right. All of a sudden, we've got a neon arrow that points to Gabe? That doesn't strike you as fishy? I don't even know the guy, and I'm questioning it. Noah remained silent a moment like he was considering what Walker said. The man looked at Hendricks, then True and Jax. It does seem convenient, doesn't it? But you saw the bank records with your own eyes, Jax said. Yeah, but we've seen what Ryder and Mia can do. With the technology available today, anything is possible. Jax nodded and looked at Riley. Riley said, he's not wrong. I'll call Mia. Tell her to keep digging. I suspect she is, anyway. I could tell she'd been crying. Noah rubbed his face with his hands. This case is giving me gray hair. Kait returned to the room and took her seat. Walker eyed her. Her color was off. Is everything okay? Oh, yeah, it's fine. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. She smiled. What did I miss? Walker studied her a second longer and then took a breath. We think Gabe was set up. It's too easy. All of a sudden, he's guilty. Something isn't adding up. Who could do that? How do you even do that? Wouldn't the bank be able to tell you if the deposits were real or not? It's all computers, Kaylee said. I've listened to me a lot, and with banks, it's all digital. Even if you're speaking to a person, all they have to go on is what the screen is telling them. Kate's lips turned down. That's true. Poor Gabe. Have you tried calling him? Yeah, Noah replied. I've gotten no answer. Sawyer crossed his arms over his chest. Have we checked into the DA? Noah looked at him. We can do another. At this point, I'm open to anything. He was there today when the drones hit, Hendricks said. But he was shot. Kait leaned forward on the table. I mean, it was just the surface, but with as whiny as he was, you thought he tangled with a bear. She cut a glance at Walker and smiled. Sawyer laughed. Yeah, he was a little, delicate, wasn't he? Just a little. She laughed. Noah pushed away from the table and stood. Okay. I'll talk to Mia. See if she can't dig a little further. We're going to need to stay alert tonight. Stay on your toes. Tomorrow is the trial, and Derek's out of time. He was desperate before. I don't know what you'd call a man who is beyond that. Leaning back, Kait hugged herself. Walker put his arm around her and pulled her close. We won't let anything happen to you. I know. I'm more scared for the rest of you. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. He didn't either. He also knew that tonight would be tense. They had no idea when or how the guy was going to strike. Whatever his plan was, they'd need to be ready. Chapter 21. Walker leaned his back against the wall of the house. He tucked his face against his chest, trying to keep himself warm. It was at least 10 degrees below the normal overnight low for DC. He loved escaping to Alaska, but he'd been ready for warmer temps. It was unnaturally quiet. There was the normal bustling of DC. Even at night, the city didn't really sleep. There'd been nothing, not even so much as a cat digging in the trash, and it was creating a knot between his shoulders. Wilson was desperate to keep Kait out of that witness chair, so why hadn't there been an attack? He scanned the area as his thoughts went back to who the leak might be. It wasn't Gabe Alderson. He didn't know why he was so sure of the guy's innocence, but he was. The timing of the discovery just felt too contrived, like someone suspected they were looking at the guy and added the evidence to back up the theory. Colton Hurst. Something about that guy rubbed Walker the wrong way. It had started when he'd asked Kait if she could have saved Reed. Walker understood the defense would try to destroy her testimony, but he'd heard it leave the DA's mouth and watched as she'd gone pale. He was already in the man's face when he realized he'd left his position at the kitchen entrance. Perhaps that had to do with some of Walker's distrust of the man. Colton was there at the house when it was hit. He'd been hit, albeit a surface one. In Walker's mind, that didn't automatically put him in the clear, though. Mia had cleared him. She'd also cleared Gabe at one point, too. Derek Wilson was slick, connected, and wealthy. He'd stayed out of prison because he was smart. It begged the question if he had his own team of computer nerds, which he most likely did. Walker's phone rang, and he answered it. Hey, Hendricks. Hey, thought I'd give you an update about the drone attack. I was just thinking about that. Hendricks went on to explain that Ryder was given access to the downed drone's computer chip. It wasn't flown by remote. It had been programmed. It had locked onto a cell phone like a target. Walker interrupted his brother. Wait. A phone? Whose phone? The DA's? It couldn't have been anyone at Guardian Group, so Colton Hurst seemed like the likely suspect. They traced it to a burner phone, but we can't find it. We think one of the drones took it out before they flew away. We also know why they made it appear as though the transformer blew, which it didn't. They'd timed it so that we were distracted, allowing the drones to breach the property. Exhaling, Walker shook his head. I wondered if Derek had people like Ryder and Mia. I mean, the guy has avoided prison this long for a reason. Yeah. Mia thinks she can use this, though. She says hackers have signatures, and she's pretty sure she has an idea of who it might be. If she can find them, we might get a break. Before the trial tomorrow? I don't see how, but it is Mia. The woman has performed miracles in the past. Hendricks chuckled. She has. He paused. Any movement out there? No, nothing. I don't understand. He hit us at the airport and the safe house. Why not hit now? Walker took his phone from his ear and checked the time. We've got 4 hours until the trial. You'd think he'd still be trying something. I don't know. We've got Finn's guys, we've got extra police patrols, both on foot and car, and us. This place is a fortress, and we're only a few blocks from the courthouse. Maybe he's given up. No way. Walker scoffed. So, he tries this whole time to take Kait out, and a day before the trial, he gives up? I'm not buying that. He's got something planned. Maybe. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. Thanks, Hendricks. He ended the call and stuffed his phone back in his pants pocket. His brother could be right. Derek Wilson could have accepted his fate. That could be the reason there was no attack yet. Only Walker couldn't shake the feeling that Derek wasn't quitting. He was regrouping. If that was the case, he'd just become more dangerous and determined. Which meant this wasn't even close to over.
Chapter 22. Kait checked herself in the mirror. She dressed comfortably in business casual as Colton had requested. A light pink blouse, a gray skirt that hit just below the knees, and ballet flats that matched the blouse. The dark wool coat she'd picked would hit mid-calf and complement the shirt and skirt. Overall, she was pleased with how she'd looked to the jury. Her tummy fluttered. She'd never been great at speaking in front of people. That many faces and expectations of performance made her sick to her stomach. She'd taken one public speaking class and nearly failed. Mix that with knowing a murderer could go free if she didn't keep herself together, and it was almost more than she could handle. A knock came on the door. With one last look, she crossed the room and answered the door. Hey, Kaylee. She held up a bag. We thought you might want some breakfast. Kait made a face. Oh, I don't know. My stomach is in knots. I'm sure it is. Maybe set it on the table, and if you want to nibble on it before we leave, you can. Thanks. She took the food, promising herself if she did eat anything that she'd be extra careful so that she didn't stain her outfit. I'm so nervous. I can't imagine, but I know you'll do great. Her phone chirped, and she looked at it. That's Noah. We're supposed to leave for the courthouse in an hour, and he wants to meet in the dining room in 20 minutes so we can go over the transport procedure. Placing her hand on her stomach, Kait tried to still her queasy stomach. Okay. Kaylee smiled. I know this is stressful, but it's almost over. You've got this. She sounded a whole lot more confident than Kait felt, that was for sure. Thanks. See you down there in a few. She waved and headed down the hall toward the steps. Kait closed the door, walked to the small table, and set the bag on the table before taking a seat in one of the chairs. She wanted Walker. Just seeing him would calm her nerves, but she knew the entire team was antsy. They'd been on alert throughout the night. Even Noah, Kaylee, and Riley had taken positions inside the house and stayed there all night. They had no idea how much Kait appreciated them and their commitment to keeping her safe. All night, she'd been restless, 1 minute lying down only to find herself in the next minute on her feet, pacing in the room. It was a wonder she could think straight, she was so tired. There were no further attacks from Derek Wilson, but he had been so bold as to call her. A man like him didn't just give up. Deep in her gut, she knew he wasn't done playing games. His next strike would be vicious. But when? The waiting was torturous. Her stomach grumbled as a whiff of the bag's contents hit her nose. Maybe a little something would help settle it. She pulled the contents out and took another deep breath. Eggs, ham, and, based on the orange goo smashed against the paper, cheese. Just as she went to take a bite, her phone beeped. She walked to the nightstand and gaped at the text flashing on the screen. Her breath came in gulps as chills raced up and down her spine. Outside the courtroom are 2 benches lining the walls. Take the one facing the entrance to the courtroom and sit in the middle. More instructions will be taped to the bottom. Follow them or... She released a gasp and her hand went to her mouth as another message came through. A picture of her sister. She was bound and looked like she was locked somewhere dark. Derek Wilson had her sister. Lisa. A cry caught in Kait's throat. A third text message appeared. Tell anyone, and she's dead. Follow my directions, and no harm will come to her. Tears threatened to spill. She blinked them back. How was she going to pull this off? The moment Walker saw her, he'd know something was wrong. He'd ask her point blank, and he'd tell right away if she avoided any of his questions. She certainly didn't want to die. This was her sister, though. Her little sister, who she raised. She might not be her mom, but that protectiveness was there. If it was a choice between Kait and her sister, there really was no choice. Her hands trembled as she set the phone down. Now, she had to figure out how to keep it from Guardian Group. From Walker. She had 20 minutes to find her game face. If she didn't, Lisa would pay the price, and she just couldn't let that happen.
The tension in Walker's shoulders was tight enough to snap. All the waiting and wondering was making him jumpy. He took the steps 2 at a time, making long strides until he reached Kait's door. He knocked and waited. When she didn't answer, he tapped on the door again. No answer. Right as he decided to bust it down, it swung open, and she smiled. Hey. He was speechless. Nothing fancy. Just a blouse, a skirt, and some simple flats were all it took to make her downright mouth-watering. Her hair was pulled into a bun at the back of her neck, and soft wisps framed her face. The only makeup he saw was the shine of gloss on her lips, enhancing the natural pink shade. Wow. You're a knockout. Pink colored her cheeks. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. That nervous little habit had become so endearing to him. I'm not certain that you can be a knockout and business casual. I am. He grinned. Noah's waiting on us. Her gaze caught his, and something unreadable flashed in her eyes. He so wanted to tell her how he felt, but it just wasn't the right time. Not in the middle of all of this. When he told her how he felt, he didn't want the weight of this trial on her. Is everything okay? He asked. She licked her lips and blinked. Yeah, well, as fine as it can be. Stepping out of the room, she closed her door behind her. I guess, as the saying goes, let's get this show on the road. 1 second, he said and pulled her into a hug. He pressed a kiss to her temple. You're going to do awesome today. I'll be sitting in the courtroom behind the DA. That way, if anything happens, I'm there. He leaned back and rubbed her arms. Okay. A short nod. Okay. He entwined his fingers with hers until they reached the dining room, when he released her and held her chair for her. Noah strode in and crossed his arms over his chest. His gaze landed on Kait. There will be 3 cars. You will be in the middle. If there is an attack, no matter what happens, I want you to stay in the SUV. Don't open the door for anyone other than one of our team members. We still don't know who we can trust outside of Guardian Group. Okay, Kait said. When you get to the courthouse, you'll be taken to a bench just outside the courtroom where you'll wait until you're called. Sawyer, Walker, and I will be there. Once you're called, Walker and I will escort you in. She nodded. All right, he dropped his arms and clapped his hands together. Are we good? A murmur of yes. Let's go. Kait glanced at her phone. Her breath hitched for a split second. She stayed seated a moment, her gaze trained on the table. Something was off. He perched on the edge of the chair next to her. Are you sure everything is okay? When she looked at him, her face lit up. I can't believe this is almost over. I know. Maybe you can take a vacation, find a warm beach, and relax for a little bit. He smiled. I bet you look killer in a swimsuit. Her laugh was light. I don't even own a bathing suit. Plenty of shops here in DC. We could stop really quick and get one on the way. We? Shrugging, his gaze went to the floor. If you don't mind me tagging along. It really wouldn't be all that fun if you weren't there, she said softly. When he brought his gaze back to hers, she almost looked pained. Before he could speak, she brushed the back of her hand across his cheek. Her gaze held his. Please be careful today. Promise me. That's where the look was coming from. She was worried about him. I will. I promise. She inhaled deeply and then let it out slowly. Okay. I'm ready, she said and stood. Let's put this jerk in prison. Maybe what he was sensing was her nerves. He knew she hadn't slept well. He'd seen her pacing in her room the few times he'd passed it as he patrolled during the night. If they could just hold it together for another few hours, they could put all of this behind them, and maybe he could convince her that her future belonged with him.
Chapter 23. Inside the courtroom, Kait held her breath as she, Walker, and Noah rode the elevator to the 3rd floor. She hated lying to Walker, but she'd received another text during the meeting reminding her of the stakes. Her breath had caught, and she was sure Walker knew. She'd quickly covered, however. She wasn't sure how, as terrified as she was, but with her sister's life on the line, she'd pulled every ounce of acting chops she had and poured it into her performance. Thank goodness it had worked. Their quick conversation played in her mind. A vacation on the beach. It sounded lovely. Her in a bathing suit, which was debatable, especially the killer part. She'd definitely want him with her. A balmy breeze, the sound of the ocean in the background, and his kisses played in color. She almost tasted the salt in the air. The elevator opened, and the stale air hit her, slashing through the daydream. When she reached the bench she was told to use, she sat. Walker took a spot to her right and Noah to her left. Sawyer leaned against the wall next to the entrance. Her hand trembled as she brushed her hair back. How was she supposed to get her instructions? If they saw her pull a piece of paper from underneath the bench, they'd know something was up. Her sister would die. Sweet Walker took her hand in his and squeezed. Everything's going to be okay. It wasn't. What did she do? Panic built in her chest. She shoved her hands in the coat that Kaylee let her borrow, and her left hand plowed into a pen. That's what she could do. She faked a fumble with the pen, and it clinked as it hit the tiled floor. Bending down, she discreetly ran her hands along the bottom of the bench. She paused as her fingers landed on tape sticking up. She yanked the note off, crumpled it in her hand, grabbed the pen, and straightened before shoving her hand back in the pocket. Now, she needed enough space to read it. Do you think I could use the restroom really quickly? She asked. Noah looked at his phone. Yeah, you have time. Walker and Sawyer can take you. She had no idea what these instructions would entail. Getting away from Walker and Sawyer would be nearly impossible. Plus, she knew Hendrix, Jax, and True were downstairs. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and she furiously wiped it away as she reached the restroom. Sawyer knocked on the door. "Anyone in here?" A woman appeared at the door, her face flushed. Sawyer gave her a sheepish smile. "Sorry, we're just trying to keep her safe." Once the bathroom was cleared, Kait hurried inside, found a stall, and locked it. She pulled the note out and exhaled. "When you get to the witness stand, there will be an earbud taped to the bottom of the chair. Put it in. More instructions will follow. Remember, Lisa dies if you tell anyone." "An earbud? How would?" She pushed out of the stall and walked to the sink. Her hair would have to come down in order to hide her ear. With her hair in place, she stared at her reflection. She smiled, forcing all the fear from her mind, and made herself relax. Whatever happened next, she'd done everything she could to keep her sister safe. Kait just hoped it was enough. The door to the courtroom opened, and the court officer stood there. Kaitlyn Roberts. Her heart was in her throat. Even without the texts and the instructions, she'd be a nervous wreck. With them, she could barely see straight. The officer led her to the witness stand, and when she took her seat, she used the opportunity to snag the earbud. She set it in her ear and pulled a curtain of hair over it. "Act natural and listen carefully." Her attention jerked to Derek Wilson. How was it possible he was giving her instructions while he was sitting with his attorney? The man gave her a tight-lipped smile, but the corners briefly flicked up. He was taunting her. "The judge is going to call a recess. You'll ask if you can speak to the DA. When you hear shouts in the hallway, your bodyguards will escort you out. In the commotion, you're going to lose them. Take the stairs down to the first floor, walk to the exit, and step outside." The judge spoke a few words, and just as Colton took a step from behind his desk, a clerk rushed inside. "Your Honor, I apologize, but you've got an emergency phone call." He stood. "Court will take a short recess." He rushed out of the room. Is it possible I could speak to Mr. Hurst?" Kait asked the officer who stood closest. The man waved for her to leave the stand. "What's wrong, Kait?" "I'm just nervous, and I didn't want to stay up there with Derek Wilson glaring at me." Colton rubbed her arm. "It's completely fine. Just stay in the room, and we'll wait to hear from the judge." She pushed through the gate and into the gallery. "Wait for the distraction, and remember, don't say anything or your sister is dead." Her heart felt like it was going to explode. Then her eyes locked with Walker. He sat in the second row, next to the aisle. Of all the things she was certain, at the moment, two were the clearest. One, she loved Walker Wells, and two, she was most likely going to die if Walker couldn't find her because she knew he would. If he didn't, and she didn't get to tell him how she felt. She had to tell him. Now.
Walker smiled as Kait sidled up next to him, flashing the sweetest smile he'd seen to date. It made her seem angelic with the way the sun was lighting the room. She seemed to study his face, and her lips tipped up in the corners a little more. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because you're the most beautiful man I've ever seen." He ducked his gaze. Chuckling, he shook his head and lifted his gaze to hers again. "I've never heard that one before." Their eyes locked, the laughter trickled off, and the world fell away. His mouth went dry as the silence stretched. If ever there was a time he wanted to read someone's mind, it was right then. Kait tilted her head as she brought her hand to his face, brushing the back of it along his cheek before sinking her fingers in his hair. "I waited 26 years for you, and it was worth every minute. You are everything I have ever wanted or dreamed of. Everything. I love your heart. Your courage. I love the mischievous glint in your eyes. The way you smile. She took a deep breath. And I especially love to kiss you. In the next heartbeat, her lips were on his. They'd shared some amazingly intense kisses, but this one. It was different. He couldn't put his finger on why, but it felt heavier. Not in a bad way, just weighty, like there was meaning behind it. A scuffle came from outside the courtroom. She abruptly broke the kiss and glanced at the courtroom entrance. Breathless, he said, "Please tell me what I did to deserve that so I can repeat it." Just as the noise outside grew louder, she returned her gaze to his. Her eyes held a glassy sheen, and she looked almost pained. "Kait? I love you." Salt mingled on his lips as she touched hers to his once more. "I love you with every fiber of my being." Before he could respond, a police officer dashed into the room. "We've got a riot. We need to get everyone out of the building." For a brief moment, Walker was dazed. "Come on, we need to go," Noah said. Walker jumped to his feet. Instantly, Noah was flanking her as Sawyer took the lead, walking her out of the courtroom. When they reached the hall, there was nothing but chaos. A large group of masked individuals was fighting with the police were blocking their way to the elevator. Kait looked up at him. "I'm sorry, Walker." "What?" She darted toward the crowd. He reached for her, latched onto her coat, and pulled her back. Briefly, he had her until she shimmied out of the coat and took off in a run through the crowd. Walker tried to use his shoulder to part the group, but they surged against him. The last thing he caught was the ends of her hair before the stairway door shut.
Inside the stairwell, Kait paused just long enough to wipe her eyes. If she tried to go down the 3 flights of stairs with her vision blurred, she'd end up tripping and killing herself. "Keep moving." She instantly sprinted down. When she reached the first floor, she pushed out the door and stopped, looking both ways. To the right. "Kait!" Walker screamed as the door slammed behind her. She grabbed the earbud, dropped it to the floor, and ran for the exit. The second sunlight hit her, she felt a prick in her neck and a bag close over her head. Darkness pulled her down just as her body collided against hard metal.
Chapter 24. Walker braced his hands on the dining room table. In front of him, laid out was Kait's phone and the note he'd found in her coat along with a single earbud he'd found near the exit of the building. They'd found the picture of her tied-up sister. After making a call, they discovered that the photo was digitally modified with Lisa's face pasted on to make it look like she was in trouble. She'd never been in danger. Derek Wilson had faked the image to force Kait to comply. Then there was the note. "When you get to the witness stand, there will be an earbud taped to the bottom of the chair. Put it in. More instructions will follow. Remember, Lisa dies if you tell anyone." He'd wondered why she'd come out of the bathroom with her hair down. She'd lied and said that the bun was giving her a headache. He'd thought nothing of it. In reality, she'd taken it down in order to hide the earbud. Why hadn't he noticed it? Then he'd understood why she'd kissed him so passionately. Why she'd told him she loved him. That's why she'd looked heartbroken. She'd been saying goodbye. His heart ached at the thought. Now, for hours later, he wished he'd been more observant. How could he have missed so many things? "You were supposed to keep her safe." Colton Hurst's voice boomed as he stormed into the apartment. Walker straightened as the man burst into the dining room. He got in Walker's face and pointed his finger. You were supposed to keep her safe. This is your fault. I never should have trusted a bunch of." "That's enough." Hendricks barked. Noah held his position in the corner of the room with his back to them. He held his phone to his ear, speaking in whispered tones. Walker wasn't sure what the conversation was about, but Noah seemed unbothered by the disruption. Colton whirled around, jamming his finger into Hendricks's chest. "It's not enough. Derek Wilson is going to walk because of your incompetence." Somehow, Derek got to her. "We've got a note and an earbud. Someone was talking to her. That's why she ran from us." Walker growled. Too many things went wrong all at the same time for it to be mere coincidence. The judge gets an emergency call. Then, the courthouse needs to be cleared because of a riot. This was all planned. Yeah, you're right. He looked from Walker to Hendricks. Maybe you guys are on Wilson's payroll too. Hendricks pinned Walker before he could take a step. Good thing. It wouldn't help Kait if he was in jail for assaulting the district attorney. Sawyer pushed off the wall where he'd been leaning. Mr. Hurst, I realize you may not know us well, but we take those kinds of accusations seriously. None of us would ever help a man like Derek Wilson. To suggest otherwise is insulting. Then be insulted. He spat. Noah turned, glanced at Sawyer, and then looked at the entrance of the dining room. A slight nod. Sawyer strode to the doorway and planted himself in it. Hendricks released Walker. Keep your cool. He took a breath and nodded. Mr. Hurst, how much do you make a year? Noah asked. The man recoiled. Enough. I'm not in this for the money. If I was, I'd practice private law. With a slow approach, Noah crossed his arms over his chest. Care to tell me about the vacation home in St. John? Or the one in Maui? The one in Sydney? Maybe you could give me tips on how to negotiate a good deal on a Bentley. Colton stuck his chest out and lifted his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Noah's eyes narrowed. An LLC owns them. It happens to be in your wife's name. Can you explain how a woman who has never worked a day in her life purchased those items? Wait, what's going on? Asked Walker. I'm trying to piece together how a DA who makes less than $200,000 a year can afford 3 vacation homes and a 6-figure car. Before Walker could finish processing everything, Colton slammed his shoulder into Walker's gut, pitching him into Hendricks. They stumbled back against the table. The man turned to run, and Sawyer held his weapon at the man's head. I'd take a seat if I were you. Walker regained his footing, lunged at Colton, and grabbed his shirt collar. Where is she? His lips twisted and pinched together. You aren't nearly as scary as Derek Wilson. Leveling his gaze at the man, Walker brought their faces closer. I can assure you I'm scarier. Where is Kait? We're running out of time. You're already out of time. He froze, and a chill raked through him. No, that wasn't true. He'd know if she was already gone. Derek Wilson had fought too hard to get his hands on her. There was no way he'd make it quick. He'd draw it out. Make her hurt before he ended it. Tell me where she is, now.
Chapter 25. Dark, dank, and cold. Nearly as frigid as it was in Alaska. Kait was sure it had to be the coldest night she'd ever experienced in DC. Then again, she'd never been hung from the ceiling of an abandoned building and beaten before. There was a good chance shock was a contributing factor. Oh, she's awake again. Derek walked out of the shadows. His scraped knuckles were clean again. The last time she saw one of his fists, it sped toward her face. She'd seen the cut and the blood right before she passed out. She wasn't sure how long ago that was. The wind whipped through the building. Shredded plastic floated in the air like a ghost. The tips of her toes dragged the floor as it tossed her. Her hands, fingers, and arms were numb. She wasn't sure when that happened. When she first woke up, she'd been completely alone. She'd tried to figure out where she was, and the best she could surmise was a construction site. It had felt like hours before Derek had shown up. Walker will find me. The sound of his hand colliding with her cheek reverberated. No one is going to find you. I own this town. Stars danced behind her eyes, and consciousness threatened to abandon her again. She wasn't in a hurry to die, but she had to wonder just how long he was going to draw this out. Do you always beat women like this? She worked to keep her words from slurring. Only the ones who cause me trouble. He smacked her again. I even gave you an out. All you had to do was refuse to testify. Then what are you waiting for? Just kill me and get it over with." The man eyed her, and his mouth twisted into a smirk. "It's taken months to get my hands on you. Why would I want to get it over with?" Then, the realization kicked in. He wanted to break her before he killed her. At first, she'd nearly broken down. His fists had come fast and furiously. She'd never hurt so bad in her life, but that's when she realized what he wanted. He wanted her tears. She wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. One of his hands tangled in her hair. He yanked her head back to the point where she thought he was going to snap her neck. "Give me a tear, sugar. I'll end it right now. All I need is one tear." She fought to breathe. Never. Maybe when he realized she'd never give him what he wanted, he'd kill her. There was only so much abuse the human body could take. Eventually, one of them would win. Kait held out hope that it'd be her. That Walker would find her. She knew he'd never give up until he did. She just hoped she was still alive.
Police handcuffed Colton Hurst. He wasn't talking. Their best guess was that he wanted a deal in exchange for turning on Derek. As the police led Colton out of the house, Gabe Alderson arrived. He waited until the doorway was clear and then limped inside. "Sorry. Got a little tangled up." The left side of his face was swollen, his hair was matted to his head, and his rumpled clothing was the same as that night at the house. "You looked about how I felt after fighting a bear," Walker said. "Well, not a bear." He gave a weak smile, and his knees gave out. Sawyer lunged forward and caught him. "You need a hospital." Shaking his head, Gabe replied, "In a minute. Finn said you were here, and I drove straight over. I was coming to tell you about Hurst. Guy is dirty." Noah nodded. "Yeah, Mia found an LLC in his wife's name. 3 vacation homes and a Bentley." Gabe held his chest and coughed. "That night, after I left the safe house, I went back to the office. Something wasn't sitting right with me, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I went back over some old cases where Colton was the prosecutor. Any case that involved one of Derek's associates, something would happen. A witness would turn up dead, evidence would go missing, there'd be a technicality, and they'd be released. I started digging. That's when I found the LLC. I was calling Noah to tell him what I'd found when I was ambushed. When I woke up, I was tied to a chair. I had no idea where I was. 2 guys in ski masks gave me a good talking to using their fists. How did you get away?" "One of my guys." Gabe held up his hand and pointed to the silver band on his ring finger. "Tracking device. My late wife insisted. So far, I haven't been able to take it off. Guess it was a good thing." He gave a weak smile. "Kait's gone," Walker said, working to keep his voice steady. The only way he was going to save her was to keep his head on straight. "Do you have any idea where Derek may have taken her?" "Maybe. I know he's got a shell involved with some of the apartment construction going on. You might check one of them. It'd be the perfect place to." He stopped short and looked at Walker. "Hide her body." His breath hitched at the thought, and he shook it away. She was alive, and he would find her. Noah pulled out his phone, touched the screen, and put it to his ear. "Find a shell that Derek owns. It'll be involved in apartment construction. I'll explain how I know that later." "How long has she been gone?" 4 hours. She's still alive. With as much trouble as she's given him, he'll draw it out. He'll want her spirit broken. He'll want her to beg him to end it." Walker lowered his gaze to the floor and took a couple of deep breaths. He'd known she was alive and that Derek would take his time. What no one else knew was how hard it'd be to break her. He hated to think like that, but it gave him hope that she was alive. "I think we've got her. There's a building half a mile from here. Concrete is supposed to be poured tomorrow. He won't have to move the body. Walker's ears rang as the team scrambled to put a plan together. Hold on, Kait, he whispered to himself. I'll be there as fast as I can. I've got heat signatures, Hendrix's voice spoke into Walker's earpiece. One is cooler than the rest and looks to be hanging from the ceiling. I'm pretty sure that's Kait. Walker pushed the image out of his mind. He couldn't think about that if he planned to rescue her. How many combatants? 7. One is practically on top of Kait. I'm guessing Wilson. Where are the other 6? Asked Sawyer. Hendrix's line was silent for a moment. 2 are in front, 2 are in back. 1 on each of the other sides. Kait is closest to the exit. Noah's voice broke through. We've got local law enforcement en route. Finn's agents are 2 minutes away. True and Kaylee had taken Gabe to the hospital to have him checked out. Walker, Hendrix, Sawyer, Jax, Riley, and Noah had taken a couple of SUVs, parked them about a mile away, and walked the rest of the distance so they didn't alert Derek and his men that they were approaching. If Derek heard them coming, whether he'd broken Kait or not, he'd kill her. Noah and Riley had stayed with the vehicles to meet with the ambulance that was on the way. I hate to tell you this, boss, but we don't have 2 minutes. Hendrix's tone was grim. Noah cursed under his breath. Can you and Jax take any of them? The 2 in the front, Jax said. I can take 1 on the left side, Hendrix added. Walker and Sawyer, move in. Hendrix, when they're in striking range, make the call, hit them all at once. Yes, sir, replied Hendrix. Walker and Sawyer stayed in the shadows. When Walker had a clear line of sight to the 2 men guarding the entrance, his brother gave the call. All at once, shots rang out. Sawyer and Walker charged the men, swiftly taking them out. They breached the interior of the half-constructed building and slid to a stop. Work lights illuminated the area. Stop or I'll kill her. Walker's breath caught. Derek used Kait as a shield and held a gun to her temple. He'd taken her from the makeshift stand where she'd been hanging and now held her around the waist. Restraints held her wrists together. Her head flopped to the side as he jostled her, trying to secure the hold he had on her. Walker kept his gaze trained on Derek. If you kill her, I'll kill you. He hoped the man heard the conviction in his voice. Yeah, but she'll still be dead. His lips twisted up on one side. And you'll have to live with the fact that you failed to save her. Fear rolled through Walker. Tension built as the standoff lengthened. Derek, you're surrounded. There's no getting out of this, Sawyer said. He looked around and licked his lips. Back off. I will kill her. All at once, police poured in, guns drawn. Derek immediately released Kait. As the police swarmed around him, Walker rushed forward to catch her before she hit the ground. He swooped her into his arms and cradled her against his chest as his knees hit the ground. Kait. Can you hear me? Her breathing was labored. She murmured something. He put his ear to her mouth. Kait? I knew you'd find me, Superman. He grunted a laugh. I can't be Superman without Lois Lane, so stay with me, okay? He swallowed hard and put his mouth to her ear. You may not remember this later, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I love you. A long exhale answered him. Pulling back, Walker cupped her cheek. Kait. Kait. Jax dropped to one knee. Paramedics are here. Walker got to his feet just as a gurney rolled to a stop. He gently placed her on it. I got her, Jax said. I'll take care of her, I promise. Taking a shaky breath, Walker nodded. A moment later, Hendrix arrived. Come on, we'll follow the ambulance. As they reached the front of the building, Derek stood to the side. He smirked at Walker as they passed. Red flashed before his eyes. Before he knew it, he'd slammed Derek to the ground, his fist raised. If anything happens to her, you won't have to worry about prison. I will. In the next second, Hendrix dragged him to his feet. Come on, Walker, He's not worth it. Let's get to the hospital. You better hope she lives. He growled. Walker wasn't sure he'd survive if she didn't. The moment she was lucid, he was telling her he loved her again, and then he was going to spend the rest of his life showing her.
Chapter 26. Kait immediately knew she was in a hospital. The familiar scent of the disinfectant they used. The steady beeps of the machines. The quiet. It was so quiet. Her body protested as she shifted in the bed. Kait? Tears flooded her eyes as she opened them. Walker's face came into focus. Hi. Hey. He smiled. She grunted as she took too deep a breath. He never saw me cry. Walker chuckled. I didn't think you would. That's how I knew you were still alive. He'd never win. I told him you'd find me. I knew you would. I would have never stopped looking. He took a breath through his nose. I'm sorry it took so long. She licked her lips, dragging her hand up his arm to his face. She traced the line of his jaw. All that matters is that you found me. Her mouth was so dry. Let me get you some water. A moment later, a straw touched her lips. She drank until the cup was empty. Ice raced down her throat into her stomach. Thank you. She paused a beat. How long have I been here? About 48 hours, give or take. Your body went through a lot. His arms slipped around her back as he gathered her into a hug. I thought I was going to lose you. I'm tougher than I look. His chest rumbled as he laughed. She could feel the staccato beat of his heart. I know, but when I first saw you. His voice broke. Drawing back, he placed a gentle kiss on her lips. I love you, Kait. I have never loved anyone as much as I love you. I've been waiting to tell you that. I needed you to hear it. I'd like to spend the rest of my life showing you how much. A thrill laced its way through her body. As tired and sore as she was, it almost felt like she could float. I'd love that. I love you. Kait was sitting up that evening. Any movement was met with a good dose of pain, even with medication. She'd learned that the photo of her sister was faked. Lisa was perfectly safe and healthy. Derek had used it to make her do what she was told. Her family would begin arriving in the next few hours. Kait was not only excited to see them, but she looked forward to it. They'd get to meet Walker. How did you find me? Now that she was more alert, she wanted to know everything that had happened. Walker had stretched out next to her a few moments ago and now twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. She could tell by the dark circles that he was exhausted. He'd resisted lying down with her until she'd asked him to hold her. She'd added a pouty bottom lip, and he'd folded. Mia and Gabe. Mia found the LLC. Gabe gave us a lead on the shell company. The reason we couldn't reach him was because he was ambushed. He'd also found out about Colton's LLC, and they wanted to shut him up. They kept him alive to find out if he'd told anyone. Is he okay? Physically, yeah. Mentally, he's been shaken. 2 people on his team, one he called a friend, betrayed him. Last I heard, he's resigning. His heart's just not in it. Kait hurt for the man. That's terrible. Yeah. I feel for the guy. He exhaled, and his body relaxed a little more. Was it your sister who called that night? Shaking her head, she replied, no, and I hated not being honest, but Derek was threatening to kill her. The photo looked real to me, so I didn't think I had a choice. I couldn't. It's okay. I understand. She shifted until her head was resting in the crook of his arm, and she tilted her face up at him. I hated lying to you. I wanted to tell you. He pushed her hair back, set his hand on her shoulder and ran it down her arm. I know. I could tell when you were looking at me that something was wrong. At the time, I thought it was nerves because of everything going on. Well, it was, but I had that earbud in. He was listening to everything. I still haven't figured out how he knew where I was or how he was doing it. I mean, he was sitting in court. We don't know yet. Ryder and Mia guessed that the same people who programmed the drones were using clips of his voice and the cameras throughout the building to follow you. Wow. I would have never thought to do that. People who dwell in evil only become worse. I guess so. She sighed. Hendricks popped his head in. Is it okay if I come in? Yeah, Kait said. He stopped at the foot of the bed. Noah just called. Derek Wilson was found dead in his cell. Her breath hitched. What? He was stabbed in the spleen and died almost immediately. Apparently, he'd made an enemy, and they'd sent word through the prison. The warden says there'll be an investigation. Peace flooded her. Thank you for telling me. They visited a moment longer. Kait could tell by Walker's body language that his talk with Hendricks had changed their relationship. There was a new confidence in his voice when he spoke to his brother. She was happy for both of them. Once Hendricks left, the room was quiet for a moment. Derek Wilson's death weighed on her. Is it wrong that I'm grieving for him? Walker's eyebrows shot up. Derek? Nodding, she said, yeah. I wanted him to face justice. I never wanted anyone to die. She sucked in a deep breath. At the same time, I feel horrible because I'm relieved to know he can't hurt me ever again. A sob tickled her throat. It makes me feel vile. Oh, babe, Walker said and drew her closer. You're not. He terrorized you for months. It's not wrong to want to live without fear and worry. Another sob and then another. The dam broke, and she buried her face in his chest as she wept. It was over. Really over. No more safe houses. No more running. No more fear or panic. No more looking over her shoulder. She was free.
Epilogue. 7 months later. When Walker pictured his future, he'd planned for a lifetime of bachelorhood. With his history, he didn't see how anything more was possible. Until Kait. In the last 7 months, his world had opened to so much more. He'd met Kait's family. It was night and day. Where she was soft and sweet, they were hard and driven. They loved each other. The reunion had been filled with tears and promises to stay better connected. So far, they had kept them. He'd resigned from Guardian Group. In an unexpected twist, he'd received a call from a previous high school baseball coach who was now at a minor league team. Walker had tried out and landed a position on the team as a pitcher. They'd won a title, and he was currently fielding offers from a few major league teams. Kait hadn't returned to her job, and with the prospect of him playing baseball in the upcoming season, she would be traveling with him. As he scanned the crowd gathered at the church located on the North Carolina coast, his nerves tingled with excitement. One side was filled with Kait's family, and the other with his. They'd planned a small, simple wedding with little fanfare. Hendricks elbowed him. Hey, you ready? I've been ready. The only reason it had taken this long was so Kait could heal and attend therapy. After all she'd suffered, it had seemed like a wise call. Walker had attended some of them with her. Surprisingly, it had been good for him too. It had helped him and made their relationship stronger. As the bridal march began to play, Walker held his breath. The doors opened, and she walked in, radiant and as beautiful as ever in a simple white dress. He wiped the moisture from his eyes. I cried too, Hendricks whispered. Nodding, Walker stared.
A bundle of butterflies fluttered in Kate's stomach as she walked down the aisle with her dad. Her gaze connected with Walker's, and the world fell away. He'd never looked more handsome in his plain white button-up shirt and black slacks. Her Superman. The last 6 months were the best she'd ever experienced, even when she included therapy. Actually, it had reached beyond just dealing with everything from Derek. She'd worked out some of the issues from Hunter as well, and it had helped lay a solid foundation for her and Walker. He'd quit Guardian Group, taken the position of pitcher on a minor league baseball team, and she was confident he'd be playing the majors by the start of the season. If he did, she'd be traveling with him. They reached the end of the aisle and stopped. Her dad hugged her and smiled as he placed her hand in Walker's. "I am absolutely confident you love her, and even more confident that you'll protect and cherish her. I'm also proud to call you son. May your lives be blessed." As she faced Walker, the butterflies settled. The pastor gave a short speech, and it was time for the vows. Walker closed the distance, took her other hand, and held them to his chest. "Whoever thought that getting stabbed would lead to meeting the woman of my dreams?" He chuckled. Kait rolled her eyes as fire raced to her face. "One little stabbing." Their family and friends laughed. He sobered, and his gaze held hers. "I love you. I love your gentle ways. Your tenacity. Your heart and your beautiful, sweet soul. I feel loved when you look at me. I promise to be the reason behind your smile, to hold you when you're scared, hold your hair when you're sick. I choose, now and forever, to be a man that will love, honor, and cherish you. I will be a man worthy of being called your husband. I never thought I'd ever love anyone as much as I love you." She exhaled softly. "You are such a sweet-natured person. Full of life and laughter and kindness. I love your heart. I love your fiercely protective nature. I love you the way you love me. I promise to tell you I love you every day. I promise to hold you during storms. I give all of me to you, now and forever. You're mine, and I'm never letting you go." They exchanged rings, and as they turned to face their family and friends, the pastor announced, "May I introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Wells." In one swift move, Walker took her by the waist and spun her around before bringing her lips to his. Cheers erupted, and hands clapped. When the kiss broke, she hugged him around the neck. "I love you. I love you." The last year was fraught with fear and uncertainty, and out of all of that, had bloomed a friendship and a love that she could never have imagined. Walker was worth every ache, and she couldn't wait to build a future with him.
This has been Walker. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023.